Chapter 39-1, Chapter 975, Famous Across the Eternal Realm, Chapter 975, Famous Across the Eternal Realm. In a withered forest outside Shadowring Town, Tianquo, what's going on? We just got back to Shadowring Town. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Cyanic Jewel, a level 240 female cleric with an elegant look, asked the level 240 young man carrying a draconic shield sitting beside her. As Jun Tianquo, the level 240 shield warrior, urged his twin-headed dragon to fly faster, he explained, "A friend of mine in Zero Wing messaged me saying that guild leader Black Flame led a group of experts to Evil Sky City. It seems he intends to avenge the Zero Wing members who got killed by the ominous cavalry while leveling. That's a Royal Powers headquarters." Cyanic Jewel was shocked to learn about Shi Feng's actions. "Tianquo, don't tell me you're going to help him?" Since parting ways with Shi Feng in the Flame Dragon God's Nest, Jun Tianquo had researched the other party in depth and set the other party as his goal. As soon as he reached level 240, he even traversed the Eternal Realm's treacherous entrance and threw himself to the front lines of the war to temper himself, all so that he could challenge Shi Feng one day. By the time they reached Shadowring Town, Jun Tianquo had already climbed to 45th on the Eternal Chosen One ranking list. However, although he wanted to challenge Shi Feng right away, Shi Feng was absent from the town, so they could only settle for the next best thing, clashing with the Holy Race's experts operating in the World Ark's core area. It wasn't until recently that they learned Shi Feng had returned to Shadowring Town. Yet, in the short time it took them to return to the town, Shi Feng had already left to attack Evil Sky City. In Cyanic Jewel's opinion, Shi Feng was absolutely deranged. Of course, with Jun Tianquo's personality, she knew he would not let Shi Feng die in Evil Sky City. "Naturally," Jun Tianquo answered firmly. Then, a hint of worry flashed in his eyes as he continued, "I hope we can make it there in time. From what I heard, Fist Emperor, the 19th ranked Chosen One, is in Evil Sky City. With his presence and Evil Sky City's defenses, Zero Wing is likely in danger. I really wonder what's going through Guild Leader Black Flame's head. What gives him the courage to attack a Royal Powers headquarters?" Cyanic Jewel muttered, pinching the bridge of her nose. The other youths riding the twin-headed dragon nodded in agreement. They thought Shi Feng was insane. After all, Zero Wing was nothing more than an upstart guild in the Eternal Realm. Yet, rather than trying to protect what little territory Zero Wing had left in the World Ark, Shi Feng had decided to attack a royal power. Not even lunatics would dare to do such a thing. When the twin-headed dragon flew within 20,000 yards of Evil Sky City, a pillar of light suddenly rose in the distance, startling Jun Tianquo and his companions. What the hell happened to Evil Sky City? When the light encompassing Evil Sky City faded, Cyanic Jewel's eyes widened in shock. As an advanced guild city, Evil Sky City had a stable population of over 10 million players. It occupied an area over 10 times larger than Shadowring Town's and had robust defenses that even Apex powers would have difficulty breaking. But now, a bottomless pit had devoured most of Evil Sky City. Even the few buildings that survived were severely damaged. If not for their team having passed by Evil Sky City multiple times before, Cyanic Jewel would even have suspected the city before them used to be a monster-infested city rather than a guild city operated by evil nature. Cyanic Jewel and the rest of Jun Tianquo's team weren't the only ones shocked by the state of Evil Sky City. Fist Emperor, who was brought back to life by a powerful resurrection tool, and the surviving players in Evil Sky City were also shocked. They had no idea what had happened for Evil Sky City to be reduced to such a state. At this moment, less than 100,000 players remained in Evil Sky City, which used to house over 10 million players. Furthermore, out of the several 100,000 Evil Nature members garrisoning the city, only Fist Emperor and some Evil Nature members stationed at the city's fringes remained alive. "Black Flame," Fist Emperor bellowed as he glared at Shi Feng, "you will pay for this." Evil Sky City was Evil Nature's headquarters in the Eternal Realm. It was the future of Evil Nature's development in the Eternal Realm. But now, the city had fallen while under his supervision. Several 100,000 Evil Nature members also suffered true deaths. Even Frostclaw was among the casualties. Outside of clashes with other royal powers, Evil Nature had never suffered a loss on such a scale against any other power. Most importantly, Evil Nature could not construct a new guild city within a short period. This meant that Evil Nature's members would have to take shelter in the various NPC cities when the Void Beast Tide occurred, putting the guild in direct competition with the Holy Race's other powers. Evil Nature might even have to fight other royal powers over these NPC cities. To make matters worse, it wasn't any of the human race's apex powers that had destroyed Evil Sky City, but an upstart guild that had some success in the Eternal Realm. This was an absolute humiliation for Evil Nature. After Fist Emperor finished speaking, he promptly took out a holy stone from his bag, transformed into a streak of light, and disappeared into the horizon. Seeing this, the surviving players in Evil Sky City snapped out of their daze and began to flee in all directions, none daring to linger in the fallen city. It had taken Firmament only one attack to bring Evil Nature's headquarters to ruin. Such a terrifying attack was not something players could hope to survive. Although nobody knew whether Zero Wing could afford to use the same attack again, nobody was dumb enough to try their luck. In less than 10 seconds, no players remained in Evil Sky City. Shortly after the fall of Evil Sky City, news of it spread across the Eternal Realm like wildfire. What did you say? Evil Sky City has fallen? You're saying Zero Wing was behind the attack? Investigate. Mobilize all our spies in the world arc. I want to know every detail of this matter. When the three races' various powers received this news, their first reaction was to deem it false information. After all, this was a royal power's headquarters they were talking about. Even two royal powers working together might not necessarily be able to bring it down, let alone a single upstart guild. However, as more information on the situation became available, the various powers had no choice but to accept that Evil Sky City had indeed fallen. At the same time, they couldn't help but grow fearful of the guild called Zero Wing. Sis, Evil Nature sure has some rotten luck. I wonder what Black Flame did to ruin Evil Nature's headquarters. Regardless, we've lucked out this time. Chalk Splendor laughed after reading the report he just received. Those Evil Nature bastards used to mock me for losing the Sunlight Blade. Now that they've lost their headquarters, I'd like to see how they can continue making fun of me. Okay, don't get too excited. Do you have any idea how many strings I had to pull to get you out of trouble? Daystar said, glaring at her younger brother. Then, she returned her gaze to the battle video playing on her desk, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes as she continued, not even top-tier epic siege weapons can destroy a threefold world wall enhanced by an ancestor's heart. It seems everyone has been underestimating Zero Wing a little too much. World Arc, Blood Curse Resurrection Camp, Rainbow, did you hear the news? Frey asked excitedly as she rushed into the advanced tent occupied by Verdant Rainbow. Guild leader Black Flame captured Evil Sky City and killed most of the Evil Nature members in it. Aside from Fist Emperor, the rest of the Ancient God-ranked experts recalled from the front lines were eliminated. He even annihilated the ominous cavalry. Chapter 3902, Chapter 902, Chapter 976, Evil Sky City's Treasury. Chapter 9076, Evil Sky City's Treasury. I've heard it already. Verdant Rainbow responded absent-mindedly as she carefully studied a 12-page document for fear of missing any information. Guild leader Black Flame sure knows how to surprise people, Frey sighed as she took a seat in the tent. An epic siege weapon. I can't believe he has been hiding such a thing. Only royal powers have been seen owning such a caliber of siege weapon thus far. How did he even get his hands on one? Regardless, Evil Nature is definitely writhing after the fall of Evil Sky City. It might even be regretting persecuting Zero Wing in the first place. It's also going to suffer once the Void Beast tide occurs. Frey had watched Shi Feng and Zero Wing grow from basically nothing. Initially, Zero Wing was only a small guild from an elementary god's domain. However, once the guild expanded its development into the Eternal Realm, it quickly established itself in the Crystal City of Secrets. Later, it established itself in the World Arc and enabled the Red Dragon Nation, a pseudo-apex power, to make significant profits. Now, it had demolished Evil Nature's headquarters in the Eternal Realm, a feat the Red Dragon Nation dared not even consider attempting. Shi Feng and Zero Wing's growth happened so rapidly that it was simply astounding. Is this why he was confident of eliminating Evil Nature from the Eternal Realm? Verdant Rainbow took a deep breath to soothe her thumping heart. After she finished the document, she felt both excited and relieved. The guild's core executives had been highly critical of her latest assistance to Shi Feng. This was because this assistance came at a massive cost. However, after learning of Shi Feng's accomplishments, she felt her sacrifices were not in vain. According to the Seven Luminaries Alliance's latest intelligence report, the siege weapon Zero Wing used against Evil Sky City was extraordinary. It was superior to the average epic siege weapon. The Seven Luminaries Alliance was a transcendental existence, even among the human race's apex powers. When it came to intelligence gathering, not even the Holy Race's royal powers could necessarily match it. According to the Alliance's investigations, although an epic siege weapon could be used to take down Evil Sky City, the action would come with a hefty price tag. Additionally, the process would be long and arduous. The fact that Zero Wing's siege weapon could destroy Evil Sky City in what was essentially one hit proved that it was undoubtedly at the epic rank at the very least. The Seven Luminaries Alliance's current estimates gave a 90% probability that it was at the epic rank and a 10% probability that it was at the inferior legendary rank. Furthermore, even if Zero Wing's siege weapon was only at the epic rank, its offensive capabilities surpassed all of Evil Nature's epic siege weapons. This advantage would allow it to suppress any of Evil Nature's epic siege weapons one-on-one, although it might be at a disadvantage facing two of Evil Nature's epic siege weapons. However, should Evil Nature withdraw two of its epic siege weapons from the front lines to deal with Zero Wing, it would risk getting eliminated from the war. The war among the three races might be known as such, but it wasn't strictly a competition over NPC cities among the three races. Powers of the same race also competed among themselves over these NPC cities, so that more of their members could have shelter against the impending Void Beast tide. It was also because of this internal competition within the Holy Race and the Crystallian race that the human race's various powers still had room to breathe. Otherwise, with how far behind the human race was, the Holy Race and the Crystallian race would have long since captured all of the human race's NPC cities. Should evil nature allow Zero Wing to tie up 2 of its epic siege weapons, the Seven Luminaries Alliance could partner with other powers to take over the NPC cities occupied by evil nature. After all, the main factor that differentiated royal powers from apex powers was epic siege weapons. Once this factor was removed, an apex power wouldn't necessarily lose to a royal power in a fight. If Zero Wing's siege weapon turned out to be at the inferior legendary rank, in Verdant Rainbow's opinion, she had won the jackpot. Of course, the possibility of this being the case was extremely low. According to the intelligence the Seven Luminaries Alliance had collected on the Holy Race, none of the known Holy Race powers owned an inferior legendary siege weapon. However, when it came to the ranking system of siege weapons, even a half-rank advantage would let a siege weapon fight against multiple siege weapons and win with ease. With the current number of epic siege weapons evil nature had deployed to the Eternal Realm, it had no way of defeating an inferior legendary siege weapon. Hence, eliminating evil nature from the Eternal Realm wouldn't be difficult if Zero Wing had an inferior legendary siege weapon. So long as evil nature didn't join forces with other royal powers, the Seven Luminaries Alliance could even guarantee evil nature's elimination. World Arc, Evil Sky City, Guild Leader Black Flame, after what you've done here you must be careful of Fist Emperor, Jun Tianquo said after meeting up with Shi Feng, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes as he remembered something. That guy is a complete lunatic on the war's front lines. Even the Holy Race's royal powers are helpless against him. Is he very strong? Shi Feng asked, confused by Jun Tianquo's warning. Shi Feng had never heard of the title of Fist Emperor. He found it hard to believe that the Holy Race's royal powers would be helpless against an expert he had never heard about before. After all, even Garuda, the Holy Race's #1 chosen one, did not possess such influence and capability. Not really. Jun Tianquo shook his head. Fist Emperor might be a 6th floor expert, but his strength isn't why the royal powers are helpless against him. It's because of his background. I don't have any concrete information, but rumors have it that he is the disciple of some almighty individual among the Holy Race. There are also rumors saying that he hails from a powerful family. In any case, it is a fact that the Holy Race's royal powers fear him. Even when Fist Emperor caused several of their chosen ones to suffer permanent deaths, they simply turned a blind eye to his actions. They even forbade their chosen ones from taking revenge. This matter has already spread on the front lines. He has a background that can influence the Holy Race's royal powers? After hearing Jun Tianquo's explanation, Shi Feng understood why the other party had cautioned him about Fist Emperor. If Fist Emperor were to utilize his background, Zero Wing's opponent might no longer be limited to just evil nature. Thank you. I will be careful. It's nothing. Many people on the front lines already know about this, Jun Tianquo said, waving his hand. Then, fighting spirit flared in his eyes as he continued. If you want to thank me, I hope you can allow me to duel you under the same basic attributes, Guild Leader Black Flame. No problem. Just contact me whenever you want to fight, Shi Feng said, not opposed to satisfying Jun Tianquo's request. Jun Tianquo was one of the human race's 10 great tanks in Shi Feng's previous life, so there was no harm in improving relations with him. After all, when raiding taboo bosses, a powerful tank could greatly reduce the raid's difficulty. That's a promise. Jun Tianquo's gaze grew determined at Shi Feng's words. I still need to do a friend a favor. I will visit Zero Wing once I'm done. Okay, Shi Feng nodded. After watching Jun Tianquo's team leave on the twin-headed dragon, Shi Feng contacted Blackie and had him bring some people to ransack Evil Sky City's City Lord's mansion. Besieging cities was one of the most popular activities among God's domain's various powers. This was because they could get a free guild city and all the wealth accumulated in the city. If this were in his previous life, not even the Seven Luminaries Alliance would ever consider besieging Evil Sky City, let alone Zero Wing. The Seven Luminaries Alliance would have been over the moon if it could seize a guild city from the Holy Race's apex powers, let alone from one of its 10 royal powers. Chapter 3903, Chapter 977, Divine Pathstone, Chapter 977, Divine Pathstone World Arc, Evil Sky City. Upon entering the City Lord's mansion, the Zero Wing members behind Shi Feng froze in shock at its opulent interior. Holy, I dare say not even the Seven Luminaries Alliance would be willing to splurge on such an interior, Blackie exclaimed as he scanned the mansion's lobby. Not only did evil nature construct a miniature world inside the mansion using law fragments, but it even used holy power crystals to construct the whole interior. We've hit the jackpot. At least several billion units of holy power crystals must have been used to construct a miniature world of this size. Pace Angel, the manager of the Zero Wing Training Center in Star Lake City, blurted out, her eyes shining as she scanned the miniature world that was equal to several stadiums in area. It's definitely more than just several billion units, Shi Feng said, equally shocked by evil nature's wealth as he looked at the miniature world suffused with incredibly dense holy power. Holy power crystals were the Holy Race's equivalent for 7 Luminaries crystals. Besides being a crucial resource for Holy Race players to advance to Tier 6, holy power crystals were also necessary to power the Holy Race's various war weapons. Take Firmament, for example. Even now, Shi Feng was still reeling from using it. Merely activating Lake Light Mirror once cost him 500 God Crystals and 50 million units of 7 Luminaries Crystal. That was as much as 1/4 of a pseudo-Apex Power's liquid 7 Luminaries Crystals. If Zero Wing hadn't made a lot of 7 Luminaries Crystals through the Tower of the Abyss, its development would have instantly come to a standstill. The act of constructing a miniature world's environment using Holy Power Crystals was no different from constructing a palace using 7 Luminaries Crystals, utterly wasteful. The only benefit from doing so would be an increase in the mana density inside the palace. Moreover, compared to a palace constructed using magic crystals, the mana density would only be 1 or 2 times higher. After all, the palace's mana density was still largely dependent on the mana density of the area and its mana-gathering magic array. Although the Holy Power Crystals could also provide the miniature world with an isolating effect, the cost far outweighed the benefits. Guild leader, are we really going to ransack this place? Blackie asked Shi Feng reluctantly. If we dismantle this miniature world, we will destroy many Holy Power Crystals in the process. In God's domain, dismantling any construction would result in significant material losses. In Blackie's opinion, since Zero Wing had already captured Evil Sky City, there was no need to ransack the place. Although human players had no use for Holy Power Crystals, their presence allowed the world laws in this miniature world to become more observable. Players seeking to advance to Tier 6 or Master World laws could benefit greatly from this miniature world. It must be done, regardless of the losses, Shi Feng said definitively. Shi Feng would have chosen to occupy Evil Sky City had it not been constructed using a Great Lord token. After all, he had already gone through the trouble of capturing it. Although it was currently severely damaged, this was nothing that couldn't be repaired with money. And even if it was a guild city of the Holy Race, only a few modifications were needed to make it usable for human players. However, Evil Nature had constructed Evil Sky City using a Great Lord token. This changed things completely. In his previous life, Great Lord tokens were highly contested items. They remained high-priority targets, even after they had been used to construct a guild city. The first reason was that they could be used to awaken lost civilization cities. The second reason was that they could be used as a consumable to improve one's authority in a lost civilization city or activate hidden advanced functions. Although Evil Nature's Great Lord token could no longer be used to awaken lost civilization cities since it had been used to construct a guild city, he could still use it to increase his authority in the primordial civilization city or activate the city's hidden advanced functions. While Zero Wing could also benefit greatly from Evil Sky City's extravagant City Lord's mansion, this paled in comparison to the benefits the guild would gain from the primordial civilization city. Alright then. Despite his reluctance, Blackie gave the command to start dismantling the City Lord's mansion. While Blackie was overseeing the dismantling process, Zero Wing's assassins found Evil Sky City's treasury hidden inside the mansion. Isn't this level of security excessive? Hiding a treasury in a threefold miniature world? This is like a Matryoshka doll. If not for our perceptive brothers, we would have missed this treasury, Blackie commented when he heard from the assassins the measures Evil Nature had taken to conceal its treasury. Shi Feng was not surprised by this situation. It was common practice for powers to store their treasures in the safest location, their headquarters. To prevent other powers from locating and plundering their treasures, they would also employ various methods to hide their treasuries, and only the guild's core members and above would know the location of these treasuries. In reality, Evil Nature, a royal power, could be considered very lazy for hiding its treasury in nothing more than a threefold miniature world. If this were the headquarters of a pseudo-apex power, the treasury would likely be hidden within a gigantic maze. The maze would be so large and complex that even those familiar with its layout would need considerable time to reach the treasury's entrance. After walking for about 10 minutes under the Tier 6 assassin's lead, Shi Feng and Blackie arrived inside a miniature world the size of a football field. Dense eternal energy filled the miniature world, refreshing everyone mentally the moment they entered. Its effect on mental acuity was nearly 1/3 of that of the Eternal God Crystal. As expected of a royal power, Shi Feng was awestruck by the mountains of treasure in the miniature world. Even his breathing had grown heavier. Although the miniature world wasn't particularly large, the items it stored were extraordinary. Besides many fragmented divine artifacts, it also had many god crystals and holy origin crystals. Not even the Nameless City's treasury held as many god crystals as Evil Sky City's. At a glance, there were easily over 100,000 god crystals and holy origin crystals in the treasury. Even if a pseudo-apex power were to take out all its god crystals or holy origin crystals, it wouldn't necessarily be able to come up with such an amount. Yet Evil Nature stored this amount in just one city. Even if Evil Sky City was Evil Nature's headquarters in the Eternal Realm, it was still a ridiculous number. While Blackie and the others were celebrating this astounding discovery, Shi Feng directed his attention to the stone pedestal in the middle of the treasury. The pedestal itself was inconspicuous. It was about 2 meters tall and emitted no energy fluctuations. It looked like it was made using nothing but ordinary stone. In contrast, the broken tablet hovering above the pedestal was very conspicuous. A goddess tablet? After briefly studying the tablet's mana fluctuations, Shi Feng discovered that he could analyze the tablet using the mana interpretation method for studying the most recent goddess tablet he had obtained. However, even after making this discovery, Shi Feng quickly shifted his attention to the stone pedestal under the tablet and used a master appraisal skill. I nearly got tricked. When Shi Feng saw the appraisal results, he was glad he had inspected the pedestal. Divine Pathstone, consumable, godly relic, a divine stone birthed alongside God's domain. It can be used to connect to any world depending on the god crystals used. No wonder evil nature kept so many god crystals here. They were all prepared for this divine Pathstone. When Shi Feng saw the divine Pathstone, he couldn't help pitying evil nature. Divine Pathstones were regarded as priceless treasures by the holy race and the human race in his previous life. Although its only function was to create a pathway between two worlds, it was something countless powers from both races sought. After all, God's domain was a massive place. Human and holy race players weren't the only ones in it. However, because unspeakably powerful monsters lurked in the depths of the void sea, players of the two races could not explore beyond their respective greater gods' domains. This was where the Divine Pathstone's ability to create a permanent pathway between two worlds came into play. Of course, if it was simply the ability to create a pathway to the greater god's domain of another race, Divine Pathstones wouldn't have been particularly attractive to the various powers. What made Divine Pathstones truly valuable was their indirect ability to increase the Tier 7 promotion success rate. Chapter 3904, Chapter 978, Ember Dragon's Identity, Chapter 978, Ember Dragon's Identity Guild Leader. Is it necessary for you to escort that pedestal yourself? Blackie asked, confused when he saw Shi Feng tagging along with the transport carriages. Many items in Evil Sky City's treasury were non-bag space items. Some couldn't even be stored in bags with non-bag space item slots and could only be transported using manpower. The stone pedestal in the treasury was one of these items. Although Blackie already knew what the pedestal was and agreed that its ability to create a permanent pathway to another world was valuable, he still didn't think the Divine Pathstone was worth anywhere near as much as the combined value of the God Crystals, Holy Origin Crystals, and fragmented divine artifacts in the treasury. In Blackie's opinion, even if evil nature were to send people to snatch back its items, it'd prioritize the fragmented divine artifacts and Holy Origin Crystals. After all, these were items that could increase the overall strength of any power by a large margin. You don't get it. Shi Feng chuckled as he looked ahead at the horse carriage carrying the Divine Pathstone. The true value of that pedestal far exceeds the combined value of everything else in that treasury. Evil nature might really go all out to retrieve it. Tier 7. For many expert players in God's domain, whether they were from the human race, the Crystallian race, or the holy race, it was their dream and goal to reach Tier 7. However, no matter how much effort the various powers and players had put in, nobody from the three races had ever reached Tier 7. The reason for this was that the Tier 7 promotion was too difficult. Just like how some players could never advance past Tier 4, Tier 5, and Tier 6, not just anyone could reach Tier 7. They needed to have the necessary opportunities, talent, legacies, etc. Furthermore, as nobody from the three races had ever reached Tier 7, the players of the three races didn't have any experiences they could draw on to lower the difficulty of their Tier 7 promotion. However, while the three races might not have any players who had reached Tier 7 before, it wasn't necessarily the case for other races. If one could use the Divine Pathstone to connect to a world with Tier 7 players, one could increase the probability of promotion to Tier 7 for Tier 6 players. After all, compared to challenging the Tier 7 promotion with zero information, players would undoubtedly have an easier time if they had a pioneer's experience as reference. Of course, finding a player world where Tier 7 players existed was not easy. The Divine Pathstone needed a world's precise coordinates to connect to it. Otherwise, the pathway could not be established. In Shi Feng's opinion, evil nature likely did not know the coordinates of any player world with Tier 7 players. Otherwise, it wouldn't have kept the Divine Pathstone in its treasury but used it instead. It also wouldn't waste time competing over primordial god-ranked legacies in the Eternal Realm. After all, the personal experience of a Tier 7 player was much more useful than the vague clues hidden in these primordial god-ranked legacies. After 4 hours of traveling by horse carriage, Shi Feng safely deposited the Divine Pathstone into Zero Wings Guild warehouse. Just as he was about to visit the primordial civilization city, he suddenly received an offline call from Red Frost. When the call connected, he was greeted by a gloomy expression. "Seeing as you are contacting me from the real world, did something happen at the passage?" Shi Feng asked after Red Frost remained silent despite having taken the initiative to contact him. Red Frost was the Holy Dragon Spear Adventurer Team's representative, and she was currently tasked with overseeing the exploration of the passage into the Eternal Realm. It was of significant importance to the current Zero Wing that a safe route through the passage was established. Once Zero Wing had a safe route into the Eternal Realm, it could be used to strengthen Zero Wing's foundations and solve the guild's lack of elite experts. Zero Wing could more or less be considered a guild that had been established following the birth of the Eternal Realm. Its foundations were much weaker than that of most other powers operating in the Eternal Realm. As a result, Zero Wing could only operate in a small area during the Eternal Realm's birth. In contrast, the various major powers operated in many NPC cities simultaneously, which enabled them to secure residences and raise their popularity in these NPC cities. With these advantages, they could attract independent experts to join them much more easily. Although Zero Wing currently had Shattering Town to boost its popularity, the number of players the town could attract was nowhere near that of NPC cities. Hence, Zero Wing was still limited in the number of experts it could recruit. However, once Zero Wing had a safe route in and out of the Eternal Realm, it would no longer have to worry about recruiting experts. It could simply send its existing members to the Greater God's domain to level up quickly. At that time, these Zero Wing members would become combat-ready experts, and Zero Wing's growth would no longer be stifled by its lack of experts. The exploration of the passage is progressing smoothly, Red Frost said, shaking her head. Then, in a low voice, she continued, but for some reason, the Great Commander, who has been very supportive of me, suddenly wants to sever Holy Dragon Spear's partnership with Zero Wing. Moreover, Holy Dragon Spear isn't alone in this decision. The other pseudo-apex powers share similar sentiments. Do they not want to level up in the secret land anymore? Shi Feng was stunned by this news. Although the partnership between Zero Wing and the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary's pseudo-apex powers favored Zero Wing a lot, it remained that Holy Dragon Spear and the other pseudo-apex powers could reliably get their members to level 240 thanks to this partnership. Without the access key in his possession, even if these pseudo-apex powers managed to get their members into the Flame Dragon God's Nest, these members would have to die if they wanted to leave the secret land. They wouldn't be able to exit normally. This definitely wasn't a wise move. As for Zero Wing, it would also be negatively affected. Without Holy Dragon Spear establishing a safe route into the Eternal Realm, Zero Wing could not send players to grind in the Flame Dragon God's Nest en masse, severely restricting Zero Wing's development speed. I've already mentioned this to the Great Commander and the others, but they still insist on cutting ties with Zero Wing, Red Frost said with an ugly expression. Additionally, Ember Dragon suddenly came to me saying he wants to discuss something important with you in person. Ember Dragon? Shi Feng was even more surprised to hear this. Shi Feng didn't have many dealings with Ember Dragon, so it was strange for the other party to visit Star Lake City to talk to him in person. He'd be less surprised if Ember Dragon had come to talk to Red Frost. After all, they shared a long-standing feud. Do you want to talk to him? Red Frost asked. Since he's here, let's talk, Shi Feng said, deciding to meet with Ember Dragon after thinking it over. Shi Feng was certain the Dragon God Palace had something to do with Holy Dragon Spear and the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary's other pseudo-apex powers' decision to cut ties with Zero Wing. However, Shi Feng couldn't determine what the Dragon God Palace had done to make its past enemies turn against Zero Wing. Half an hour later, Shi Feng met Ember Dragon in one of the Zero Wing Training Center's lounges. Ember Dragon was a tall and lanky man with a sickly appearance. However, despite his appearance, he gave off an indescribably dangerous vibe. If not for Red Frost entering the lounge with Ember Dragon, Shi Feng might have even considered leaving immediately. I finally get to meet you, Guild Leader Black Flame, Ember Dragon said, giving Shi Feng a business smile. This should be our first time meeting in the real world. I am Ember Dragon, a Vice Guild Leader of the Dragon God Palace. Seeing as you've gone through the trouble of meeting me here, I assume you are behind Holy Dragon Spear and the other pseudo-apex powers' decision to cut ties with Zero Wing, Shi Feng stated frankly, looking at Ember Dragon. Compared to how he carried himself in God's domain, Ember Dragon conducted himself with much less dignity in the real world. Just say whatever you have to say. You are a very straightforward person, Guild Leader Black Flame. But I like straightforward people, Ember Dragon said, replacing his business smile with a cold expression. In that case, I'll get to the point. I am not visiting you on behalf of the Dragon God Palace, but the Nebula Consortium. The Nebula Consortium? Ember Dragon's words stunned Red Frost. Staring at him in disbelief, she asked in a quivering voice, You're a member of the Nebula Consortium? Shi Feng frowned at Ember Dragon's introduction. He had heard about the Nebula Consortium in his previous life. Although he didn't know much about it, he did know it was an extraordinary entity with shares in several human apex powers, such as the notorious Demon's Gate and the mysterious Eternal Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, the Nebula Consortium was the main producer of Stardew. Because of this, many corporations, conglomerates, and even city lords of first-tier cities sought to get into the Nebula Consortium's good graces. Ignoring Red Frost's question, Ember Dragon sneered at Shi Feng and said, In light of Zero Wing ruining the hard-earned peace between the human race and the holy race, the Nebula Consortium hopes to put Zero Wing under its supervision. To achieve this goal, the Nebula Consortium will send someone to assist with Zero Wing's management. Should Zero Wing refuse to be supervised, it will no longer be permitted to continue operating henceforth. Hasn't the Nebula Consortium been indifferent to God's domain this whole time? Red Frost grew anxious at Ember Dragon's words. Many corporations and conglomerates relied on the Nebula Consortium in the greater world. If the Nebula Consortium decided to persecute Zero Wing would face many difficulties moving forward, such as not being able to purchase the life potions necessary for the guild's development. Not to mention, there was no saying what action the various powers which sought to enter the Nebula Consortium's good graces would do against Zero Wing. I am only here to convey the Nebula Consortium's message. There is nothing I can do to change the Nebula Consortium's decision, Ember Dragon said, glancing at Red Frost. Then he smirked at Shi Feng and continued, I advise you not to make an enemy of the Nebula Consortium, Guild Leader Black Flame. Even if you've managed to get an apex power to back you, the consequences will still be unbearable for you. Ruin the peace between the human race and the holy race? Unbearable consequences? Shi Feng smiled as he looked at Ember Dragon's elated expression. Since you are acting as the Nebula Consortium's messenger, please convey my message to Nebula's higher-ups. You similarly cannot bear the consequences of making an enemy out of Zero Wing. Chapter 3905, Chapter 979, Times Have Changed. Chapter 979, Times Have Changed. Silence descended upon the lounge as Shi Feng finished speaking. Even Red Frost, who had been seething at Ember Dragon, couldn't help but pause to look at Shi Feng, a trace of panic flashing in her eyes. Never did she expect Shi Feng to give such a response. Does he not know about the Nebula Consortium? After a brief surprise, Red Frost had to wonder if Shi Feng even knew what the name Nebula Consortium represented. Moreover, the more Red Frost thought about it, the more she was convinced this was the case. After all, Shi Feng was basically a newcomer in the greater world. The Nebula Consortium also maintained a very low profile in God's domain, so most players in the greater God's domain only knew that it was a very powerful pharmaceutical company selling the highly sought-after Stardew. Only the executives of the various powers and corporations knew how terrifying the Nebula Consortium's strength and influence were in both the greater world and the greater God's domain. The Nebula Consortium controlled 80% of the greater world's Stardew production. This point was enough to deter the various apex powers from offending it. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call the Nebula Consortium the underground emperor of God's domain. Just as Red Frost considered explaining the situation to Ember Dragon, the latter smiled and said, You are as arrogant as you are in God's domain, Guild Leader Black Flame. Do you know how many powers in God's domain wish for such an opportunity? Yet, you refused it? As if Ember Dragon had guessed Shi Feng's response long ago, he curled his lips in contempt and continued. Do you think you are already standing at the apex of God's domain? Just because you have an apex power backing you? Or is it because you managed to steal Evil Nature's headquarters and thrive in the Eternal Realm? Do you truly believe nobody can do anything about you? I pity your ignorance. You have no idea that the God's domain and greater world you know is merely the tip of the iceberg. Regardless, I will convey your message word for word. I hope you do not regret your decision. Ember Dragon despised Shi Feng. Shi Feng had not only foiled his plan to take control of Holy Dragon Spear, but also snatched the Flame Dragon God's nest he had plotted for years to steal. If not for the Nebula's Consortium executive's unexpected decision, he would probably never have had the chance to take revenge on Shi Feng. As Red Frost stated, the Nebula Consortium was never one to meddle with the affairs in God's domain. Even when Demon's Gate and the Eternal Chamber of Commerce clashed, the Nebula Consortium remained indifferent despite being a shareholder in the two apex powers. The Nebula Consortium's decision to interfere with Zero Wing's operations was definitely a first for Ember Dragon since he joined the consortium. When he received the instructions to convey the Nebula Consortium's intent to Zero Wing, it took him a while to recover from his shock. Naturally, Shi Feng's refusal to accept the Nebula Consortium's arrangement was the best outcome for Ember Dragon. Before Red Frost could explain, Ember Dragon left the lounge without another word. This bastard. He's clearly trying to use the Nebula Consortium to deal with us. When Red Frost saw that Ember Dragon didn't even try to negotiate or listen to her explanation, she knew what he was trying to do. However, despite her anger, she could do nothing about the situation. Although the Nebula Consortium sold Stardew to powers and corporations all over the greater world, its existence was shrouded in mystery. Nobody knew where its headquarters was located. It only made its presence known through the Stardew selling shops it operated in first-tier mobile cities and a small number of lower-tier mobile cities. In fact, apart from Ember Dragon, Red Frost had never met another official member of the Nebula's Consortium despite being the acting commander of Holy Dragon Spear. It was as if the Nebula Consortium didn't exist. However, the Stardew it produced and sold proved that it existed. In this situation, if Ember Dragon was intent on using the Nebula Consortium to get revenge on them, it wouldn't matter even if she explained Shi Feng's ignorance. None of her words would reach the Consortium. As for whether Ember Dragon was pretending to be a member of the Nebula Consortium, that was unlikely to be the case. After all, the behavior of South Lake and the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary's other pseudo-apex powers already made this point very clear. Besides the Nebula Consortium, Red Frost could not think of any power that could get the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary's pseudo-apex powers to abandon their partnership with Zero Wing. Let him be, Shi Feng said, chuckling as he looked at the angry and frustrated Red Frost. Even without his interference, nothing will change. Zero Wing cannot and will not accept the Nebula Consortium's conditions. While the Nebula Consortium might have said that it would only supervise Zero Wing's management, what it was actually doing was forcing Zero Wing to become its subordinate power. Had any other power received such an offer, they would definitely accept it with pleasure. After all, the Nebula Consortium's influence surpassed even the Seven Luminaries alliances. If a guild became a subordinate of the Nebula Consortium, even if it were only a mid-level guild in the Greater God's domain, nobody would dare to provoke it unless absolutely necessary. Even Apex powers would have to weigh their options before taking action. However, even if Zero Wing could receive a huge status boost by subordinating itself to the Nebula Consortium, Shi Feng would never agree to it. Setting aside the Book of Eternity, simply the inferior legendary siege weapon Firmament was enough to make him invincible in the Eternal Realm. Hence, regardless of Ember Dragon's interference, Shi Feng's answer to the Nebula Consortium would be the same. That might be the case, but Red Frost knew about Zero Wing's situation. With the Tower of the Abyss and the partnership with a royal power like Dragon's Crown, Zero Wing indeed had the qualifications to refuse to join the Nebula Consortium. But the Nebula Consortium controls 80% of the Stardew on the market. Many corporations and city lords in the greater world strongly desire Stardew. Not only can they use Stardew for themselves, but they can also use it to attract geniuses, thereby letting their corporations and cities prosper. Now that Zero Wing has offended the Nebula Consortium, the Consortium only needs to give the word for a bunch of corporations and city lords to persecute us. Based on my understanding of the Great Commander, he would never renege on his promises. Yet, he has done so this time. He is likely being pressured by Holy Hymn City's city lord and the family corporations financially supporting Holy Dragon Spear. Speaking up to this point, Red Frost couldn't help but reveal a frustrated and apologetic look. Originally, she had promised to have Holy Dragon Spear assist Zero Wing. But now, not only did she fail to do so, but her feud with Ember Dragon also caused Zero Wing to become enemies with Ember Dragon, a representative of the Nebula Consortium. It is indeed troublesome to be pressured by a first-tier city lord and a bunch of family corporations, Shi Feng said, expressing his understanding of South Lake's predicament. After pondering for a moment, he asked, Commander Frost, do you think Great Commander South Lake would be interested in taking over Holy Hymn City? Chapter 3906, Chapter 980, New City, Chapter 980, New City, taking over Holy Hymn City? Red Frost thought Shi Feng was joking with her when she heard his question. With a wry smile, she said, Guild Leader Black Flame, I am not trying to cast doubt on Zero Wing's strength, but taking control of a first-tier mobile city, let alone a top-ranking first-tier city, is not easy. Setting aside whether the Great Commander and Holy Dragon Spear's other executives will be interested, the family corporations financially supporting the adventurer team will never allow such an action. Every top-ranking first-tier city in the greater world has existed for a long time. Virtually every power and family based in such a city has a vested interest in the city's prosperity. Should Holy Dragon Spear try to monopolize Holy Hymn City, those family corporations will stop supplying funds or resources to the adventurer team. At that time, Holy Dragon Spear will struggle to even survive, not to mention compete with the city's other pseudo-apex powers. Every pseudo-apex power required an astronomical amount of money and resources to operate. While Holy Dragon Spear might be an adventurer team, it was no exception to this rule. Unfortunately, despite having achieved great success in God's domain, Holy Dragon Spear still wasn't self-sustainable. Although the adventurer team generated significant revenue from operating guild cities, producing and selling weapons and equipment, and accepting commissions, it still wasn't anywhere near enough to cover the adventurer team's operating costs. If Holy Dragon Spear were to lose the money and resources of Holy Hymn City's corporations, many of its members would no longer be able to afford to live in Holy Hymn City. And if Holy Dragon Spear were to lose these members, how was it supposed to compete with Holy Hymn City's other pseudo-apex powers? Of course, it had to be said that it was the dream of all pseudo-apex powers to monopolize a top-ranking first-tier city. This could even be considered one of the prerequisites to becoming an apex power. After all, if a power could freely dictate a top-ranking first-tier city's policies, it would have a much easier time attracting geniuses and paragons of the younger generation. This, in turn, would qualitatively enhance the power's growth. However, a power could monopolize a top-ranking first-tier city only if it did not have any competition. Otherwise, other powers could always interfere with the city's management through the City Legion. Although a power could also take control of a city by filling the entire City Legion with its geniuses and paragons, achieving such a feat was nothing but a pipe dream. Hence, the only realistic way to achieve such a monopoly was by pressuring the competition into relinquishing control over the city. And the only way to do so was by murdering the opponent's forces in God's domain until the opponent submitted, which was a task that demanded a lot of manpower and resources. There were as many as 4 pseudo-apex powers based in Holy Hymn City. The adventurer team was outnumbered 3-1. Should Holy Hymn City decide to wage war against these pseudo-apex powers, its expenditure would shoot through the roof. Since those family corporations won't offer their support, Zero Wing will provide all the funds and resources Holy Dragon Spear needs, Shi Feng said, unsurprised by Red Frost's explanation. He knew that wars between powers were primarily fueled by money. How much are Holy Dragon Spear's monthly operating costs? Zero Wing's development was already close to reaching a bottleneck. Originally, Shi Feng had considered advancing Star Lake City into a first-tier mobile city to help Zero Wing break through this bottleneck. However, if Zero Wing could gain control over a top-ranking first-tier city like Holy Hymn City, it would stand to benefit much more. Under normal circumstances, Zero Wing could never occupy Holy Hymn City. But now that a rift had formed between Holy Dragon Spear's executives and family corporations won, the situation created an excellent opportunity for Zero Wing to do so. Holy Dragon Spear has far fewer internal members than other pseudo-apex powers. We have about 3 million internal members, many of whom live in Holy Hymn City, Red Frost said after pondering Shi Feng's question. The members in Holy Hymn City are paid an average monthly salary of 30,000 star coins, which translates to a monthly expenditure of 90 billion star coins for the adventurer team. However, the star coin expenditure is only a minor issue. The real problem is the life potion consumption. Our 200,000 elite combat members receive upwards of 30 bottles of life potion a month. Including the consumption of our master lifestyle players, the adventurer team consumes about 15 million bottles of life potion a month. A monthly expenditure of 90 billion star coins and 15 million bottles of life potion? Shi Feng was astonished by the numbers Red Frost reported. He felt that Holy Dragon Spear's expenditure was incredibly high. Zero Wing only paid its internal members a monthly salary of 10,000 star coins. Even so, this was already considered very high in Star Lake City. After all, this was a salary that the average person could only obtain by becoming a reserve member of a city legion. Yet, Holy Dragon Spear offered its internal members 3 times that amount. Not to mention, Holy Dragon Spear's internal member count exceeded Zero Wing's by more than tenfold. Suddenly, Shi Feng understood why Holy Dragon Spear still needed financial support despite occupying Flame Vein Holy City. The adventurer team's expenditure simply wasn't something the average power could afford. These are only Holy Dragon Spear's normal operating costs. If Holy Dragon Spear wages war against Holy Hymn City's 3 other pseudo-apex powers in God's domain, I wouldn't be surprised if its expenditure doubled at the very least, Red Frost said, looking at Shi Feng's astonished expression. Then, she advised, Holy Dragon Spear's life potion consumption is something even the adventurer team itself cannot afford without assistance. I suggest Zero Wing prioritize preparing for the Nebula Consortium's retaliation. The Nebula Consortium secretly holds shares in many apex and pseudo-apex powers. Should the Nebula Consortium have them take action, Zero Wing's expenditure will undoubtedly skyrocket. Regarding the Eternal Realms passage, I will gather a group of experts in my name to establish a new safe route. Although the efficiency will be lower, accomplishing it shouldn't be difficult. In Red Frost's opinion, Zero Wing's success in the Eternal Realms still wasn't enough to let it support Holy Dragon Spear, an organization more than 10 times its size. Not to mention, once Ember Dragon reported back to the Nebula Consortium, the Consortium would most likely begin its persecution of Zero Wing. Once that happened, even with its absolute control over Star Lake City, Zero Wing would likely have difficulty purchasing resources such as life potions from other powers and corporations. At that time, Zero Wing would be fortunate if it could secure enough life potions to support itself, let alone to support Holy Dragon Spear. That won't be necessary, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. If I can gather the necessary funds and resources, are you confident you can convince Great Commander Southlake to take action, Commander Frost? If you can get the funds and resources, I am 90% sure I can convince him, Red Frost answered, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. But is it really worthwhile for Zero Wing to do such a thing? I understand Ember Dragon. He is a vengeful bastard who will jump at any opportunity to take revenge. Zero Wing will definitely have to waste a lot of money and resources fighting the Nebula Consortium. Once Holy Dragon Spear goes to war, should Zero Wing run out of funds, it would spell the end for Zero Wing. The benefits of monopolizing a top-ranking first-tier mobile city might be tempting. But once a war between powers began, it couldn't be stopped on a whim. Should Zero Wing run out of funds while the war was ongoing, only death awaited Zero Wing. It hadn't been easy for Zero Wing to achieve its current success. Now that it was facing the Nebula Consortium's wrath, Red Frost couldn't understand why Shi Feng would want to make such a risky decision. 90%, is it? At Red Frost's answer, Shi Feng smiled and said, I'll gather the funds as soon as possible and contact you when I'm ready. After saying so, Shi Feng returned to his room and logged into God's domain. If it were before obtaining the inferior legendary siege weapon Firmament and the divine Pathstone, Shi Feng wouldn't have made such a risky decision. But now that Zero Wing had a new city and the divine Pathstone, it could easily obtain the funds and resources needed to fund Holy Dragon Spear's war. Zero Wing could even use this opportunity to further strengthen itself. Chapter 39.7, Chapter 981, Connecting to the Remnant Primordial World, Chapter 981, Connecting to the Remnant Primordial World Eternal Realm, Shattering Town. When Shi Feng came online and was about to give Blackie a call, he received a call request from the person himself. I was just about to call you. I didn't think you would call me first. Did something happen again? Shi Feng asked, chuckling as he looked at the ugly expression Blackie wore. Zero Wing had just obtained Evil Nature's treasury, so Blackie should be excitedly counting their harvest right now. After all, he had been racking his brain on how to get Silent Wonder the God Crystals she needed. The haul of God Crystals they obtained from Evil Nature's treasury should have alleviated his concerns. Yet, Blackie looked even more concerned than before they plundered Evil Nature's treasury. Exactly. I was even in the middle of counting how many God Crystals we got this time, Blackie said, exasperated. I don't know what's going on with Evil Nature, but it tripled its bounty on Zero Wing and even opened it to players of all three races. None of our guild members dare to leave Shattering Town without ample preparation. Evil Nature already placed a bounty on all players caught entering and leaving Shattering Town when Evil Sky City still existed. Because of this, Zero Wing had to keep compensating its guild members with money and life potions. After all, players would suffer significant mental damage whenever they died in God's domain. Without the assistance of life potions, they'd need at least a day before they could fully recover. Nobody in the current Eternal Realm could afford to lose so much progress. Until the fall of Evil Sky City, Zero Wing had already burned through more than half of the 8 million bottles of life potion that Shi Feng had obtained from 8 of the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary's pseudo-apex powers. The guild only had about 3 million bottles of life potion left in reserve. Moreover, this was after the guild had limited the number of players grinding out in the fields. Otherwise, there might not even be 3 million bottles remaining. Now that Evil Nature had tripled its bounty on Zero Wing's members and opened it to players of all three races, Zero Wing's members were in a dire situation. After all, the rewards had become so lucrative that many of the human race's experts and powers might be tempted into action. If Zero Wing did not use its remaining supply of life potions conservatively, it would likely run out of life potions in just 4 or 5 days. The bounty has been tripled and opened to all three races? How generous of Evil Nature! Upon learning about Evil Nature's updated bounty, even Shi Feng couldn't help but be tempted. Evil Nature's previous bounty of 1 eternal gold per person was already incredibly high. Although the updated bounty targeted Zero Wing's members specifically, the head of each Zero Wing member was now worth 3 eternal gold. If a team could kill a 100-man team of Zero Wing members, it could earn even more than if it had killed a regional boss. There were very few regional bosses in the Eternal Realm. Most teams couldn't even secure 1 regional boss kill per day. Now that killing Zero Wing's members had become even more lucrative than killing regional bosses, who wouldn't be tempted by such an opportunity? This still isn't the worst news, Blackie said, shaking his head. I more or less expected Evil Nature's retaliation, considering that we destroyed Evil Sky City. What I didn't expect was for the several dozen corporations supplying us with life potions to suddenly sever ties with us. They are even willing to pay the exorbitant cancellation fee to do so. This is terrible news, considering Evil Nature's updated bounty. Although I've tried to contact other suppliers, none are willing to sell life potions to us. At this rate, the guild will run out of life potions in 5 days maximum. At that time, the elite and core members who joined the guild for life potions will definitely leave. After the implementation of the major system update, life potions became a necessity for God's Domain's expert players. This was because the life potion worked wonders to aid in recovery from mental fatigue and damage. In reality, many of the 5th floor experts and level 230+ players who joined Zero Wing recently had done so because of its life potions. Should Zero Wing run out of life potions, Blackie couldn't even imagine what would become of the guild. The Nebula Consortium sure works quickly. When Shi Feng heard Blackie's report, he immediately thought of the Nebula Consortium. Although life potions were in high demand, they weren't in demand to the point where it was impossible to get any. The only reason so many corporations would unanimously refuse to work with Zero Wing would be pressure to do so. Of all the enemies Shi Feng could think of, only the Nebula Consortium had the influence to get so many corporations to comply so obediently. The Nebula Consortium? Blackie stared at Shi Feng in shock. Guild leader, are you talking about the Nebula Consortium that produces Stardew? As an executive responsible for managing Zero Wing's daily operations, Blackie had done a lot of research into the greater God's domain and the greater world. He had even paid a hefty price to obtain information from the 7 Luminaries Alliance. The information the 7 Luminaries Alliance provided included a list of powers to be wary of. Among the powers listed, the Nebula Consortium was placed at the top. The Nebula Consortium was the primary producer of Stardew, a potion useful even to mental strength great grandmasters. Because of this, only individuals and powers who no longer wish to have access to Stardew would dare to offend the Nebula Consortium. However, no such individual or power existed. After all, the development of mental strength could increase an individual's lifespan, and there was nobody who did not wish to live longer. This was especially so for those who had witnessed the wonders of the greater world and the greater God's domain. Which other Nebula Consortium do you think can influence so many corporations? Shi Feng replied nonchalantly. Doesn't that mean it'll be very difficult for us to get life potions from now on? Blackie fell into despair at Shi Feng's words. Now that the Underground Emperor had issued its decree, who in the human race's greater God's domain would dare to do business with Zero Wing, powers operating in God's domain relied primarily on life potions to develop rapidly. If Zero Wing were to lose access to life potions, it'd be impossible for Zero Wing's members to catch up to the various powers' members in levels. Don't worry too much. It might be difficult, but it's not impossible, Shi Feng sneered. The Nebula Consortium might think it has killed Zero Wing with this move, but which one of us will end up dead remains to be seen. Although the various powers feared and respected the Nebula Consortium, there was a limit to their compliance. Once this limit was exceeded, the various powers would be willing to take the risk, even if it meant offending the Nebula Consortium. Blackie, is the pedestal we took from Evil Nature still in the guild warehouse? Shi Feng asked. It is. I've turned it into a decoration in the warehouse. To detract attention from it, I even had someone make several copies of it and use them to display Holy Race-exclusive divine artifacts, Blackie said, grinning. Now, even if the assassins of other powers sneak into the warehouse, they'll never suspect the importance of that pedestal. As the divine pathstone was an item Shi Feng considered important, Blackie dared not take any chances with it. Hence, he immediately thought of ways to conceal it the moment it was transferred into the guild warehouse. Now, even he would need a moment to figure out which pedestal in the warehouse was the divine pathstone. If others were to find their way into the warehouse, they wouldn't even think that one of the pedestals in there was a priceless treasure. Good job. Shi Feng nodded when he heard the measures Blackie had taken to conceal the divine pathstone. Now, I want you to transport those pedestals to Skeleton Hill using Firmament. That place has a guild city that I built just recently. Transport them using Firmament? Shi Feng's instructions astonished Blackie. Wouldn't that attract a lot of attention? Outsiders might be assuming Firmament was an epic siege weapon, but Blackie was one of the few people who knew that Firmament was an inferior legendary siege weapon. Even if the divine pathstone was a priceless treasure, he still felt it would be incredibly prodigal to transport it using Firmament. Siege weapons consumed energy simply by being in use. In Firmament's case, it consumed 10,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal per minute while active. If it were active for 10 minutes, it would have consumed 100,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal, enough to fund a Tier 5 player's Tier 6 promotion. Moreover, the guild city Shi Feng mentioned was several hours away by flight. That would be several million units of 7 luminaries crystal down the drain. This operation is vital. No accidents are allowed, Shi Feng said, chuckling at Blackie's reluctance. We already made a fortune thanks to Evil Nature, so stop being stingy. All right then, Blackie nodded in understanding. Then, he disconnected the call and arranged for the Divine Pathstone's transfer. As for Shi Feng, he used a guild transfer scroll to teleport to the Primordial Civilization City. When Shi Feng arrived at the Primordial Civilization City again, the city had undergone tremendous changes. Although the Sage's Tower remained buried in the ground, many tall buildings now filled the city. Many level 200-plus NPCs could also be seen roaming the city, giving it a prosperous atmosphere. Now, all that's left is to see whether the other side is willing to cooperate, Shi Feng muttered as he took out the chapter of space he had received from Kowloon Demon. The chapter of space's cooldown had ended, so he could summon Purgatory Jade's team once more. Chapter 3908, Chapter 982, Underestimated Primordial World. Chapter 982, Underestimated Primordial World Skeleton Hill, Primordial Civilization City. After Shi Feng had the chapter of space absorb 50,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal, a large space-time summoning array appeared on the ground. A moment later, 100 indistinct silhouettes appeared in the summoning array. These silhouettes became more defined as the absorbed 7 luminaries crystals supplied their mana to the chapter of space. When all 50,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal were exhausted, these silhouettes transformed into spatial tiers that spat out Purgatory Jade and the rest of her 100-man team. Purgatory Jade and her teammates had undergone tremendous changes since Shi Feng last saw them, their average level having increased from level 240 to level 243. Purgatory Jade and Kowloon Demon had even risen to level 245. Level 245? Shi Feng gasped as he looked at Purgatory Jade and Kowloon Demon. Purgatory Jade and Kowloon Demon might only be 2 levels higher than their level 243 teammates, But anyone who had encountered level 245 NPCs before would know that there was a qualitative difference between the two levels. This was because weapons and equipment received a relatively significant improvement every 5 levels. As level 245 players, Purgatory Jade and Kowloon Demon could equip level 245 weapons and equipment. Of course, Shi Feng wouldn't have been so surprised if Purgatory Jade and Kowloon Demon had simply reached level 245. After all, player-usable level 245 weapons and equipment did not exist in the Greater Gods domain. The best weapons and equipment players could access were divine artifacts, which had a hidden cap of level 240. The reason for Shi Feng's intemperate reaction was that Purgatory Jade and Kowloon Demon were fully equipped with level 245 taboo legendary weapons and equipment. This had completely shattered his general knowledge of the Greater Gods domain. Thanks to the intermediate divine strengthening scrolls, we could finally kill level 245 bosses and level up to 245, Purgatory Jade said happily. We also got lucky. Those bosses dropped a bunch of level 245 weapons and equipment we could use. They dropped level 245 weapons and equipment? As Shi Feng scrutinized Purgatory Jade's suit of dark plate armor, a hint of shock and ecstasy colored his eyes. Shi Feng had never heard of anyone obtaining level 245 weapons and equipment in his previous life. In the eyes of the Greater Gods domain's players, level 240 divine artifacts were the best weapons and equipment players could obtain. Even the Holy Race was no exception. Yet, according to Purgatory Jade, the remnant primordial world not only had level 245 monsters, but these monsters also dropped level 245 taboo legendary weapons and equipment. This completely changed his perception of the remnant primordial world. Shi Feng's first impression of the remnant primordial world was that it was a good place to level up. This was because high-level monsters were all over the place, allowing players to reach level 240 and beyond relatively easily. In comparison, players in the Greater Gods domain had to rely on level 240 plus taboo secret lands to go beyond level 240, and there were only 3 such secret lands across the Greater Gods domain. Unfortunately, this boon came with major flaws. Unlike in the Greater Gods domain, combat technique legacies available in the Remnant Primordial World only went up to the gold rank. The quality of the Remnant Primordial World's weapons was also relatively low, with fragmented divine artifacts nearly non-existent. If Purgatory Jade hadn't participated in the Tosis raid and gotten herself a growth-type godly relic, she would have been limited to using level 240 taboo legendary equipment for the rest of her life. The Remnant Primordial World was so lacking in advantages that Shi Feng was still hesitant about establishing a pathway to it when he ordered Blackie to transfer the Divine Pathstone. After all, Divine Pathstones were incredibly rare, having appeared only a handful of times among the 3 races in his previous life. He had only stuck to his decision because of Evil Nature's bounty and the Nebula Consortium's persecution. If Zero Wing could not solve its current predicament, its development would be restricted to the Crystal City of Secrets and Shattering Town. Although Zero Wing had access to Luminous Sky City, due to the city's proximity to the front lines of the war among the 3 races, the guild would have to commit a lot of its manpower to the city if it wanted to develop there, a luxury it currently couldn't afford. Hence, it was necessary to establish a path to the Remnant Primordial World. Not only would this let more Zero Wing members level up quickly, but it would also let Zero Wing recruit members from an entire realm's worth of players, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But now, Shi Feng found that he had severely underestimated the Remnant Primordial World. Level 245 taboo legendary equipment. Although it remained slightly inferior to divine artifacts in basic attributes, it trumped divine artifacts in availability. The fact that Purgatory Jade and Kowloon Demon could get themselves a full set in such a short time proved that the drop rate was good. If the effects of secret treasures and advanced divine strengthening scrolls were included, Purgatory Jade and Kowloon Demon should match level 240 experts fully equipped with divine artifacts in basic attributes. Even the Holy Race's royal powers did not have many level 240 experts fully equipped with divine artifacts. Each of these experts was a stabilizing force that even epic siege weapons could not kill easily. If Zero Wing could come up with 1,000 level 245 5th floor experts fully equipped with level 245 taboo legendary weapons and equipment, it would become truly unstoppable in the current Eternal Realm. You seem very interested in my equipment, Guild Leader Black Flame, Purgatory Jade said, grinning when she saw Shi Feng's eyes glued to her equipment. Since you're so interested, I can exercise my authority to sell a set to you. As for the price, how about 2 divine artifacts or 2 fantasy-ranked secret treasures? 2 divine artifacts or 2 fantasy-ranked secret treasures. Shi Feng immediately shook his head at Purgatory Jade's offer. While it is an acceptable price, I don't have any excess divine artifacts or fantasy-ranked secret treasures. Although Zero Wing had obtained some divine artifacts exclusive to Holy Race players from Evil Nature's treasury, Shi Feng had already instructed Blackie to use Origin Myth to convert them into divine artifacts that were usable by human players. It was like how he converted the Sunlight Blade and gave it to Fire Dance. Hence, Zero Wing had no excess divine artifacts it could use to trade. As for fantasy-ranked secret treasures, they were even scarcer than divine artifacts. Securing the first Clear of God mode team dungeons was the only reliable way to obtain them. Due to this scarcity, nobody would trade their fantasy-ranked secret treasures away. It wasn't a bad deal to trade a full set of level 245 taboo legendary equipment for 2 divine artifacts. However, it wasn't a profitable deal either. After all, without advanced divine strengthening scrolls, level 245 taboo legendary equipment would only match level 240 fragmented divine artifacts. Based on current market rates, 1 divine artifact was worth about 5 or 6 fragmented divine artifacts. So, 2 divine artifacts could be traded for a full set of fragmented divine artifacts. However, nobody would ever trade their divine artifacts at such rates. What a pity, Purgatory Jade sighed. However, she kept her smile and continued, if you have any unneeded divine artifacts or fantasy-ranked secret treasures, you must save them for me. I promise Dragon's Crown will give you a satisfactory price. Don't be too disappointed, Miss Jade, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Although I won't be buying your items, I have an offer worth far more than a few divine artifacts and fantasy-ranked secret treasures. Really? What is it? Purgatory Jade asked, looking at Shi Feng with eyes bright with curiosity. Long-term entry into the Eternal Realm, Shi Feng stated. Chapter 3909, Chapter 983, Insane Zero Wing, Chapter 983, Insane Zero Wing long-term entry into the Eternal Realm. Shi Feng's words stunned Purgatory Jade momentarily. Then, she excitedly asked, have you found a connecting passage? The ability to stay in the Eternal Realm long-term was incredibly tempting to Dragon's Crown. Whether it was Zero Wing's intermediate divine strengthening scrolls or the Eternal Realm's secret treasures, both had allowed Dragon's Crown to benefit massively, such as finally killing their homeworld's previously unkillable level 245 bosses. These bosses had even allowed Dragon's Crown to obtain plenty of level 245 weapons and equipment. Unfortunately, due to a lack of powerful secret treasures, Dragon's Crown couldn't form a sufficiently strong team to raid level 245 taboo team dungeons. If Dragon's Crown could gain long-term entry into the Eternal Realm, it would have a much easier time obtaining intermediate divine strengthening scrolls, secret treasures, and even divine artifacts. It's not exactly a connecting passage, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Although my solution can connect 2 worlds and let players travel between them, it comes with restrictions similar to your summoning. Similar restrictions? Is there a time limit? Purgatory Jade grew disappointed at Shi Feng's answer. If Shi Feng's solution only allowed them to travel to the Eternal Realm for a limited duration, it wouldn't benefit them significantly. At most, they would get another opportunity to trade within a set time frame. Somewhat, but not exactly. Players who use my method to travel between worlds will have their strength eroded by the foreign world's world power. Although it isn't lethal, they will grow weaker over time, Shi Feng explained. To get rid of the erosion effect, players simply need to return to their homeworld and rest. Either that, or they can rest in this city. Although the Divine Pathstone was heaven-defying, it had a massive flaw. Players using it to travel to a foreign world would be treated as trespassers and receive strong rejection from the foreign world. This rejection would weaken them over time, making it impossible for them to explore the foreign world for long periods. Fortunately, the Divine Pathstone offered a solution to this problem, granting the town or city it was used in a powerful cleansing effect that helped dissipate world power. This could be considered a benefit given to the Divine Pathstone's user. This was also why Shi Feng had chosen to connect with the remnant primordial world. It only weakens players? Purgatory Jade's eyes brightened at Shi Feng's explanation. Dragon's Crown only sought to obtain secret treasures from the Eternal Realm, so this weakening effect was not a problem. With Dragon's Crown's foundations, it could easily establish itself in the Eternal Realm, even if it had to send players in rotation. Before Purgatory Jade could ask more questions, Kowloon Demon suddenly spoke up. Guild Leader Black Flame, what does Dragon Crown need to pay for this access? Kowloon Demon asked, looking at Shi Feng warily. The benefits of having near-constant access to the Eternal Realm were massive for Dragon's Crown. It wasn't hard to imagine Shi Feng charging an astronomical price for this access. If Shi Feng's price touched upon Dragon's Crown's foundations, it would become difficult for them to reach an agreement. I don't need Dragon's Crown to pay anything. Dragon's Crown only needs to fulfill 2 of my conditions. Moreover, one of these conditions is highly beneficial for Dragon's Crown, Shi Feng said, chuckling as he looked at Kowloon Demon's wariness. My first condition is for Dragon's Crown to lend me some manpower to help me complete a task. My second condition is to set the connection point of the pathway in one of Dragon's Crown's super large-scale holy cities accessible by teleportation. Then, I will need you to advertise the pathway in the remnant primordial world and not restrict anyone from traveling between our 2 worlds. Upon hearing Shi Feng's conditions, Purgatory Jade and Kowloon Demon couldn't help but look at Shi Feng in confusion. They couldn't understand what he was trying to achieve. Of the 2 conditions, only the first one made sense. Shi Feng's second condition was essentially welfare to their homeworld's players. Although fulfilling this condition would cause Dragon's Crown to lose many of its advantages, the fact that Dragon's Crown would gain partial control over the pathway more than made up for this loss. However, it was a different story for Shi Feng. He would lose the initiative to trade with their homeworld's players and powers by giving everyone free access to the pathway. This would drastically reduce the benefits he could obtain. Guild leader Black Flame, Dragon's Crown can fulfill both of your conditions, Purgatory Jade answered after taking a deep breath. But are you sure you want to do this? The remnant primordial world's other powers will likely choose to partner with powers other than Zero Wing. Should that happen, the most you'll get out of them is an entry fee. If the remnant primordial world's various powers could enter the Eternal Realm without restrictions, it went without saying they would make comparisons when choosing powers to partner with. Purgatory Jade more or less knew about Zero Wing's situation in the Eternal Realm. The guild was, at best, above average. It definitely wasn't ranked among the top. Hence, it was likely that the remnant primordial world's various powers would choose to partner with powers other than Zero Wing. At that time, all Zero Wing could get out of these powers was an entry fee to its city. That's right. The entrance fee is all I want, Shi Feng said, nodding. Moreover, once the pathway is established, I will host a monthly auction for this primordial civilization city's priority entry slots. Guild leader Black Flame, are you certain of your decision? No matter how she thought about it, there was no way Zero Wing could profit more from selling priority entry slots than partnering with the remnant primordial world's various powers. After all, the biggest hurdle to the cooperation between the Eternal Realm and the remnant primordial world was the lack of a connecting pathway. So long as a pathway existed, the remnant primordial world's various powers wouldn't care if they could send a group of players or only one player over. They could still trade with the Eternal Realm's powers. Even if they needed priority entry into Zero Wing's city, they only needed to secure one priority slot. We can sign a God's Domain contract right now if you want, Shi Feng said, nodding firmly. By the way, when you are advertising the pathway, please mention that Zero Wing's auction will use God crystals as the trading currency. The minimum bid for each slot will be 1 God crystal. The minimum increment for bids is also 1 God crystal. The first auction will only have 10,000 slots. A minimum of 1 God crystal per slot, and there will even be 10,000 slots. Kowloon Demon stared at Shi Feng in shock. Even in the remnant primordial world, God crystals were very rare. They were one of the primary materials to repair fragmented legendary items. Yet, Zero Wing intended to sell its city's priority entry slots for at least 1 God crystal each. It even expected to sell 10,000 slots. This was beyond madness. However, Purgatory Jade and Kowloon Demon didn't dwell on this matter. Since the pathway belonged to Shi Feng, he could do whatever he wanted. So long as Dragon's Crown could freely access the Eternal Realm, whether Shi Feng made any profit was none of their business. After establishing a contract with Dragon's Crown, Shi Feng completed their prior trade agreement, receiving 50 million Undying Souls and 10,000 pieces of level 235 taboo fragmented legendary equipment from Purgatory Jade. When Blackie finally transported the Divine Pathstone to the primordial civilization city, Shi Feng promptly spent 5,000 God crystals to establish a pathway to the space-time coordinates Purgatory Jade provided. Then, he spent 10 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal to activate the primordial civilization city's teleportation tower function, using it to link the city with Shattering Town. When the teleportation link formed, a giant teleportation gate appeared in Shattering Town's central plaza, attracting the attention of many players in the town. Guild leader, isn't the price for the priority entry slots a little too steep? When Blackie saw the list of city rules and management details Shi Feng had sent him, he couldn't help rubbing his eyes, wondering if he had read it wrong. The primordial civilization city has just opened. Although it provides players with a significant leveling advantage, the price of 100 bottles of life potion or 1 God crystal per slot is, I don't think many powers can accept such a price. When the Tower of the Abyss appeared in Shattering Town, the town's priority entry slots had also become incredibly valuable. Even so, the price never reached 1 God crystal or 100 bottles of life potion. After all, they were only selling priority entry into a city, not selling shops or houses. Even if many powers would like for their members to have easy access to Skeleton Hill, a level 230 taboo map, they weren't so desperate that they would pay such a steep price for this benefit. Don't worry. It's not expensive, Shi Feng said, chuckling at Blackie's concern. If the primordial civilization city only offered access to a level 230 leveling map, its priority entry slots naturally wouldn't be worth so much. However, it was a different story if the city allowed access to a world that produced level 245 taboo legendary equipment. When Blackie saw that he couldn't persuade Shi Feng, he could only carry out his instructions and publish the details pertaining to Zero Wing's new city on the Eternal Realm's official forum. Shortly after Blackie's post went live, the entire forum exploded with activity. Is Zero Wing insane? 1 God crystal for each priority entry slot? Are you sure this isn't a robbery? Chapter 3910, Chapter 984, City of Monsters, Chapter 984, City of Monsters. Zero Wing's announcement sent shockwaves across the Eternal Realm. Isn't it just a Guild City's priority entry slot? Is Zero Wing insane? Even at Shattering Town's peak, its priority entry slots only reach 2 Eternal Gold each. Is Zero Wing's new city so amazing that it's worth paying 1 God Crystal to enter? Impossible. We're talking about a heaven-defying town that comes with a neutral status here. Moreover, besides letting us trade with players of other races, the town also has the Eternal Realm's one and only Tower of the Abyss. There's no way any other town or city can hold a candle to Shattering Town. According to Zero Wing's introduction, its new city is in Skeleton Hill. If I'm not mistaken, that's a level 230 taboo map. Only a few powers have erected guild cities in the Eternal Realm's taboo maps thus far. Most of them are even holy race powers. Zero Wing has likely set this price for the various powers. After all, even with a flying mount, reaching any taboo map from the nearest town or city would normally take several hours. For the sake of exploring taboo maps, the various powers might choose to cough up the dough. The price of 100 bottles per priority entry slot is indeed outside the average player's budget. I heard that a major power had recently started persecuting Zero Wing, causing many corporations and powers to stop cooperating with it. This is likely Zero Wing's attempt at salvaging the situation. Even so, Zero Wing is still asking for too much. 1 God Crystal or 100 bottles of life potion. I doubt many powers would be willing to pay such a steep price. Initially, many players on the forum felt that Zero Wing had lost its mind when pricing its new city's priority entry slots. However, after learning more about the primordial civilization city, many independent players and adventurer teams grew interested in it. Level 230 taboo maps were currently the primary leveling spots for the Eternal Realm's frontline players. These were also the most dangerous places in the Eternal Realm because players had to face powerful monsters and the players of other races. For independent players and adventurer teams, these taboo maps were not only a place to level up, but also a place of opportunity hiding many ruins and legacies. Finding even one of these things could propel the average player's strength to greater heights. However, these opportunities also made the competition in taboo maps extremely brutal. If not for the Eternal Realm's large and plentiful taboo maps having hostile environments that prevented long-term stays, the various powers would have long since monopolized them. If independent players and adventurer teams could access a guild city built within a taboo map, they could save on travel time and significantly extend their exploration time. Eternal Realm, Shattering Town, Mystery Blue Hotel, Commander, what do you think is going through Guild Leader Blackflame's head? This is the Nebula Consortium we're talking about. Although this new city can let players save on several hours of travel time, there's no way the average expert can afford Zero Wing's asking price. Drifting Bean exclaimed after she finished reading Zero Wing's forum post. Then, she looked at Endless Scars and asked, does Guild Leader Blackflame truly think the various powers will rush to buy those slots? The average player in the Eternal Realm might not know which power Zero Wing had offended, but as Endless Scars' successor in training, Drifting Bean knew which power it was. So long as the Nebula Consortium gave the word, few powers in the human race's greater god's domain would dare to cooperate with Zero Wing unless they no longer wanted access to Stardew. If Zero Wing wished to obtain resources such as life potions, it could only obtain them through ordinary players. As most ordinary players could never get their hands on a resource as precious as Stardew, they naturally wouldn't be influenced by the Nebula Consortium. They could simply purchase life potions from various mobile cities and resell them to Zero Wing, and there'd be nothing the Nebula Consortium could do about it. After all, the corporations and powers in the various mobile cities relied on selling life potions to generate income. Not even the Nebula Consortium could get them to abandon this revenue stream. Yet, instead of targeting ordinary players, Zero Wing had chosen to sell its priority entry slots to the various powers. Zero Wing was obviously making the various powers take sides. So long as the various powers weren't stupid, they would never buy Zero Wing's priority entry slots. Zero Wing is likely trying to get back at the Nebula Consortium, Endless Scar said after pondering the matter. But even if the primordial civilization city is situated in a taboo map, I don't think the various powers will budge. As an elder of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, Endless Scars knew plenty about the conflict between the Nebula Consortium and Zero Wing. Although she admired Shi Feng for daring to stand up to the Nebula Consortium, she knew that the Nebula Consortium was too powerful for Zero Wing to topple. After all, even the Seven Luminaries Alliance had difficulty dealing with the Nebula Consortium. Hence, Endless Scars felt that Zero Wing's attempt at making the various powers take sides using the primordial civilization city was futile. Unless the various human powers went crazy and wanted to offend the Nebula Consortium, they would never buy Zero Wing's priority entry slots. Then, are we still going to develop in the primordial civilization city? Drifting Bean asked. Long-term development won't be possible, but we can use this opportunity to explore Skeleton Hill, Endless Scars said, shaking her head. Then, she continued, According to the information Zero Wing shared on the forum, Shattering Town has a teleportation gate to the primordial civilization city. Since few powers will dare to visit the city, we can use this opportunity to explore a taboo map without interruption. Gather the others. Understood. At Endless Scars' command, Drifting Bean promptly contacted the other members of Bloodwing. As Endless Scars gathered the main force members of the Bloodwing Adventurer team, other well-informed adventurer teams based in Shattering Town also prepared to develop in Zero Wing's primordial civilization city. Now that the Nebula Consortium had begun its persecution of Zero Wing, the various powers would limit their interactions with Zero Wing for fear of offending the Consortium. This meant that adventurer teams that lived in the cracks finally had an opportunity to get a head start on the various powers. They naturally couldn't miss such an opportunity. Eternal Realm, Primordial Civilization City, a moment after a beam of light descended upon the teleportation tower, Endless Scars stepped out of the tower with Bloodwing's main force members. Commander, what's going on here? Drifting Bean was dumbfounded when she exited the teleportation tower and saw the crowded street outside. Weren't the various powers supposed to keep their distance from this city? How was this possible? Not to mention Drifting Bean, even Endless Scars had difficulty believing her eyes. Contrary to her expectations, Zero Wing's primordial civilization city was packed with players sporting various guild emblems. Moreover, the levels of these players were monstrously high. Even the lowest leveled player she could spot was level 235, while the higher leveled players reached level 230 or higher. Chapter 3911, Chapter 985, Uproar, Chapter 985. Uproar, are these powers not afraid of offending the Nebula's Consortium? Endless Scars was greatly puzzled when she saw the multitude of level 235 plus players in the street. She wondered if Shattering Town's teleportation gate had brought her to the wrong place. Although the Nebula Consortium did not publicly announce its persecution of Zero Wing, news had long since spread among the upper echelons of the Greater Gods domain. Practically every upper-ranking hegemonic power or above already knew about it. Level 235 players were considered top-tier existences by every power in the Greater Gods domain. As for level 240 plus experts, they were incredibly rare in the Greater Gods domain, with over 90% of them originating from pseudo-apex powers or above. Furthermore, any power that could afford to send their level 240 plus experts into the Eternal Realm would be a first-class major power in the Greater Gods domain. Regarding these first-class major powers, the Nebula Consortium should have informed them about the situation privately. For them to still send so many of their elite experts to Zero Wing's new city was tantamount to a slap to the face for the Nebula Consortium. There was no way the Consortium would turn a blind eye to such provocation. Besides Endless Scars, even Verdant Rainbow, who had come to the primordial civilization city to advise Shi Feng to rethink his tactics, was stunned by the city's populousness. The primordial civilization city was a big city that had opened up recently, so it couldn't have too big of an NPC population. The fact that the city's streets were so crowded meant the city's player population had already exceeded 10 million. A city with 10 million players might not be spectacular, but it was a different story when all 10 million were level 235 plus experts. Even in the Greater Gods domain, few cities could achieve this level of prosperity. Not to mention, the primordial civilization city was a city in the Eternal Realm. If Verdant Rainbow hadn't known any better, she would have assumed that the Nebula Consortium had committed a heinous act that offended the Greater Gods domain's various powers, prompting many powers to express their dissatisfaction with the Nebula Consortium by visiting the primordial civilization city. However, the fact of the matter was that there wasn't any grudge to speak of between the Nebula's Consortium and the Greater Gods domain's various powers. Unbeknownst to Endless Scars and Verdant Rainbow, none of the high-level players in the primordial civilization city originated from the Greater Gods domain. Instead, they came from the remnant primordial world. Dragon's Crown was one of the remnant primordial world's overlords. A simple advertisement from it was enough to entice many powers to visit the primordial civilization city. Of course, Dragon's Crown's advertisement wasn't the sole contributor to the primordial civilization city's popularity. It was also partly because of Dragon's Crown's recent success in conquering level 245 taboo team dungeons. This was a feat Dragon's Crown had never managed in the past. Now that it had succeeded, the various powers naturally did some digging. From what the various powers learned, Dragon's Crown had somehow gotten a hold of powerful tools that could enhance the basic attributes of equipment. This, in turn, allowed Dragon's Crown to raid level 245 taboo team dungeons. After further investigation, the various powers learned that Dragon's Crown had obtained these basic attribute-enhancing tools from a place called the Greater Gods Domain. Unfortunately, as only Dragon's Crown could access the Greater Gods Domain, the various powers could do nothing but drool. After all, nobody had the strength to do anything about Dragon's Crown in the remnant primordial world. However, when Dragon's Crown suddenly announced it would let all players in the remnant primordial world travel to the Greater Gods Domain for free, the various powers instantly lost their cool. Almost immediately after receiving the news, they mobilized their expert armies to the primordial civilization city, which resulted in the city becoming packed with expert players within half a day of its opening. In front of the Divine Pathstone, a 100-man team stepped out of the space-time passage created by the Divine Pathstone. The leader of the team, a level 240 Demi-Dragon Guardian Knight, gazed at his surroundings excitedly, behaving as if he had just arrived in the land of his dreams. "Commander, I heard Guild Leader Blackflame intends to sell this city's priority entry slots. Should we buy one for each of us?" Star Butterfly, a level 239 cleric, asked Whirlwind Bulwark as she scanned her surroundings with equal excitement. "Now that this city is connecting our two worlds, it's bound to become the center of the two worlds in the future. If we can establish a foothold in this city, we can make a fortune through it. I thought of this too," Whirlwind Bulwark said, nodding. Then, a hint of concern appeared as he continued. "But the news came so suddenly that I didn't get to prepare much. Many adventurer teams also had the same idea. If we include the Greater God's Domain's native powers as well, I'm not sure if the 600-plus God crystals we brought will be enough to secure a slot for everyone. Then, we'll just buy as many as we can. I just hope that the several Apex powers and several dozen pseudo-Apex powers that came here this time won't be too interested in the slots. Otherwise, small adventurer teams like ours won't stand a chance," Star Butterfly sighed. As the Palehorn adventurer team's members made their way to the Zero Wing auction house in the heart of the city, Endless Scars' team just so happened to walk past them and overheard their conversation. "Connecting our two worlds, several Apex powers and several dozen pseudo-Apex powers, small adventurer team?" These words repeatedly stimulated the nerves of Endless Scars and the other members of Bloodwing. If Endless Scars and her teammates hadn't seen that Whirlwind Bulwark and Star Butterfly were fifth-floor experts, and that the rest of Palehorn's members were incredibly high-leveled, they would have regarded Whirlwind Bulwark and Star Butterfly as raving lunatics. Moreover, Whirlwind Bulwark and Star Butterfly weren't the only ones who spouted such ludicrous words. Many other level 245th floor experts on the street held similar discussions. Endless Scars and her teammates immediately realized they had stumbled upon a huge discovery. As an adventurer team with close ties to the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, Bloodwing had access to a lot of information unavailable to the public, including the fact that the human race's Greater God's Domain had yet to be fully explored. Hence, even if an unknown realm occupied by human players were to suddenly appear, Endless Scars and her teammates wouldn't find it surprising. Nonetheless, the conversation between Whirlwind Bulwark and Star Butterfly still shocked them. It should be known that there were only several Apex powers in the human race's Greater God's Domain. Yet, according to Whirlwind Bulwark and Star Butterfly, the primordial civilization city was connected to an unknown realm that supposedly had several Apex powers and several dozen pseudo-Apex powers. If all these powers were to enter the Greater God's Domain, they would thoroughly upset the existing balance. Moreover, the average level and strength of this unknown realm's players were astonishingly high. Despite the Palehorn adventurer team looking to be nearly as strong as the Bloodwing adventurer team, Star Butterfly only regarded Palehorn as a small adventurer team. If that was the case, how strong was this unknown realm exactly? Most importantly, this terrifying realm was connected to Zero Wing's primordial civilization city. As Drifting Bean watched the Palehorn adventurer team walk away, she couldn't help but whisper to Endless Scars, asking, "Commander, are we still going out to explore?" Chapter 3912, Chapter 986, Crazed Auction, Chapter 986, Crazed Auction Explore? What nonsense are you spouting? Endless Scars rolled her eyes at Drifting Bean. "Gather all available resources immediately. We must secure as many priority entry slots as possible before the other powers react. But, Commander, the Eternal Chamber of Commerce will criticize you if we use that many resources to bid for Zero Wing's priority entry slots," Drifting Bean said worriedly. "You might even lose your elder position if your competitors join hands." Endless Scars' status as an elder of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce was one of the main reasons the Bloodwing adventurer team could achieve its current success in the Angel Sanctuary. As the Nebula Consortium was one of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce's shareholders, overtly supporting Zero Wing was akin to going against the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. If Bloodwing were to spend large amounts of resources to buy the primordial civilization city's priority entry slots, Endless Scars' competitors in the Eternal Chamber of Commerce would not hesitate to use this opportunity to strip her of her elder qualifications. Should Endless Scars lose her status in the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, Bloodwing would have difficulty surviving in the Angel Sanctuary. So what? At Drifting Bean's concern, Endless Scars retorted nonchalantly, "Might is right in God's domain. Now that the primordial civilization city is connected to such an incredible realm, the status quo in the Eternal Realm and the Greater God's Domain is bound to undergo tremendous changes. If we can establish a foothold in this city, Eternal will come to us for help, not the other way around. Anyone who wasn't a fool could tell the significance of the primordial civilization city. It would most certainly become the center of the Eternal Realm and the Unknown Realm in the future. If Bloodwing could establish a foothold in the city, the adventurer team would have a lot of initiative in establishing partnerships with the powers of both realms. She'd have to be an utter fool to miss such an opportunity. Moreover, the unknown realm had an overwhelming advantage over the greater god's domain when it came to leveling up to level 240. If Bloodwing could rely on this advantage to mass-produce level 240 players, her authority in the Eternal Chamber of Commerce would skyrocket. She would no longer have to fear the Nebula Consortium at that time. After all, the relationship between Apex Powers and the Nebula Consortium leaned more toward mutual cooperation. Even if the Nebula Consortium held shares in the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, Eternal was by no means a subordinate of Nebula. Realization dawned upon Drifting Bean at Endless Scars' explanation. Immediately, she gathered all the god crystals and life potions in Bloodwing's possession. As the adventurer teams and independent players who came to the primordial civilization city raised god crystals and life potions at all costs, the auction for the city's priority entry slots commenced to thundering applause in the Zero Wing Auction House. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Zero Wing Auction House. I will be your host for today's auction. Blackie introduced himself to the audience as he stood on the stage. Surprise and joy filled Blackie when he saw the packed auction hall. Although none of the attendees came from the Eternal Realm's major powers, he found it surprising that so many independent players would appear. After all, the minimum bid for the upcoming auction was 1 god crystal. It was not a price the average player could afford. Zero Wing will lease 10,000 priority entry slots for the primordial civilization city today. The lease lasts 1 month, and customers who place a successful bid today will receive preference in next month's auction. Under the same bidding price, old customers will have priority. Everyone in the auction hall grew excited at Blackie's announcement. Originally, everyone thought they would have to compete fiercely every month for the primordial civilization city's priority entry slots. Although having priority bidding rights didn't guarantee them victory, any advantage was better than no advantage in the upcoming auctions. Without further ado, we will start by auctioning 100 slots. All customers are free to bid on each of the 100 slots for 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, the highest bidder for each slot will be the winner. The starting price for each slot is 1 god crystal or 100 bottles of our local world's life potion. Each increment may not be less than 1 god crystal or 100 bottles of life potion. As soon as Blackie finished speaking, the 100,000 plus players in the auction hall began placing bids through the system frantically. The Strong Mountain Adventurer team will bid 3 god crystals per slot. These first 100 slots are ours. 3 god crystals? What gives you the nerve to call out such a price? I'm buying 20 slots for 5 god crystals each. I'm bidding 600 bottles of life potion. I just want 1 slot. None of the players hesitated to bid on the first 100 priority entry slots. Even the adventurer teams in attendance did not adopt a wait-and-see approach. In just a few seconds, even the lowest bid had already reached 500 bottles of life potion, while the highest reached 10 god crystals. The attendees' feeding frenzy completely exceeded Blackie's expectations. Madness. This is madness. Isn't it just a 1-month rental? Do you people have to go to such lengths? Why don't you guys let me have this first batch for 5 god crystals per slot? There are still 9,900 slots to go anyway. The price will fall later. Old man, who do you think you're fooling? Everyone here has come prepared. The price will only go up the further we get into the auction. I'm bidding 600 bottles per slot for all 100 slots. As the 10-second time limit drew closer, every bidder grew anxious. Many even started to persuade others to give up on the current batch. However, nobody present listened to the advice of those around them. Everyone kept raising the prices of the first 100 slots. When the closing bell rang, some attendees rejoiced while others grew dejected. How are these people so rich? I bid 800 bottles of life potion per slot, yet I didn't win a single bid. Are these people Zero Wings shills? Drifting Bean was dumbfounded when the system informed her that all 100 of her bids had lost. In preparation for the auction, Endless Scars had exercised her authority and connections to obtain 100,000 bottles of life potion. This was virtually all the life potions the Bloodwing Adventurer team could muster. Originally, Drifting Bean thought they could secure at least a few hundred slots with this many life potions. However, they had failed to secure even 1 slot despite bidding 80,000 bottles for 100 slots. This outcome was utterly incomprehensible. Whether it was 800 bottles of life potion or 8 god crystals, neither was a sum accessible to the average expert player. Many players might not even consume 800 bottles of life potion within their lifetimes. Yet, such an amount wasn't enough to secure even one of the primordial civilization city's priority entry slots. Drifting Bean refused to believe there wasn't shill bidding involved. Commit all 100,000 bottles for the next 100 slots, Endless Scars said, gritting her teeth. Understood. At Endless Scars' command, Drifting Bean placed her highest bid on the second batch at the very last second. When the system alerted Drifting Bean that she had won all her bids, although she winced at how much she had just spent, she simultaneously felt relieved. Endless Scars' decision was proven to be wise as the auction progressed. Apart from the first batch's 100 slots selling for 9 god crystals or 900 bottles of life potion each, none of the slots in the subsequent batches sold for less than 10 god crystals or 1,000 bottles of life potion. The crazed demand for the priority entry slots confused many people. After the auction for the Primordial Civilization City's priority entry slots concluded, news of it quickly reached the Eternal Realm's various powers. Initially, these powers had expected the auction to become a joke. However, the reality made their jaws drop. Chapter 3913, Chapter 987, Astonishing Wealth. Chapter 987, Astonishing Wealth. Are you sure you're not joking? How can a measly 10,000 slots sell for over 40,000 god crystals and 7 million bottles of life potion? Which power is behind such a crazy stunt? What? A bunch of independent players and adventurer teams bought them? Since when have independent players and adventurer teams been so wealthy? As news of the auction's outcome spread, the various powers that had expected the auction to become a joke found themselves questioning reality. God crystals were incredibly precious in the greater God's domain. Even pseudo-apex powers didn't necessarily have 40,000 God crystals in their possession. Not to mention, who would pay upwards of 1,000 bottles of life potion just for 1 month of priority entry into a guild city? With that many life potions, one could pay for 1 month of access to a special tier mobile city. When the various powers executives learned of this crazy behavior, they felt that either they or the buyers had lost their minds. While the various powers were floundering over the auction's outcome, they finally received information regarding the Primordial Civilization City, which triggered a mental breakdown. The Primordial Civilization City was connected to an unknown human realm where multiple apex powers existed. Players of this realm could level up to level 240 without relying on taboo secret lands, making it a leveling paradise. Furthermore, many of this realm's powers were trading level 235 plus taboo epic equipment and level 240 taboo fragmented legendary equipment for combat. Ranked secret treasures and extraordinary ranked secret treasures respectively in the Primordial Civilization City at a 1-to-1 ratio. With direct access to such an incredible realm, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to consider the Primordial Civilization City a cradle for nurturing powerhouses. This discovery tempted the various powers, making them hesitate over whether they should develop in the Primordial Civilization City. However, the Nebula Consortium's influence ultimately made the various powers give up on moving into the Primordial Civilization City, at least for now. As for their reasoning, it was simple. Firstly, the Nebula Consortium would not be happy with them should they cave in so readily. With how crowded the Primordial Civilization City was, they'd have to obtain its priority entry slots if they wanted to establish a long-term presence there. But if they were to compete for the priority entry slots, they'd definitely use the more readily available life potions rather than the more precious god crystals. In that case, they'd be defying the Nebula Consortium. This would likely earn them the Consortium's ire. Secondly, the priority entry slots were too expensive. Once the craze over the Primordial Civilization City settled down a few days later, the price of the priority entry slots would fall, hence it would be wiser for them to bide their time. Their patience could also be taken as a show of respect for the Nebula Consortium, so the Consortium shouldn't mind it too much if they were to compete for the priority entry slots a few days later. For these reasons, the various powers decided to wait a few days before sending their geniuses and paragons to develop in the Primordial Civilization City. In any case, even if the independent players and adventurer teams got a head start, a few days wouldn't be enough for them to catch up to the various powers' geniuses and paragons. Not to mention, with the various powers boycotting Zero Wing together, Zero Wing would be without support out in the fields. Even if Zero Wing no longer lacked life potions, its guild members would still suffer severe losses because of Evil Nature's bounty. Allowing Zero Wing's wounds to fester for a few days would make negotiating a partnership with Zero Wing much easier later on. Simply put, they could kill 3 birds with 1 stone by being patient for a few days. Primordial Civilization City, Zero Wing's residence, guild leader's office. While the various powers were discussing how to get Zero Wing to give them more priority entry slots, Blackie excitedly reported the auction's outcome to Shi Feng. Guild leader, we made a total of 42,164 god crystals and 734 million bottles of life potion from today's auction. That's nearly as many god crystals as we got from Evil Nature's treasury. Blackie couldn't help being ecstatic as he looked at the financial statement in his hand. Excluding those leased today, the Primordial Civilization City still has 290,000 priority entry slots. If we subsequently sell 10,000 slots once every 3 days and leave 200,000 slots for ourselves, we can make at least 400,000 god crystals and 70 million bottles of life potion a month. If converted to star coins, 70 million bottles of life potion is equivalent to 2.1 trillion star coins. With this many star coins, we'll be fine even if we expand Zero Wing's internal member count by tenfold. We earned that much? Shi Feng was astonished. Even if he added all the money Zero Wing had made in his previous and current lives, the total would not come anywhere close to 2.1 trillion star coins. Not to mention, the 2.1 trillion star coins did not include the god crystals earned in the auction. Originally, Shi Feng was quite troubled about his decision to sponsor Holy Dragon's Spear. Even if he could come up with the 90 billion star coins and 15 million bottles of life potion needed, it would take him a month to get everything ready. But now, even if Holy Dragon Spear's expenditure were to double, Zero Wing could easily afford it. The sale of the Primordial Civilization City's priority entry slots was even more profitable than robbing Evil Nature. But I'm not sure we can maintain this high income for long. As we release more slots, the average price of each slot will likely decrease. Moreover, as both sides' demand for secret treasures, taboo weapons, and taboo equipment is met, demand for the priority entry slots will also decrease. Blackie sighed. The mainstream players on our side catching up to the remnant Primordial World's players and levels would be the final nail in the coffin. You don't have to worry about that, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Trade between the two sides might decrease over time, but I assure you that the number of players on our side trying to get into the remnant Primordial World will only increase over time. Furthermore, I still have a trick up my sleeve. The remnant Primordial World's true value lay in its level 240 plus resources. It was just that the Eternal Realms players had yet to explore and understand the remnant Primordial World, regarding it as no more than a slightly special level 240 secret land. Once they entered the remnant Primordial World, they would naturally learn about the level 245 taboo team dungeons and the level 245 taboo legendary weapons and equipment the dungeons produced. At that time, the entirety of the human race's greater god's domain would probably go crazy. You still have a trick up your sleeve? Shi Feng's confidence confused Blackie. He couldn't understand what more the Primordial Civilization City had to offer, other than trade and leveling resources that could attract the players of both sides. From tomorrow onward, auction this thing through the Abyss Chamber of Commerce. Auction 1 every 3 days. Only level 245 taboo legendary equipment and fantasy ranked secret treasures can be used as bids, Shi Feng said, handing Blackie about a dozen advanced divine strengthening scrolls. It had taken him several hours just to produce this small stack. With this thing, we don't have to worry about the Primordial Civilization City lacking visitors. I'll get it done right away. Blackie accepted the advanced divine strengthening scrolls, feeling elated when he realized what Shi Feng was aiming to achieve. By selling advanced divine strengthening scrolls through only the Abyss Chamber of Commerce in Luminous Sky City, Zero Wing could increase the interaction between the Eternal Realm and the remnant Primordial World. Firstly, since the advanced divine strengthening scrolls were sold in the Eternal Realm's Luminous Sky City, the remnant Primordial World's powers would have to interact with the Eternal Realm to obtain the scrolls. As for the Eternal Realm's powers, although they could bid on the advanced divine strengthening scrolls using fantasy-ranked secret treasures, they would need the remnant Primordial World's level 245 taboo legendary equipment to use the scrolls on. After Blackie left the room, Shi Feng retrieved the Abyss Workshop certification from his bag and teleported to the Flame Dragon God's Nest, intending to redeem the Flame God set. Chapter 3914, Chapter 988, Flame God Set, Chapter 988, Flame God Set, Primordial Dragon Sanctuary, Flame Dragon God's Treasury. When Shi Feng arrived at the Treasury's plaza, he found it packed with members of the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary's pseudo-apex powers. These players were either normal members trading undying souls with each other, or executives collecting undying souls from their respective guild members. All of you, stop holding on to your undying souls. If you turn in all your undying souls to the guild now, you can still get a considerable amount of contribution points. You can even ask for Stardew if you prefer that option. But if you wait until the treasury is almost out of items, your undying souls will become worthless. A level 240 old man from Red-tailed Dragon advised as he swept his gaze across the Red-tailed Dragon members who had come to turn in their daily quota of undying souls. However, none of the Red-tailed Dragon members bought into the old man's words. They turned in no more than the required number of undying souls, which had the old man shaking his head. How many more undying souls do we need to reach 50 million? Tarnished Wind, a giant player and the designated successor of Red-tailed Dragon, asked the old man quietly. We're still a little over 8 million short, the old man replied, pinching the bridge of his nose. That's about the same as Holy Dragon Spear, Tarnished Wind said, gritting his teeth. Those cunning bastards. If they hadn't banded together to force us to buy everything they own, we would have collected enough undying souls long ago. Currently, the various pseudo-apex powers had their sights set on one thing and one thing only in the Flame Dragon God's treasury, the Flame God set. Originally, the various pseudo-apex powers had already given up on redeeming the Flame God set after the Flame Dragon God's Nest's access key fell into Shi Feng's hands. However, following the Nebula Consortium's intervention, the various pseudo-apex powers again had designs on the Flame God set. As Red-tailed Dragon and Holy Dragon Spear happened to have the most undying souls out of the 8 pseudo-apex powers operating in the Flame Dragon God's Nest, they ended up in fierce competition. Red-tailed Dragon and Holy Dragon Spear had gradually increased their purchase prices to obtain the Undying Souls in the possession of the 6 other pseudo-Apex Powers members. Initially, they bought Undying Souls for only 1 Mental Strength Potion or 1 Life Potion, 30,000 star coins per 10 Undying Souls. Now, they were paying 20,000 star coins per Undying Soul. However, while this price increase might have allowed Red-tailed Dragon and Holy Dragon Spear to collect many Undying Souls within a short period, it also inspired more and more players to hold on to their Undying Souls as time passed in the hope of getting a better price. As for the 6 other pseudo-Apex Powers, they took things a step further. Although they had given up on competing for the Flame God set after realizing they couldn't win against Red-tailed Dragon and Holy Dragon Spear, they did not immediately try to sell their Undying Souls to either of the 2 powers. Instead, they banded together and declared that if Red-tailed Dragon or Holy Dragon Spear wanted their Undying Souls, either power would have to buy everything they owned at the going rate. The 6 other pseudo-Apex Powers held nearly 200 million Undying Souls in total. If bought at 20,000 star coins per Undying Soul, that would cost nearly 4 trillion star coins altogether. Red-tailed Dragon could never accept such an astronomical price. Not to mention, Red-tailed Dragon didn't need that many Undying Souls. Announce to the other powers members that Red-tailed Dragon will buy their Undying Souls for 30,000 star coins each. Make sure they know that this is their only chance to sell their Undying Souls for this price, Tarnished Wind said after much consideration. Are we really going to do this? The old man asked worriedly. If we raise the price to 30,000, Holy Dragon Spear will most likely follow suit. Once that happens, we'd be fortunate to collect 100,000 Undying Souls before those opportunists switch to waiting for the price to increase again. And should the other powers realize we might never collect enough Undying Souls, they'll demand we buy their Undying Souls for an even more ridiculous price. Red-tailed Dragon and Holy Dragon Spear were in a stalemate only because they still had self-restraint. Both sides had tacitly agreed to keep the price of Undying Souls at 20,000 star coins. After all, should either side dare to raise the price any further, they might end up spending several 100 billion star coins for the Flame God set. Even if Red-tailed Dragon was wealthy, it couldn't afford such extravagance. I must have the Flame God set, Tarnished Wind said definitively. So long as I can get the Flame God set, it'll be worthwhile even if Red-tailed Dragon has to tighten its belt for an entire year. Divine sets were of great significance to the greater God's domain's powers. It was especially so for pseudo-Apex powers. If Red-tailed Dragon owned a divine set, Apex powers would no longer regard it as an ant. Even if it accidentally offended an Apex power, the Apex power in question would only respond with a token retaliation, at most. So long as Red-tailed Dragon paid some compensation, the Apex power wouldn't try to take things too far. The old man fell silent at Tarnished Wind's words. He similarly understood the significance of a divine set to Red-tailed Dragon. After pondering for a moment, the old man instructed his subordinates to purchase Undying Souls for 30,000 star coins each. Shortly after Red-tailed Dragon increased its purchase price, news of it reached Holy Dragon Spear. Damn it, is Tarnished Wind out of his mind? 30,000 star coins? Does he want mutual destruction? Southlake nearly exploded when he read the latest report from his subordinate. Due to the recent incident with the Nebula Consortium, Holy Hymn City's various powers and corporations had put a lot of pressure on Holy Dragon Spear. This situation forced Southlake to sever Holy Dragon Spear's ties with Zero Wing and put his grand ambitions on hold. In a last-ditch effort to revive his ambitions, Southlake decided to risk it all on the Flame God set. However, with Red-tailed Dragon's latest price increase, Holy Dragon Spear might lose much of its shares to Holy Hymn City should it continue competing with Red-tailed Dragon. At that time, Holy Dragon Spear would no longer be the same as before. Great Commander, why don't we give up? With our current finances, we can't afford to pay 30,000 star coins per Undying Soul, Apocalypse advised. The 6 other powers are also banking on the fact that we need their Undying Souls to redeem the Flame God set, so they will only sell their Undying Souls to us if we agree to buy everything they have. Southlake similarly understood the other pseudo-Apex powers' intentions, and he couldn't help feeling frustrated. Do we give up? Southlake muttered and fell into thought. About 10 seconds later, he sighed. So be it. Tell the other powers that Holy Dragon Spear is giving up the competition. However, they must help dispose of Holy Dragon Spear's Undying Souls. Otherwise, I will tell Tarnished Wind my decision, and no one will have it easy. Originally, after seeing Red Frost reach the 6th floor standard, Southlake thought Holy Dragon Spear could rely on its partnership with Zero Wing to steadily improve the strength of its members. If the Tower of the Abyss was as amazing as Red Frost described, Holy Dragon Spear could even become an Apex power. However, before he could turn his dreams into reality, Zero Wing had somehow offended the Nebula Consortium, foiling his plans and forcing him to depend on the Flame God set. The Flame God set was Holy Dragon Spear's last hope at becoming an overlord in the greater God's domain, but now even that hope was lost. Just as Apocalypse was about to contact the 6 other pseudo-apex powers, a surprised outcry arose from the Treasury Plaza. At the same time, horrified expressions appeared on the faces of the players in the plaza. Quick, look at the exchange list. The Flame God set is gone. Chapter 39.5 Team, Chapter 989, 4th Divine Sets Might, Chapter 989. 4th Divine Sets Might, did Tarnished Wind redeem it? The cries of the players in the plaza momentarily stunned South Lake. Then, confusion appeared on his face as he muttered, but that shouldn't be possible. Red-tailed Dragon should still be short of several million undying souls. Even if it raised its purchase price to 30,000 star coins, there's no way it can collect so many so quickly. Could Tarnished Wind have reached an agreement with the other powers? Apocalypse wondered, his expression turning ugly. Several million undying souls might not be a significant amount, but it was by no means little either. There was no way Red-tailed Dragon could get such an amount through the various powers members alone. The only explanation was that it had purchased the undying souls in the possession of the other pseudo-apex powers. However, if that were the case, it would be the worst possible news for Holy Dragon Spear. Holy Dragon Spear had expended considerable resources and star coins to obtain the undying souls it currently possessed. If these undying souls ended up becoming useless, the adventurer team would suffer severe losses. That shouldn't be the case, Southlake said firmly, shaking his head. If Tarnished Wind decided to accept the other powers' conditions, Red-tailed Dragon wouldn't have needed to announce it was raising its purchase price. The other powers would have gladly sold their undying souls at the previous price. Tarnished Wind must have put a lot of work into keeping his actions a secret to finish collecting the remaining undying souls without the other powers noticing. Apocalypse sighed. Unlike Holy Dragon Spear and Red-tailed Dragon, the other pseudo-apex powers had long since given up on competing for the Flame God set. To dispose of the undying souls in their possession, they kept a very close eye on the undying souls Holy Dragon Spear and Red-tailed Dragon possessed. This was so they could ensure neither power could collect the necessary 50 million undying souls. Yet, Tarnished Wind had collected 50 million undying souls for Red-tailed Dragon without the other pseudo-apex powers noticing. This came as a huge surprise to Apocalypse. While Apocalypse was lamenting Holy Dragon Spear's situation, a young man walked into the advance tent occupied by Apocalypse in South Lake. Despite looking no older than 20, the young man was already a level 236 Tier 6 Ranger who had reached the 5th floor standard. He was also fully equipped with fragmented divine artifacts, and his strength was no weaker than the chosen ones nurtured by Apex powers. Dayspring, did something happen on Red-tailed Dragon's side? Apocalypse asked. Dayspring was among the latest batch of chosen ones nurtured by Holy Dragon Spear. While not as talented as Heiser, he was still a genius that Holy Dragon Spear would only see once every few years. Outside of grinding in the Flame Dragon God's Nest, he was tasked with keeping an eye on Red-tailed Dragon's situation whenever he was on break. I'm not sure what happened, but Red-tailed Dragon seemed to go crazy after news came from the plaza that the Flame God set had disappeared. In addition to mustering its forces, Red-tailed Dragon sealed off the plaza with a Great Grandmaster War Barrier, Dayspring reported. Red-tailed Dragon has sealed off the plaza? Southlake was stunned. Wasn't Tarnished Wind the one who redeemed the Flame God set? That can't be. Who else has the undying souls to redeem it apart from us? Apocalypse was equally confused. As powers that had operated in the Flame Dragon God's Nest for quite some time, they knew it was impossible for the average power to obtain 50 million undying souls without relying on others. Collecting 40 million undying souls had severely impacted Holy Dragon Spear's and Red-tailed Dragon's daily operations. Apocalypse found it hard to imagine any other power could collect 50 million undying souls so quickly and without anybody noticing. No, there's still one other power. It's just that Southlake suddenly thought of Zero Wing. However, when he recalled the Nebula Consortium's recent interference, he couldn't believe Zero Wing would be foolish enough to come to the Flame Dragon God's Nest to redeem the Flame God set. After all, the protection of an Apex Power 1 was useless against the Nebula Consortium. Regardless, we should go and take a look. Apocalypse, have all our experts gather at the Treasury Plaza? Understood. Apocalypse promptly contacted all the Holy Dragon Spear members in the Flame Dragon God's Nest. While Holy Dragon Spear assembled its forces, Shi Feng looked at the Flame God set in his bag space with great joy. After waiting for so long, it's finally mine. Shi Feng's heart pounded as he studied the 8-piece equipment set. The Flame God set. It ranked 4th among the 6 great divine sets of the human race's greater god's domain. In his previous life, Holy Dragon Spear had relied on it to make a name for itself among the human race and the holy race. The set had even elevated Holy Dragon Spear into an adventurer team that every power had to be cautious of. Shi Feng never dared to have designs for the 6 great divine sets in his previous life. After all, the 6 great divine sets were feared by even Apex powers. The manpower and resources required to procure one of these sets could deter even Apex powers from trying, let alone weaker powers. But now, he had redeemed the complete Flame God set just by spending 50 million undying souls. This situation felt like a dream to him. When Shi Feng inspected the Flame God set's statistics, he was dumbfounded. Flame God's Crown Divine Artifact, Equipment Requirement Tier 6, Strength 200,000, Agility 200,000. Flame God's Pauldrons Divine Artifact, Equipment Requirement Tier 6, Strength 200,000, Agility 200,000. Flame God's Gauntlets Divine Artifact. Equipment Requirement Tier 6, Strength 200,000, Agility 200,000. Flame God's Bracers Divine Artifact, Equipment Requirement Tier 6, Strength 200,000, Agility 200,000. Flame God's Cuirass Divine Artifact. Equipment Requirement Tier 6, Strength 200,000, Agility 200,000. Flame God's Belt Divine Artifact. Equipment Requirement Tier 6, Strength 200,000, Agility 200,000. Flame God's Greaves Divine Artifact. Equipment Requirement Tier 6, Strength 200,000, Agility 200,000. Flame God's Sabatons Divine Artifact. Equipment Requirement Tier 6, Strength 200,000, Agility 200,000. Flame God Set's 4-piece effect provides an unrestricted 100% increase to all basic attributes and a 10% increase to all skill and spell completion rates. Grants the use of the Tier 7 Profound Active Skill Flame, God's Roar. Flame God Set's 8-piece effect improves the user's law projection by 1 rank, reduces equipment requirement by 50%. Grants the Tier 7 Profound Passive Skill Dragon's Will, weakening the effects of mental attacks by 90% and law projections by 50%. If the user is not the Flame Dragon God's legatee, the Flame God Set's quality will be lowered to the Fragmented Divine Artifact standard, and the set effects will be halved. Sure enough, there's no way the main God system would let players get a complete version of one of the 6 great divine sets so easily. Shi Feng was at a loss for words when he finished reading the Flame God Set statistics. He had indeed obtained the Flame God Set. It was also every bit as heaven-defying as he expected. However, unless one was the Flame Dragon God's legatee, equipping the Flame God Set would cause it to be weakened to the Fragmented Divine Artifact standard. With such a penalty in place, the Flame God Set couldn't even be considered a regular divine set, let alone one of the 6 great divine sets. However, Shi Feng quickly recovered from his disappointment and replaced his God Chaser set with the Flame God Set. Although the Flame God Set couldn't exhibit its true potential unless equipped by the Flame Dragon God's legatee, it still provided more basic attributes than the average Divine Artifact ranked equipment. Not to mention, it came with 2 Tier 7 profound skills. Upon equipping the Flame God Set, Shi Feng felt power coursing through his body. Even his life rating changed. With my current basic attributes, I should match the various pseudo-apex powers level 240 old monsters. Shi Feng couldn't help marveling at his updated attribute panel. In his previous life, he had to actively avoid the various pseudo-apex powers level 240 plus old monsters. This was because those old monsters were fully equipped with divine artifacts and possessed ancient legacies that granted them basic attributes rivaling those of level 240 ancient gods. Now, with the basic attributes provided by the incomplete Flame God Set and the Frost Flame Sacred Dragon, he could already match the basic attributes of the various pseudo-apex powers level 240 plus old monsters. While Shi Feng marveled at the Flame God Set's might, the Treasury Plaza suddenly became noisy as a legion of 1,000 level 240 elite experts surrounded it. This sight surprised even the pseudo-apex powers that had come to check on the situation. Tarnished Wind must be really anxious to mobilize even the Crimson Dragon Legion, Southlake exclaimed when he saw Red-Tailed Dragon's strongest trump card legion deployed around the Treasury Plaza. Then, as he swept his gaze across the plaza, he suddenly noticed a familiar face. Guild Leader Black Flame? Chapter 3916, Chapter 990, Sundered Sky, Chapter 990, Sundered Sky, Guild Leader Black Flame. Southlake's words stunned Apocalypse. Great Commander, are you sure you're not mistaken? The current situation in the Flame Dragon God's Nest was completely different from when Zero Wing was still partnered with the various pseudo-apex powers. The Primordial Dragon Sanctuary's pseudo-apex powers had initially been willing to partner with Zero Wing only out of respect for and fear of Dragon's Crown, a suspected hidden apex power. Otherwise, even if Zero Wing had redeemed the access key, the various pseudo-apex powers would have tried various means to occupy the secret land. Now that the Nebula Consortium had conveyed its intention to persecute Zero Wing to the various pseudo-apex powers, it no longer mattered whether an apex power backed Zero Wing. The various pseudo-apex powers no longer had to concede to Zero Wing. This was also why they dared to have designs on the Flame God Set. If Shi Feng dared to redeem the Flame God Set, the various powers would not treat him as courteously as before. Have a look yourself, Southlake said, pointing at a cloaked figure in the middle of the Treasury Plaza. When Apocalypse looked at the cloaked figure Southlake indicated, he instantly recognized the other party as Shi Feng. After all, Shi Feng hadn't bothered to hide his appearance. Anybody who had met him before would recognize him. Is he crazy? Apocalypse was stunned. Apocalypse did not doubt that Shi Feng had the undying souls to redeem the Flame God Set. After all, Shi Feng had already shown himself capable of obtaining many undying souls within a short period when he previously redeemed the access key and Empress's scales. Hence, Apocalypse didn't find his having collected enough undying souls to redeem the flame god set strange. What Apocalypse hadn't anticipated was for Shi Feng to boldly come and redeem the flame god set by himself. The Treasury Plaza wasn't particularly large, not to mention there were only several hundred players in the plaza right now. With just a glance, anyone could see that Shi Feng was the only player not sporting the guild emblem of a primordial dragon sanctuary pseudo-apex power. Now that Shi Feng was trapped in the plaza, he was at the mercy of Tarnished Wind. After all, even a level 240 ancient god would need some time to break out of a great Grandmaster war barrier. Sure enough, this young man is still too ignorant, Southlake said, shaking his head as he watched Tarnished Wind approach Shi Feng with the Crimson Dragon Legion. He thinks he can run rampant in the greater god's domain just because he has an apex power backing him. He has no idea that there are existences that even apex powers fear in this world. Should we intervene? Apocalypse asked when he saw Tarnished Wind's forces encircling Shi Feng. Since the threat of Dragon's Crown was no longer a concern, Tarnished Wind would not hesitate to attack Shi Feng. With the Crimson Dragon Legion mobilized, only Holy Dragon Spear had the forces necessary to get Shi Feng out of this situation. As Zero Wing and Holy Dragon Spear were formerly partners, and Shi Feng was someone Red Frost thought highly of, Apocalypse naturally couldn't stand by and watch as Tarnished Wind killed him. Of course, but not immediately, Southlake said, shaking his head. Then, while looking at Shi Feng, he continued, "We might be able to save him this time, but we can't save him all the time. He needs to experience some suffering and learn that pseudo-apex powers aren't easy opponents." You're right. Apocalypse nodded in agreement. He similarly felt that Shi Feng needed to experience defeat. Otherwise, Shi Feng might fall under the illusion that there were no powerhouses in the greater god's domain and that he could do whatever he wanted so long as he had Dragon's Crown's backing. Apocalypse was familiar with the name of Black Flame. As the 6th-ranked expert on the updated Divine Glory list, Shi Feng could be considered an Apex expert. Under normal circumstances, the various pseudo-Apex powers would try to avoid antagonizing him, even more so if they knew of his backing. However, now that Zero Wing had made an enemy out of the Nebula Consortium, Shi Feng would be dreaming if he thought his status as the 6th-ranked player on the Divine Glory list could get Tarnished Wind to back off. Over at the Treasury Plaza, the situation played out as Southlake and Apocalypse had anticipated. Tarnished Wind did not show any fear when he stood before Shi Feng. There was even a hint of excitement in his eyes. "It's true. You really did redeem the Flame God set," exclaimed Tarnished Wind, who was level 241, as he stared at the Flame God set under Shi Feng's black cloak. As if the black cloak was fake, it could not hide any secrets from him. Then he demanded, "Guild Leader Black Flame, hand over the Flame God set, and I will promise you safe passage out of the secret land. Otherwise, I will have you disappear from God's domain, even if you have the Flame God set equipped." "Commander Wind, are you so confident you can defeat me?" Shi Feng looked at Tarnished Wind in surprise. In his previous life, the Flame God set was regarded as one of the 6 great divine sets of the human race's greater god's domain. Although the players of this timeline had yet to witness its might, some of its information could still be found in the Grand Library. According to the Grand Library's records, the Flame God set could grant its wearer's strength to rival primordial gods. Even though he was only level 233 right now, he was already strong enough to overpower the average level 240 player. Naturally, Tarnished Wind answered confidently, "Had it been any other divine set, I would be powerless against you, but I know that unless equipped by the Flame Dragon God's legatee, the Flame God set will only be on par with fragmented divine sets, not to mention you're only level 232. I might have feared you slightly had you been level 240, but in your current state, you are unqualified to stand against me. So, hand over the Flame God set or die." After saying so, Tarnished Wind, who was 8 meters tall, swung his gigantic warhammer at Shi Feng. The moment the warhammer moved, all players in the Treasury Plaza felt it dragging the surrounding space along. It was as if Tarnished Wind was swinging a miniature world at Shi Feng, his attack causing the space within the plaza to distort heavily. Damn it. Southlake's expression turned serious at this turn of events. As for Apocalypse, he unsheathed the divine saber he carried and dashed forward. As the successor of Red-Tailed Dragon, the second strongest pseudo-apex power in the primordial dragon sanctuary, Tarnished Wind had risen to fame long ago. When he was still at level 230, he had shocked the primordial dragon sanctuary by surviving several minutes against a level 235 ancient god, despite being equipped with only a divine warhammer and fragmented divine artifact ranked equipment. He could accomplish this astonishing feat because of World Hammer, a technique he had developed by fusing 2 advanced gold combat techniques. Now that Tarnished Wind was level 241 and fully equipped with divine artifacts, even the level 240 old monsters of the primordial dragon sanctuary's pseudo-apex powers would not dare to receive his World Hammer lest they get one-shotted. "This move is quite powerful," Shi Feng commented, marveling at Tarnished Wind's attack. Then he unsheathed the Shadow Incinerator and continued, "But it's still not enough to defeat me. Pseudo Tier 7 skill, Absolute Thunder." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning sundered the sky, piercing the war barrier and streaking tens of thousands of yards away from the Flame Dragon God's treasury. As the lightning faded, Tarnished Wind stared dumbfounded at his missing arm and HP bar, which had fallen by over 50%. Chapter 3917, Chapter 991, Clues to the Undying Mother. Chapter 991, Clues to the Undying Mother. Everyone in and around the plaza gradually returned to their senses as the lightning faded. However, when they saw the state Tarnished Wind was in, their eyes widened in shock. This was especially so for the various pseudo-Apex Powers executives. Tarnished Wind got heavily injured? Southlake couldn't believe his eyes. When Tarnished Wind took action, Southlake had thought of many possible outcomes, but none included a scenario where Tarnished Wind suffered severe injury. As Holy Dragon Spear and Red-Tailed Dragon were longtime partners, Southlake knew how strong Tarnished Wind was. Aside from Apocalypse, nobody present could confidently say they could face Tarnished Wind's World Hammer and come out unscathed. To suppress Tarnished Wind, Southlake would have to work with Apocalypse at the very least. But now, Shi Feng had heavily injured Tarnished Wind with a single move. This situation overturned Southlake's worldview. Is this the Flame God set's power? Apocalypse couldn't help but link Shi Feng's performance to the Flame God set. According to the Grand Library, the Flame God set could grant a Tier 6 player strength rivaling that of primordial gods. Although Apocalypse had doubted this information, this situation made him reconsider his opinion. Tarnished Wind was a level 241 player fully equipped with divine artifacts. He could stand among the strongest players in the Greater Gods domain. On the other hand, Shi Feng was only level 232. The gap between them was over 5 levels. Unless Shi Feng could rival a level 232 primordial god in strength, it shouldn't be possible for him to injure Tarnished Wind heavily with one move. Impossible. You've obtained the Flame Dragon God's legacy? Tarnished Wind glared at Shi Feng, his eyes filled with vexation and disbelief. Tarnished Wind had happened across information in the Flame Dragon God's nest that the Flame God set could only unleash its true potential in the hands of the Flame Dragon God's legatee. However, even after fully utilizing Red-Tailed Dragon's available manpower, he failed to find any information about the Flame Dragon God's legacy. This was also why he was certain Shi Feng couldn't fully utilize the Flame God set even after redeeming it. Take a guess, Shi Feng retorted, chuckling. Then, he executed the threefold mana body technique and swung the Shadow Incinerator. Goddess-ranked mana technique, Dark Moon. Aside from Absolute Thunder, this was the strongest attack he could muster. Although not as powerful as Absolute Thunder, when enhanced by his pseudo Tier 7 mana, Dark Moon could exhibit power that surpassed that of peak gold combat techniques and touched upon the pseudo Tier 7 standard. Even when uninjured, Tarnished Wind couldn't block this attack completely. Now that he was missing an arm and heavily injured, he naturally stood no chance against it. Despite his attempt to block the attack, Tarnished Wind lost all his remaining HP to it. This situation petrified the Crimson Dragon Legion members considering joining the fight. Subsequently, a peculiar scene played out in the Treasury Plaza. Despite the Crimson Dragon Legion comprising level 240 elite experts, none of the Legion members dared to approach Shi Feng. On the contrary, they took a step backward for every step forward Shi Feng took. The scene was so spectacular that it shocked even Apocalypse, who had fought in the Greater Gods domain for over a century. The Crimson Dragon Legion was Red-Tailed Dragon's strongest trump card legion. It was a first-class legion in the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary, primarily established to counter the various pseudo-Apex Powers level 240 old monsters. No matter how powerful a player was, there was a limit to their stamina and concentration. When empowered by a large-scale silver battle array, the Crimson Dragon Legion members, despite being equipped with only a few fragmented divine artifacts, could achieve basic attributes on par with players fully equipped with divine artifacts. If any pseudo-Apex Powers level 240+ old monsters were to fight the Crimson Dragon Legion alone, they would ultimately collapse from exhaustion. Although the Crimson Dragon Legion would sustain severe losses in the process, the death of a level 240+ old monster more than made up for these losses. But now, the Crimson Dragon Legion's prided ability to whittle down level 240+ old monsters had turned into a joke in front of Shi Feng. After all, if Tarnished Wind couldn't survive even 2 moves against Shi Feng, the Crimson Dragon Legion members naturally wouldn't fare any better. They might not even last 1 move against him. In that case, there was no way they could last long enough to see Shi Feng run out of stamina and concentration. What the Crimson Dragon Legion members didn't know was that Shi Feng couldn't use the combination of the threefold mana body technique and Dark Moon many times. Even if he stopped using the threefold mana body technique, he still couldn't use Dark Moon 1,000 times consecutively. Could he be the second coming of Imperial Wraith? Southlake was shocked and envious as he looked at Shi Feng. Imperial Wraith. He was one of Demon's Gate's 9 great experts. The various Apex Powers feared him the most out of the 9 great experts. This was because he possessed a divine set and incredible talent for combat, with rumors saying he had reached the half-step mortal god standard. These factors enabled him to simultaneously fight over 10 old monsters fully equipped with divine artifacts. Even Apex powers did not have many level 240+ old monsters fully equipped with divine artifacts. Most were also required to defend strategic locations and couldn't be mobilized on a whim. Hence, Imperial Wraith's strength made him a huge threat to the various Apex powers. Although Shi Feng had yet to reach Imperial Wraith's level, he already had the makings of Imperial Wraith. He should already be strong enough to threaten an entire pseudo-Apex power by himself. After all, no pseudo-Apex power had more than 10 level 240+ old monsters fully equipped with divine artifacts. After red-tailed dragon's forces retreated from the treasury under an old man's lead, the executives of the other pseudo-Apex powers promptly approached Shi Feng to cozy up to him and express that their powers would never be enemies with Zero Wing. They also took the initiative to withdraw their members from the Flame Dragon God's Nest and compensate Shi Feng with triple the entrance fee they previously agreed on. This situation allowed Shi Feng to earn over 1 million bottles of life potion. Guild Leader Black Flame, congratulations. Zero Wing has finally stepped into the Greater God's Domain's uppermost echelon in the truest sense. Now that you've redeemed the Flame God set and defeated Tarnished Wind, even the Nebula Consortium will likely have to reconsider its conflict with Zero Wing, Southlake said, offering his most sincere congratulations. It was just a fluke, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. I doubt the Nebula Consortium will even take notice of my fight here. The Nebula Consortium had a presence behind multiple Apex powers. Shi Feng wasn't gullible enough to believe that a player equipped with a divine set was enough to get such a terrifying existence to take Zero Wing seriously. You are too modest, Southlake responded out of courtesy. He did not refute Shi Feng's words because he agreed with Shi Feng's sentiment. Moving on from this topic, he continued, regarding the Undying Mother you asked us to investigate, I finally obtained some reliable information yesterday. It was last seen in the Giant Sanctuary's Demon God Forest 5 days ago. It appeared in the Demon God Forest 5 days ago? Shi Feng was both delighted and troubled by this unexpected news. The Undying Mother was the biggest obstacle for his reaching Tier 7. The Greater God's Domain's 22 taboos were nomadic monsters that brought death and destruction wherever they went. It was incredibly difficult for players to obtain information on them. This was because players who encountered them usually died without knowing how they were killed. Hence, finding any of the 22 taboos was a chore and required a lot of time. Originally, Shi Feng thought it would be weeks before he could locate the Undying Mother. Hence, he was pleasantly surprised to learn of its whereabouts so soon. At the same time, though, he couldn't help but frown when he heard where the Undying Mother was last seen. The Giant Sanctuary's Demon God Forest, also known as the Lair of Demon Gods, was an incredibly dangerous forbidden land in the human race's Greater God's Domain. Chapter 3918, Chapter 992, Demon God Forest, Chapter 992, Demon God Forest. Are you certain about this information? Shi Feng asked Southlake. Raiding the Undying Mother was already a challenging task. Even if he now had the Flame God set, he still wasn't confident he could kill the 14th ranked existence among the 22 taboos. If he had to fight it in the Demon God Forest, the probability of failure would be even higher. The Demon God Forest might be an unfamiliar name to most players in the Greater God's Domain, but all the powers operating in the 12 sanctuaries knew of it. Demon gods were gods born from demonic creatures. Some demon gods were born as such, while others were demonic creatures that evolved into demon gods later in life. However, without exception, they were all incredibly powerful, with the weakest demon god rivaling Tier 6 dragons and the stronger ones rivaling primordial gods. As its name suggested, the Demon God Forest was the habitat of demon gods. In Shi Feng's previous life, even the Holy Race's royal powers never considered conquering the Demon God Forest. If he had to raid the Undying Mother in the Demon God Forest, it would be akin to fighting a boss amidst a horde of bosses. Of course, not all was bad news. Taboo bosses were considered the enemy of all creatures, including demon gods. This was because taboo bosses gained their strength through devouring other living creatures. Hence, like all other creatures, demon gods regarded taboo bosses as mortal enemies. If a demon god were to stumble into Shi Feng while he was fighting the Undying Mother, he could rest assured that the demon god would attack both him and the Undying Mother. I'm certain, Southlake said firmly. This information is widely known in the Giant Sanctuary. You can find out about it just by asking around. Shi Feng was surprised by this answer. It's widely known? The 22 taboos were walking disasters. Few players could survive an indirect encounter with a taboo boss, and even fewer could survive a direct encounter. One would normally have to see it in person to determine which taboo boss one was dealing with. However, experts who could get close enough to the Undying Mother to determine its identity and live to tell the tale were few and far between in the Greater God's Domain, so there shouldn't be many players who knew about the Undying Mother's whereabouts, let alone the player population of the entire Giant Sanctuary. This matter has caused quite a stir in the Giant Sanctuary, Southlake said, nodding. Then, with a hint of fear in his eyes, he continued, The Undying Mother devoured many demon gods after it appeared in the demon god forest, provoking one of the ancient demon gods residing in the depths of the forest to confront it. Their fight was earth-shattering, its repercussions reaching several dozen cities neighboring the demon god forest. Many expert players went into the forest to investigate out of curiosity, and what they found shocked them to the core. The level 244 ancient demon god that confronted the Undying Mother had lost half its body and over 80% of its HP. The Undying Mother was in a slightly better state, but it was still heavily injured and had less than 1/3 of its HP remaining. It was even continuously losing HP. The news of a heavily injured level 244 ancient demon god and a heavily injured taboo boss tempted many powers into action. However, all 6 pseudo-apex powers that mobilized their armies into the demon god forest suffered severe losses, including the other powers and players that tried to take advantage of the situation. Over 1 million players suffered a true death. To rub salt into the wound, the ancient demon god and the Undying Mother were fine and disappeared after killing all nearby players. Even a level 244 ancient demon god isn't a match for the Undying Mother? Shi Feng was astonished. A level 244 ancient demon god should be as strong as a level 244 ancient god. Yet, the Undying Mother still nearly killed it. This showed just how terrifying the Undying Mother was. However, Shi Feng quickly realized this was an opportunity of a lifetime. Now that an ancient demon god had heavily injured the Undying Mother, the taboo boss would need some time to make a full recovery. After all, the injuries caused by an existence of such caliber wouldn't be limited to just physical injuries, but also soul injuries. Injuries to the soul required a long time to heal. This was true for both players and monsters. Without a powerful tool for soul recovery, 5 days were not enough for the Undying Mother's heavily injured soul to recover. Great Commander Southlake, thank you for the information. I owe you a favor for this, Shi Feng said. After learning of this important news, he decided to return to Zero Wing as soon as possible. If he were to miss this golden opportunity, he would have a much more difficult time defeating the Undying Mother. I'm glad it can be useful to you. I'll have my people keep an eye on the giant sanctuary's various powers. I'll update you once those powers receive news of the Undying Mother, Southlake said, happy to have Shi Feng owe him a favor. Experts of Shi Feng's caliber could greatly help any power. However, such experts were rarely willing to owe others a favor. After all, the cost of repaying these favors was often more trouble than these were worth. Not to mention, their favors were incredibly valuable and couldn't be assigned a monetary value. In reality, most of the favors Apex experts owed were from when they were weak. Getting them to owe a favor in their current states was next to impossible. After bidding goodbye to Southlake, Shi Feng promptly used a guild transfer scroll to teleport back to Zero Wing's residence in the primordial civilization city. Why are there so many people here to join the guild? Shi Feng was surprised when he looked out his office window and saw the long line of players waiting to enter the guild residence. Although quite a few players were already lining up to join Zero Wing when he left for the primordial dragon sanctuary 2 hours ago, they only amounted to several tens of thousands. But now, that number exceeded 100,000, with the players waiting in line occupying the entire street outside the residence. It's because of the advanced divine strengthening scroll, Blackie explained with a smile. After the scroll went on sale at the Abyss Chamber of Commerce, many powers and independent players started to crave level 245 taboo legendary equipment and fantasy-ranked secret treasures. This has caused the primordial civilization city's player population to explode. Those without priority slots will need to wait in line for 3 days just to get into the city. Since we hold most of the city's priority entry slots, many independent players in the city have decided to join Zero Wing. Currently, over 10,000 level 235 plus experts have already applied to join. At this rate, it'll only be a few days before we have over 1 million level 235 plus members. It's that effective? Shi Feng was surprised. Originally, he thought the advanced divine strengthening scroll would only lure more players into the primordial civilization city. Although he had expected independent players to join Zero Wing for the convenience of entering the primordial civilization city, he had anticipated it would take at least 1 or 2 weeks before that would happen. He never expected it to happen so soon. By the way, guild leader, in the short time you were away, something unbelievable happened in the guild. Blackie suddenly said, looking at Shi Feng's surprised expression. A second mortal god has appeared in our guild. Chapter 3919, Chapter 993, Second Mortal God, Chapter 993, Second Mortal God, Second? Who? Shi Feng asked, his voice trembling from excitement. In his previous life, the mortal god standard remained the highest achievable combat standard, even at the end of the war between the human race and the holy race. A mortal god fully equipped with divine artifacts could more or less rival 5th floor experts equipped with divine sets. Now that he had the flame god set, the guild would have 3 peerless combatants if Zero Wing could gain a second 6th floor expert. That would put it on par with the weaker apex powers that had participated in the middle stages of the war in his previous life. You'll never guess who it is, Blackie said. After a pause for suspense, he continued, If I hadn't witnessed this person conquering the Tower of the Abyss's 5th floor, I would never have believed it myself. Is it Snow or Samsara? Of everyone Shi Feng could think of, only Gentle Snow and Fervent Samsara could reach the 6th floor standard so soon. Gentle Snow had passed the Goddess of Space's trials and achieved significant improvements. She also possessed an incredible talent for combat, so it wasn't impossible for her to reach the 6th floor standard so quickly. As for Fervent Samsara, he was originally only a step away from the 6th floor standard. The foundations he had laid for himself were not much weaker than Red Frost's, hence he also had a good chance of achieving the 6th floor standard. Neither, Blackie said, grinning. It's Phoenix Rain. Rain? Blackie's answer stunned Shi Feng. Shi Feng remembered that Phoenix Rain had only reached the 5th floor standard not long ago. Although the 2 pseudo-tier 7 spells he gave her had significantly increased her combat power and allowed her to trade blows with 6th floor experts, there remained a qualitative difference between her and 6th floor experts in combat standards. After all, Phoenix Rain had learned barely any gold combat techniques. It'd be ludicrous to expect her to develop her own advanced gold combat technique in such a short period. You'll know once you meet her, Blackie said, snickering. You'll definitely be surprised. You might not even be the strongest player in our guild anymore. Did she improve that much? Shi Feng couldn't help but chuckle at Blackie's confidence. It's no longer that easy to surpass me now. Although he couldn't fully utilize the Flame God set, he already had the strength to fight level 246th floor experts fully equipped with divine artifacts. A mortal god without proper equipment and a sufficiently high level would not be a match for him. Subsequently, Blackie summoned Phoenix Rain, who had returned from grinding in the Flame Dragon God's Nest some time ago, to Shi Feng's office. When Phoenix Rain stepped into the room wearing a dark purple robe, Shi Feng couldn't help but suspect he was hallucinating. Level 242. Before leaving for the Flame Dragon God's Nest, Phoenix Rain was only level 225. Yet, she was now 1 level higher than even South Lake, Holy Dragon Spear's great commander. Her leveling speed was simply unbelievable. When Shi Feng took a closer look at Phoenix Rain, he grew even more shocked. Are you really Phoenix Rain? Shi Feng asked subconsciously. What had undergone a tremendous change wasn't just Phoenix Rain's level but also her equipment. When Shi Feng saw her equipment, he truly believed he was hallucinating. After all, not only was she fully equipped with fragmented divine artifacts, but the divine runes engraved on them also looked uniform and interconnected. It was obvious she was wearing an equipment set. In other words, Phoenix Rain was equipped with a fragmented divine set. This was equivalent to the Flame God set he had obtained. However, he only obtained the Flame God set out of sheer luck. If he hadn't been able to get a large amount of undying souls from Dragon's Crown, he could never have redeemed the Flame God set before the various pseudo-apex powers, and he would still be stuck with using fragmented legendary equipment. Guild leader, hasn't it only been a while? Have you forgotten about me already? Phoenix Rain joked. No, but haven't you improved a little too much? Shi Feng asked. If it had only been an improvement in combat standards, he could have chalked it up to Phoenix Rain having a sudden inspiration. After all, nothing was certain when it came to a person's understanding. However, it was a different story for weapons and equipment. These were not things that could be upgraded easily. Obtaining a fragmented divine set required significant manpower, resources, and opportunities. It might seem unbelievable to outsiders, but anyone who has experienced the Flame Dragon God's special trial grounds like I did wouldn't find it surprising, Phoenix Rain said, shaking her head. When she spoke of the Flame Dragon God's special trial grounds, her eyes darkened with a hint of fear. The Flame Dragon God's trial. When Shi Feng heard the mention of the Flame Dragon God, he immediately understood how Phoenix Rain had achieved such an incredible improvement. The Flame Dragon God was a primordial dragon, an existence matching primordial gods. Trials prepared by such existences were both a blessing and a disaster. Should players stumble upon such a trial and fail to pass it, the consequences were dire. Conversely, if players passed such a trial, they would reap life-changing rewards. I could only pass the trial thanks to the 2 pseudo-tier 7 spells you gave me. Otherwise, it would have been impossible, Phoenix Rain said. The difficulty of the Flame Dragon God's trial was beyond her imagination. Even 6th floor experts wouldn't be able to pass the trial if their strength was limited to the tier 6 limit standard. Fortunately, she had 2 pseudo-tier 7 spells to turn things around. Otherwise, she would have had to start over with a new account. While Phoenix Rain was describing the special trial grounds to Shi Feng, Blackie suddenly knocked on the door and entered the room with a serious expression. Guild leader, 3 players suddenly appeared outside the residence. They give off a powerful presence, and all 3 are above level 240. The man leading the group is a 6th floor expert, and I suspect that the other man and woman with him are also 6th floor experts. They say that they are from a royal power named Silver Will, and they are here to meet you, Blackie said worriedly. But it doesn't feel like they come with good intentions. Chapter 3920, Chapter 994, Last Primordial God. Chapter 994, Last Primordial God. Someone from Silver Will wants to meet me. Shi Feng looked at the picture of the 3 players Blackie shared. Then he nodded and continued. Okay. Bring them to the lounge. Shi Feng wasn't surprised that Silver Will had sent representatives to meet him. After all, the benefits of the primordial civilization city were too significant to ignore. With Silver Will being one of the remnant primordial world's 2 royal powers, it was only a matter of time before the guild came to Zero Wing. Even if Silver Will hadn't come to him, he would have gone to Silver Will. After all, Silver Will held as much strength and influence in the remnant primordial world as Dragon's Crown. The Holy Race and the Crystallian Race had yet to establish a safe route into the Eternal Realm, hence they still couldn't exhibit their true strength. This was why the human race's apex powers could still trade blows with the Holy Race's and the Crystallian Race's powers in the Eternal Realm. However, that would all change once the 2 alien races had safe routes into the Eternal Realm. At that time, the human race would lose control of at least 90% of its guild and NPC cities. Even apex powers would barely be able to survive in the Eternal Realm. Although Zero Wing could protect its hold over the primordial civilization city and Shattering Town with the inferior legendary siege weapon Firmament, that would be all it could do. Zero Wing would be unable to compete with the Holy Race's and the Crystallian Race's powers over the Eternal Realm's ruins and resources. However, if Zero Wing could partner with Dragon's Crown and Silver Will, it would be able to fight the Holy Race and Crystallian Race. At Shi Feng's answer, Blackie left to receive the 3 Silver Will representatives. Zero Wing's residence, top floor VIP lounge. When Shi Feng entered the lounge with Phoenix Rain, they saw 3 people sitting in the room, the Silver Will members Blackie previously mentioned. The leader of the group was a red-haired man in his 50s with a keen-witted and capable look. He was level 244 and equipped with a level 240 Taboo legendary equipment set. The man and woman sitting next to him were much younger, looking to be in their mid-20s. Even so, they were level 243 and level 242 respectively. They were also equipped with level 240 Taboo legendary equipment sets. When the 2 parties saw each other, surprise flashed in their eyes. 3 6th floor experts? Shi Feng was astonished by Silver Will's strength. Although Blackie had previously mentioned that all 3 of Silver Will's representatives were likely 6th floor experts, Shi Feng was still shocked when this speculation was validated. In Shi Feng's previous life, the human race only started to produce 6th floor experts long after the start of the war with the Holy Race. Although much had changed in this timeline, barely any human powers in the Eternal Realm had 6th floor experts. Yet Silver Will was already strong enough to casually send 3 6th floor experts to convey its message. Another mortal god? The red-haired man from Silver Will stared at Phoenix Rain in surprise. According to Silver Will's investigation, Zero Wing should only have 1 mortal god under its command. As for Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, he only had the strength to fight 6th floor experts. Overall, Zero Wing could only be considered middle of the pack among the Eternal Realm's powers. However, upon seeing the level 242 Phoenix Rain, the red-haired man started to revise his opinion of Zero Wing's strength. That female elf feels very strong, perhaps nearly as strong as you, Commander, Blood-Soaked Knight, the young man who was a demi-dragon berserker exclaimed in the party chat. It seems Zero Wing is more than we expected. Mortal gods were few and far between, even among the remnant primordial world's royal powers. Some apex powers might have only 1 6th floor expert. As for 6th floor experts who had reached the standard of Umbra Talon, the red-haired man, there were only a handful of such individuals in the remnant primordial world. Indeed, I thought there were hardly any experts in this Eternal Realm. It seems our trip here wasn't for naught. Flawless Cotton, the young woman who was a demi-dragon cleric, said calmly. With such an expert under its command, Zero Wing is qualified to become our partner. Blood-Soaked Knight nodded, similarly acknowledging Zero Wing's strength. After both sides were done sizing up each other, Umbra Talon initiated the conversation. Greetings, Guild Leader Black Flame. I am Umbra Talon, the current commander of Silver Will's main force, Umbra Talon introduced. Then he pointed at the 2 people beside him and continued, Beside me are my vice commanders, Blood-Soaked Knight and Flawless Cotton. The purpose of our visit is to determine whether Zero Wing is, as Purgatory Jade says, qualified to become our partner. Become your partner? Shi Feng looked at Umbra Talon in surprise. What do you mean? It seems Purgatory Jade hasn't informed you yet, Umbra Talon said, smiling when he saw the stunned look on Shi Feng. Then, he explained, I believe you know that Purgatory Jade's team successfully conquered a level 245 taboo team dungeon not long ago. This matter sparked an uproar among the various powers, causing many to investigate her team's success. It has also kindled the various powers' interest in level 245 taboo team dungeons. But these aren't the key points. Putting on a stern expression, Umbra Talon said, I'm not sure if you know this, but the remnant primordial world holds the possibility to let players reach tier 7. It is a promotion left behind by the last primordial god to be born in our god's domain. To activate this promotion land, 100 undying god crystals and 1 drop of mutant's blood are required. As undying god crystals can be obtained from level 245 taboo team dungeons, procuring 100 is not difficult for Silver Will and Dragon's Crown. However, it's a different story for the mutant's blood. It is an item that can only be obtained from level 240 plus taboo bosses. Not long ago, we received news of a taboo boss becoming heavily injured in the giant sanctuary. Many human and alien powers have also learned of this matter and have prepared many experts to raid it. This is the perfect opportunity for us to obtain Newton's blood. However, based on our experience, experts beneath the 6th floor standard would be ineffective against this level 240 plus taboo boss. As Zero Wing has experience defeating a taboo boss, Purgatory Jade suggested we include Zero Wing in our alliance. Originally, Silver Will was against this idea, but after coming here in person, I believe Zero Wing is qualified to join us. So, what do you think, Guild Leader Black Flame? Are you interested in raiding that taboo boss with us? We don't need to be the ones to kill the taboo boss. We only need to snatch a drop of Newton's blood. If we succeed, Purgatory Jade and I can make the decision to assign Zero Wing 10 of the 100 slots to enter the promotion land. When Umber Talon finished speaking, Blackie's and Phoenix Rain's eyes lit up. They never thought a taboo boss could be injured. This was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity to kill it. As for Shi Feng, he hadn't expected so many powers to set their sights on the Undying Mother. Neither had he expected this matter to attract the Holy Race and the Crystallian Race. However, what surprised Shi Feng even more was that the remnant primordial world housed a promotion land left behind by God's domain's last primordial god. Chapter 3921, Chapter 995, Taboo Crusade, Chapter 995, Taboo Crusade. The last primordial god to be born. From what Shi Feng had learned about the human race's greater God's domain in his previous life, the last primordial god to be born in God's domain should either be the goddess of space or the god slayer. Hence, unprecedented joy and excitement filled him when he heard Umber Talon's words. According to the Tier 7 Promotion Land Scroll's description, the promotion land players used to conduct their Tier 7 promotion significantly impacted their chances of advancing to Tier 7. The stronger the promotion land's owner, the greater the chances players could advance to Tier 7. As the Tier 7 promotion land scroll only teleported players to the nearest promotion land, the quality of the promotion land that players got was random. However, if players could determine the location of a Tier 7 promotion land beforehand, they would no longer be at the whims of the Tier 7 promotion land scroll's randomness. Originally, Shi Feng had considered using the inferior divine promotion land scroll's extra opportunity to try his luck, but now it would seem that was unnecessary. Regardless of whether the promotion land in the remnant primordial world belonged to the goddess of space or the god slayer, both were excellent options. After all, the two had already been incredibly strong even before they evolved into primordial gods. It went without saying they would become even stronger after they ascended to the realm of primordial gods. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that their promotion lands were the best places for human players to challenge their Tier 7 promotion. Now, all he needed to do was obtain the Undying Mother's Undying Tentacle. Then, he could use the promotion land scroll to teleport to either the Goddess of Space's promotion land or the God Slayer's promotion land. He wouldn't even need to gain the promotion land's acknowledgement like everyone else. Guild Leader Black Flame, I assure you that Zero Wing isn't being shortchanged, Umber Talon explained when he saw the stunned look on Shi Feng. The Undying God Crystal isn't a guaranteed drop. The manpower and resources needed to collect 100 are immense, so we will have to properly compensate the families and corporations that will aid us in this endeavor. Of course, if Zero Wing is the one to secure the mutant's blood, Silver Will can share 5 more slots with Zero Wing. I'm sure Dragon's Crown wouldn't mind doing the same. No problem. Zero Wing is willing to join this operation, Shi Feng answered after returning to his senses. Now that the powers of all 3 races had their eyes set on the Undying Mother, it was unrealistic for Zero Wing to seize the kill on the taboo boss. Not to mention, the giant sanctuary was the playground of the human race's apex powers. Zero Wing's only option now was to partner with Silver Will and Dragon's Crown. Otherwise, Zero Wing would be nothing before the giant sanctuary's apex powers. At Shi Feng's answer, Blood-Soaked Knight and Flawless Cotton couldn't help looking at him in disdain, thinking he was too greedy. Silver Will was only willing to let Zero Wing participate in this joint operation out of respect for Purgatory Jade and Phoenix Rain. If Shi Feng were all that Zero Wing had, it would never be qualified to partner with Silver Will and Dragon's Crown. After all, their goal was to snatch a drop of mutant's blood under the eyes of the 3 races' powers. In such a situation, even the average level 240 expert would be of little use, let alone an expert below level 240. Ultimately, it would be up to level 240 plus 6th floor experts to accomplish this task. After Shi Feng signed a God's Domain contract with Umber Talon and agreed to meet up at the Demon God Forest in 12 hours, he promptly contacted Silent Wonder. Silent, how is the production of Divine Blood going? Shi Feng asked. If Divine Blood were to be used in a team setting, it would be best if every team member could use it to maximize its potential. Originally, he had planned to wait until Silent Melody had produced 100 bottles of Divine Blood before he challenged the Undying Mother. That way, they'd have a great chance of killing the taboo boss, even in a fair fight. However, now that many of the 3 races' powers had started preparing to raid the injured Undying Mother, he could no longer afford to wait for Silent Wonder to produce 100 bottles of Divine Blood. Any number of bottles would be good in this situation. Divine Blood? At Shi Feng's question, Silent Wonder said with a haggard face, "I've only produced 5 bottles so far." "You've produced 5 bottles already?" Shi Feng was surprised. Divine Blood was a craftsman potion. If a great grandmaster alchemist tried to produce it, their production success rate would be very low. Although Blackie had supplied Silent Wonder with ample materials, the combination of a long production time and low success rate would undoubtedly hamper her production speed. Hence, Shi Feng originally estimated that he'd be lucky to get 2 or 3 bottles from Silent Wonder. However, contrary to his expectations, she had produced 5 bottles. Her talent in alchemy was much stronger than he thought. "If you aren't in a hurry, I can produce another bottle in 3 hours, Silent Wonder said confidently. "No, 5 bottles are enough," Shi Feng said, satisfied with this result. Having 1 extra bottle of Divine Blood wouldn't help much in defeating the Undying Mother. Moreover, if he delayed his departure by 3 hours, he might not make it to the meetup in time. After all, the giant sanctuary's demon god forest was a forbidden land. Even if he flew to it from the nearest NPC city, it would take him a long time to reach. Not to mention, he had to travel to the giant sanctuary from the primordial dragon sanctuary. Giant sanctuary, demon god forest. The entrance to the demon god forest was normally devoid of players. Now, nearly 10 million expert players had gathered at the foggy entrance. Most of these players were level 235 or above, and nearly 100,000 were level 240 or above. Furthermore, 2,000% of these level 240 plus players came from the Holy Race and the Crystallian Race. This sight shocked the players and powers that had come to spectate the upcoming crusade. Why are there so many alien players in our territory? 4 royal powers from the Holy Race, and 2 from the Crystallian Race. I never expected to see such a spectacular sight after Everlasting City's competition. The 7 Luminaries Alliance is amazing. It gathered over 20,000 level 240 plus experts on such short notice. What a spectacular sight. Nearly 100,000 level 240 plus players have gathered. Isn't this already enough to defeat all 22 taboos together? The last time I saw so many experts gathered to raid the 22 taboos was over 3 centuries ago. I never thought I would get another chance to witness such a scene within my lifetime. When the players watching the live broadcast via the official forum saw the situation at the Demon God Forest's entrance, they were inevitably excited. The 22 taboos of the human race's greater god's domain were regarded as invincible existences and walking disasters. No power had ever defeated them. But now, everyone felt they might witness the fall of one of the 22 taboos today. As more players gathered outside the Demon God Forest, Shi Feng finally arrived with Phoenix Rain and the others. Chapter 3922, Chapter 992, Meeting Aqua Rose again, Chapter 990, Meeting Aqua Rose again. So many powers and players have come. Phoenix Rain was taken aback when she saw the sea of players outside the Demon God Forest. Guild leader, is it fine for us to bring only 100 players? Every major power here had shown up with at least 1,000 experts. Some had even mobilized over 10,000 experts. In contrast, Zero Wing only came here with a 100-man team. With so few players, Zero Wing's team might even be mistaken for one of the spectating independent teams. We're here to raid a taboo boss, not to fight the demon gods in the Demon God Forest. There's no point in bringing so many players, Shi Feng said nonchalantly as he looked at the various powers teams. The 22 taboos were not your average boss. Aside from 6th floor experts, those under level 240 would serve little purpose in a fight against one of the 22 taboos. They might not even live long enough to face the taboo boss. The 22 taboos weren't considered disasters just because of their frightening basic attributes, but also because of the unique world laws they had mastered. These unique world laws prevented players from damaging the 22 taboos unless their technique or overall strength had reached a certain standard. Not to mention, their opponent this time was the 14th ranked Undying Mother. The players Shi Feng brought were all level 240 plus experts Zero Wing had recruited from the remnant primordial world. They were equipped with the level 240 taboo fragmented legendary equipment sets that Zero Wing had obtained from trading with Dragon's Crown and enhanced using intermediate divine strengthening scrolls. They were also equipped with the combat ranked Behemoth secret treasure set. In terms of basic attributes, they could rival the various Apex and Royal Powers level 240 elite experts. However, he didn't bring these experts to have them fight the Undying Mother. They were simply here to ward off the demon gods that might get in the way. After all, as the habitat of demon gods, the Demon God Forest was crawling with demon gods. The fight with the Undying Mother would likely attract many demon gods. While these demon gods might prioritize attacking the Undying Mother, they definitely wouldn't mind attacking any players in their way. To avoid such a distraction, it was necessary to have some players deal with these demon gods. Although having more players on guard duty would allow them to deal with more demon gods, this would also increase the likelihood of players accidentally getting killed by the Undying Mother's attacks. Any attack from the 22 taboos could inflict soul annihilation on the average tier 6 player. Even level 240 players would suffer a similar fate if they weren't fully equipped with fragmented divine artifacts or possessed incredibly high combat standards. Unless Zero Wing could ensure all the members it mobilized at least had basic attributes rivaling those of players fully equipped with fragmented divine artifacts, mobilizing any more members would only worsen the guild's losses. It would be much wiser to mobilize a small number of capable experts to distract and lure the attracted demon gods away. Shortly after Shi Feng finished speaking, two 100-man teams of cloaked players approached Zero Wing's team. They were none other than Dragon's Crowns and Silver Will's teams, led by Purgatory Jade and Umbra Talon respectively. Since everyone is here, let's enter the forest, Umbra Talon said quietly. If we encounter the Undying Mother inside, the few of us will be responsible for attacking it, while everyone else should improvise based on the situation. Once one of us secures the mutant's blood, everyone must cover their retreat. No problem. After Shi Feng, Purgatory Jade, and Umbra Talon were done assigning tasks to their respective teams, they entered the Demon God Forest with the crowd in search of the Undying Mother. The Demon God Forest was massive. It was much larger than any empire found outside. The demon gods scattered across the forest were also level 220 or above. However, for teams that average level 235 or higher, the demon gods residing in the forest's outer area were not much of an obstruction. After trekking for 5 hours, Shi Feng's group arrived at the demon god forest's inner area. From this point onward, they could occasionally see level 235 player teams struggling against level 230 plus demon gods. A team is fighting up ahead. Judging by the commotion, at least 10 demon gods are involved, Kowloon Demon said, looking at the sudden glow appearing in the distance. He heard faint explosions coming from the same direction when he focused his ears. Those demon gods must have been attracted by a big fight for so many of them to be grouped up. The Undying Mother is likely engaged in battle in that direction. There are indeed more than 10, Umbra Talon said, looking in the direction where the bright glow originated. Then, in an expectant tone, he continued, "Let's go and take a look." After saying so, Umbra Talon charged forward with Purgatory Jade, Shi Feng, and everyone else following closely. After advancing for 5 minutes, Shi Feng and the others arrived outside a massive crater where over 100,000-man teams fought against over 5,000 level 235 plus tier 6 demon gods. When they arrived, the crater was already littered with the corpses of over 1,000 demon gods and tens of thousands of players. Many weapons and equipment also littered the crater, but nobody could be bothered to loot them. Hold the line. Do not let any demon gods get near the center of the battlefield. Another dozen demon gods have joined from the northeast. Teams with manpower to spare, intercept them. The Grand Elders already have their hands full fighting the Undying Mother. If any demon god disrupts the fight, all our efforts will be wasted. Every player in the crater fought desperately against the demon gods before them. Nobody had time to rest, and there were players and demon gods dying in almost every moment. The battle was intense, almost as if it was a world war. As Shi Feng scanned these teams, a small team fighting a level 236 demon god nearby caught his attention. More specifically, his attention was drawn toward a familiar figure in the team. Why is she here? Shi Feng stared at the familiar figure in surprise. The familiar figure was none other than Aqua Rose. Compared to when Shi Feng last saw her in Luminous Sky City, she was now level 237 and fully equipped with fragmented divine artifacts. The staff she wielded was even a bona fide divine artifact. Aqua Rose handily cast threefold tier 6 spells one after another at the level 236 demon god. Moreover, her spell completion rates were extraordinarily high, at least exceeding the 100% threshold. Compared to Heiser, a half-step mortal god, her overall strength would come out only slightly behind. When Shi Feng spotted Aqua Rose, someone from her team also noticed his group's arrival. Are these people here to snatch our loot? A level 239 shield warrior in Aqua Rose's team panicked when he saw Shi Feng's group emerging from the forest. The level 236 demon god had barely any HP remaining. At most, it would be another 10 minutes before the demon god's valuable loot would be theirs. It was incredibly difficult for players to encounter a level 236, tier 6 demon god outside the demon god forest. Only now that the various powers had joined forces to invade the demon god forest did they have an opportunity to kill a level 236, tier 6 demon god. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't dare to enter the demon god forest's inner area. Doesn't that swordsman look familiar? He looks like the Divine Glory list's 6th-ranked Black Flame. A level 237 tier 6 swordsman in Aqua Rose's team exclaimed. As Shi Feng didn't hide his identity, the level 237 swordsman could quickly recognize him. Black Flame? Isn't he being targeted by the Nebula Consortium? The level 237 swordsman's words stunned the level 239 shield warrior. I heard that the Nebula Consortium is very dissatisfied with him and has instructed the Eternal Chamber of Commerce and Demon's Gate to eliminate him when given an opportunity. Eternal and Demon's Gate have mobilized many experts and old monsters to raid the Undying Mother. How dare he show up here? Chapter 3923, Chapter 997, Level 245 Primordial Godkin. Chapter 997, Level 245 Primordial Godkin Guild Leader Black Flame. Aqua Rose paused her spellcasting at the mention of Shi Feng's name. When she looked in the direction of Shi Feng and saw that it was indeed the person who had previously taken care of her and her younger sister, her eyes widened in surprise. However, a moment later, Aqua Rose's expression turned ugly. Her current team comprised experts from various powers, some of which were closely related to the Eternal Chamber of Commerce and Demon's Gate. If these experts were to inform Eternal and Demon's Gate about their discovery, it would spell doom for Shi Feng. After all, besides experts from the Holy Races and the Crystallian Race's royal powers, many of Eternal's and Demon's Gate's old monsters were fighting the Undying Mother at the heart of the battlefield. Aqua, we should quickly tell Guild Leader Black Flame to run, Seven Melody, who had tagged along with Aqua Rose on this expedition, said anxiously. My old man said that Nebula secretly issued a kill order against Zero Wing. Any power subordinate to Nebula must kill Guild Leader Black Flame should they encounter him. With so many of Eternal's and Demon's Gate's old monsters nearby, Guild Leader Black Flame will be doomed if they take action. I'm afraid it's too late, Aqua Rose said, glancing at a level 237 ranger and her team entering a call with someone. With those old monsters' speed, they won't need more than 5 seconds to get here. This isn't enough time for Guild Leader Black Flame to escape. We can only stop them if Teacher is willing to help. That might be difficult. When Seven Melody thought about her aunt, who was also dealing with the Undying Mother, she doubted the other party would make a special effort to help Shi Feng. The Scarlet Merchant Alliance was only a pseudo-apex power. If their opponent were only another pseudo-apex power, or even one of the 9 great pseudo-apex powers, her aunt might agree to buy time for Shi Feng to escape if they pleaded for help. However, it was a different story if their opponent comprised multiple apex powers. Not to mention, the Nebula Consortium had specifically named Shi Feng as its target. In such a situation, not even the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's guild leader would dare to intervene, let alone her aunt. We should at least try, Aqua Rose said, deciding to give her teacher a call regardless of the odds. However, as Aqua Rose was opening her contact list, a loud bang suddenly came from afar. Immediately afterward, numerous spells and streaks of light flew out from the center of the battlefield and scattered across the crater, shattering the earth and bursting it like a bubble. Before anyone could react to the unexpected friendly fire, over 100 figures flew out from the center of the battlefield. Run, everyone, run! Get out of the Demon God Forest immediately. Damn it! This was nothing but a trap. The Undying Mother has tricked us all. We're doomed. The Undying Mother was never heavily injured. Nobody in the Greater God's domain can kill it now. Some of the individuals who had fled from the center of the battlefield shouted as they retreated, their voices filled with frustration and despair. This scene stunned the players who were still fighting the intervening demon gods. However, it didn't take long for everyone to figure out what had happened when countless 1,000-meter-long amorphous hands emerged from the shattered earth. Undying Mother Mutant, Primordial Godkin, Divine level 245 HP, a level 245 Primordial Godkin? Seven Melody fell into despair when she saw the statistics presented to her. She never thought the Undying Mother could have reached level 245. It also never occurred to her the Undying Mother might be a Primordial Godkin. In God's domain, monsters would grow exponentially stronger with each level beyond level 200. They'd even receive a qualitative improvement every 5 levels. The average Primordial Godkin's life rating was already greater than that of dragons. Not even ancient gods would dare say they could beat a Primordial Godkin of the same level in a direct confrontation. Against a level 245 Primordial Godkin, even level 240 plus players fully equipped with divine artifacts would be like tier 3 players facing a tier 4 player. They'd be fortunate if they could even block an attack from the level 245 Primordial Godkin. At this time, a level 244 Elementalist who had fled from the center of the battlefield suddenly stopped in front of Aqua Rose and Seven Melody. The Elementalist had a head of white hair but the appearance of a little girl. When she saw Aqua Rose and Seven Melody staring at the amorphous hands in a daze, she scolded them anxiously. Aqua, Melody, why aren't you running away? Teacher? Aqua Rose was dumbfounded when she looked at the black-robed Elementalist and saw that the other party was missing a hand and had only 50% HP remaining. The little girl in question was Aqua Rose's teacher, Forlorn Chime. She was known by many as the Silent Witch, and she became one of the Greater Gods Domain's 10 great mage gods over a century ago. With the help of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance, she had gained a full set of divine artifacts and mastered multiple primordial god-ranked mana techniques. She had also developed multiple gold combat techniques and one advanced gold combat technique. Although Forlorn Chime wasn't necessarily invincible in the Greater God's domain, few players and monsters could threaten her. Never had she fallen into such a miserable state even during that one encounter with a level 245 ancient god. Well, what are you still standing there for? Run away, Forlorn Chime shouted again when she saw that Aqua Rose and Seven Melody still weren't moving. However, before Forlorn Chime's words could get through to Aqua Rose and Seven Melody, an amorphous hand suddenly towered behind them. At this sight, Forlorn Chime drew a series of divine runes in the air with her remaining hand without hesitation, completing several dozen lines and forming a threefold divine runic magic array in less than a second. Threefold Tier 6 divine runic spell, Void Boundary. This Tier 6 defensive spell could block an attack from a level 245 ancient god. It was also the strongest defensive spell Forlorn Chime could cast. Immediately, 3 indistinct spatial barriers formed at Forlorn Chime's palm, intercepting the amorphous hand slamming down on them. Boom! The spatial barriers shattered upon contact with the amorphous hand, and Forlorn Chime was sent flying over 1,000 yards away. Just as her HP was about to zero out, it stopped at 1, letting her barely keep her life. How is this possible? Seven Melody was dumbfounded when she saw that her aunt couldn't block even one attack from the Undying Mother. Although Seven Melody already knew the Undying Mother was unkillable after seeing it was a level 245 primordial godkin, she never thought it could overpower Forlorn Chime with just one of its amorphous hands. It should be known that there were over 1,000 amorphous hands across this land. While Seven Melody was in a daze, the amorphous hand that nearly killed Forlorn Chime swiped at Aqua Rose and Seven Melody once more. Is this the end? As Aqua Rose stared at the oncoming amorphous hand, her mind was devoid of any thought of resistance. The amorphous hand was akin to a moving planet. Although she could try to defend against the attack with all her might, she did not believe, even for a second, that any of her spells could stop it from crushing her. However, just as the amorphous hand was about to reach Aqua Rose and Seven Melody, a towering bolt of lightning suddenly struck it from the side. Then, as if a train had just struck it, the amorphous hand flew aside and slammed into the ground, creating a crater over 100 meters deep. Guild leader Black Flame? Aqua Rose's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she turned to where the lightning originated. Chapter 3924, Chapter 998, 30 Second Primordial God. Chapter 998, 30 Second Primordial God. He blocked it. Seven Melody had eyes like saucers when she saw Shi Feng sending the amorphous hand flying. But how was this possible? Not even that old woman managed to block its attack. Forlorn Chime was level 244 and fully equipped with divine artifacts. She was one of the Scarlet Merchant Alliance's old monsters and had risen to prominence over a century ago. Even back then, she could already fight a level 245 ancient god and survive for quite some time. If she couldn't block even one attack from one of the Undying Mother's amorphous hands without taking damage, it went without saying the Undying Mother was significantly stronger than a level 245 ancient god. Yet, Shi Feng had blocked the attack that Forlorn Chime had failed to block. Moreover, Seven Melody could see that Shi Feng was only level 232. The quality of his equipment should also be much inferior to Forlorn Chime's. Besides Seven Melody, the other old monsters who had fled from the center of the battlefield were also shocked by Shi Feng's accomplishment. A few even forgot to defend themselves against the amorphous hands and got killed. When did he become so strong? Kowloon Demon was surprised by Shi Feng's strength. Kowloon Demon remembered that the first time he fought Shi Feng, although Shi Feng could rival 6th floor experts, the other party only had a 50% chance of beating him, even after he had suppressed his basic attributes to match Shi Feng's. In an actual fight, Kowloon Demon was confident he could trounce Shi Feng if he did not suppress his basic attributes. Even if Shi Feng had leveled up a lot since then, there should still be a significant gap in strength between them. Not to mention, ever since his first visit to the Greater God's domain, he had upgraded much of his equipment. So, what was up with this situation? Even though Shi Feng was only level 232, the attack he had executed felt deadly to Kowloon Demon. It had even sent the amorphous hand flying, a feat Kowloon Demon doubted he could replicate. Wasn't he supposed to only rival 6th floor experts? Flawless Cotton was similarly stunned when she saw Shi Feng blocking one of the Undying Mother's attacks. The Undying Mother's strength was self-evident. In Flawless Cotton's opinion, only Umbra Talon and Purgatory Jade could just barely block the amorphous hand's attacks without taking any damage. Hence, Shi Feng's attack, which sent an amorphous hand flying, completely shattered Flawless Cotton's understanding of God's domain. Incoming, everyone, spread out, Umbra Talon shouted when he saw over a dozen amorphous hands extending toward their group. At the same time, he reached for the 2 axes on his back and stood in front of everyone. Subsequently, Umbra Talon brandished his axes, stirring up a storm as he created an illusory world before him. When the amorphous hands collided with the illusory world, each collision forced Umbra Talon back a step. After over a dozen steps back, he successfully blocked the attacks of all the amorphous hands, shielding the players behind him from all damage. This thing is really powerful, Umbra Talon said when he saw that he had lost over 50% HP. However, this was still an acceptable outcome. With Flawless Cotton healing him, he could tank the dozen or so amorphous hands by himself. However, as if to ridicule Umbra Talon for his thoughts, over 100 amorphous hands shot out from the ground ahead and bombarded him like raindrops. Umbra Talon's face sank at this turn of events. Leave the defense to me. You guys should figure out how to deal with the boss, Purgatory Jade said before leaping forward and standing in front of Umbra Talon. At the same time, the 2 round shields she wielded transformed into iron walls that covered all directions. Upon completing this transformation, Purgatory Jade twisted and turned her body, making the iron walls, which were apparently composed of world laws, spin with her. When the amorphous hands came down on Purgatory Jade, not only did they fail to break the iron walls protecting her, but all their power also dispersed into the surroundings, as if they had just struck a wall of air. They didn't damage Purgatory Jade in the slightest. What brilliant law manipulation! Shi Feng was amazed at this scene. Law Manipulation 1 was a special way of using world laws in God's domain to perform various complex tasks. However, as most players already had difficulty replicating the standard operation of world laws, few players could accomplish law manipulation. Even after his concentration had reached the pseudo-tier 7 standard, Shi Feng had only begun to attempt law manipulation. On the other hand, Purgatory Jade could already put law manipulation into practice. Her multitasking standard was simply unprecedented. My law manipulation is only entry level. It's only doing well now because the Undying Mother isn't proficient at attacking. It wouldn't have been as effective against the primordial demon from before, Purgatory Jade said, glancing at Shi Feng and giving her opinion of the Undying Mother. Since our defense is no longer a concern, we should consider how to deal with these amorphous hands, Talon said upon seeing that Purgatory Jade had the situation under control. However, when he swept his gaze across the crater and saw how many amorphous hands there were, he winced. At Talon's words, everyone else also turned to look at the amorphous hands scattered across the crater. According to the intelligence their respective guilds had collected, the Undying Mother didn't have a specific form. Every amorphous object could be considered an incarnation of the Undying Mother, so damaging any of these amorphous objects was equivalent to damaging the Undying Mother. While this made it easy to damage the Undying Mother, the taboo boss's undying nature made it so that unless all its incarnations were destroyed simultaneously, it could rapidly reconstruct the destroyed amorphous objects and stay alive. There were over 1,000 amorphous hands in the crater. Unless they could get enough experts to survive and attack all these amorphous hands, their chances of killing the Undying Mother were non-existent. I'm afraid simultaneously eliminating all these amorphous hands isn't possible, Blood-Soaked Knight said, feeling helpless as he watched the players fleeing from the crater. Previously, he thought defeating the Undying Mother would be easy with so many powers working together. However, when it came down to the actual fight, there weren't even 100 players who could hold their ground against the Undying Mother. We're not out of options, Shi Feng suddenly said. I have a solution, but it'll be difficult to pull off and requires the cooperation of many players. Cooperation? How should we cooperate? Also, most players here can't survive even a hit from an amorphous hand, Kowloon Demon said. I can make it so everyone here can fight the amorphous hands for a short period. My only concern is that they can't kill all the amorphous hands fast enough, Shi Feng said, glancing at the amorphous hands that had 1 trillion HP each. Most Tier 6 players would need significant time to deal 1 trillion damage, even against a defenseless target. A short period? How short is it? Talon asked. 30 seconds, Shi Feng said as he pulled a bottle of divine blood from his bag. This divine blood can let me wield the strength of a primordial god for 30 seconds. During this period, I should be able to completely suppress all these amorphous hands. Chapter 3925, Chapter 999, Unfathomable Zero Wing, Chapter 999, Unfathomable Zero Wing. It can let you wield the strength of a primordial god for 30 seconds? Talon stared at the bottle of crimson liquid in Shi Feng's hand in astonishment. As an executive of the royal power Silver Will, Talon knew how difficult it was to let a Tier 6 player exhibit strength that rivaled that of primordial gods. Even Silver Will only had a handful of items that could accomplish such a feat. Despite the significance of the Undying Mother raid, the guild was only willing to grant him the use of one of these items. Moreover, this item was only good for 1 attack. In contrast, Zero Wing had brought an item that could grant a player the strength of a primordial god for 30 seconds. Purgatory Jade was similarly shocked by this revelation. She never thought that Zero Wing, a guild that only fared moderately well in the Eternal Realm, would have such a trump card. But even if all of us here get to freely attack these amorphous hands for 30 seconds, there's no way we can eliminate them all in such a short time, Kowloon Demon said, pointing at the amorphous hands that were all over the crater. These amorphous hands each had 1 trillion HP and the defense of a primordial godkin. They could also exhibit the power of a gold combat technique with every attack. Not to mention 30 seconds, even if Shi Feng were to suppress these amorphous hands with his law projection for 30 minutes, the players here still wouldn't be able to kill them. After all, the law projection would suppress only the basic attributes of the amorphous hands, their defense and combat standards would remain the same. There are still too few powers gathered. Most are still scattered across the Demon God Forest, Purgatory Jade said while repulsing the amorphous hands' attacks. Then she glanced at the various powers teams that had just arrived outside the crater and continued. But now that there is such a big commotion here, it is only a matter of time before the other powers arrive. We can try raiding the Undying Mother once all the other powers are here. Indeed, we can give it a try. Talon nodded. Although many players had already fled the battlefield, it was a fact that only a few powers were present when the Undying Mother was first discovered. Over 90% of the powers in the Demon God Forest were still blindly searching for the Undying Mother's whereabouts. If all the powers in the Demon God Forest gathered, it might be possible to eliminate all the amorphous hands within 30 seconds. Not to mention, the other royal powers and apex powers must have brought their own trump cards. Even if the Undying Mother wasn't heavily injured as rumored, they still had a chance of defeating it. Guild leader, can that potion give me the strength of a primordial god if I use it? Phoenix Rain suddenly asked Shi Feng after pondering in silence. After looking at Phoenix Rain's fragmented divine set, Shi Feng answered, more or less, yes. The divine blood could increase the user's basic attributes by 400%. Although Phoenix Rain was only equipped with fragmented divine artifacts, the set effects of a fragmented divine set should let her match the basic attributes of level 240 old monsters fully equipped with divine artifacts. Even if the divine blood couldn't enhance her basic attributes to the standard of level 240 primordial gods, they should be close to reaching it. In that case, I have a way to heavily injure the Undying Mother, Phoenix Rain said firmly. If we include the various powers' strength, defeating it shouldn't be difficult. Are you sure? Shi Feng looked at Phoenix Rain in surprise. Although Shi Feng knew that Phoenix Rain had gained a significant harvest from the Flame Dragon God's trial, he found it hard to believe she could heavily injure the Undying Mother, even with the strength of a primordial god. After all, the Undying Mother was only half a step from reaching the realm of primordial gods. Not to mention, it was level 245. So long as it hasn't reached tier 7, I am 90% confident I can pull it off, Phoenix Rain said, nodding. At Phoenix Rain's confident response, Purgatory Jade and Umbra Talon couldn't help but reevaluate their opinions of her. They never thought that Zero Wing's second 6th floor expert would have such strength. Okay. I'll leave dealing with the Undying Mother to you, Shi Feng said, taking out another bottle of divine blood and handing it to Phoenix Rain. You have another one? Umbra Talon was shocked once more when he saw Shi Feng taking out a second bottle of divine blood. Yes. Although divine blood is precious, Zero Wing still has some, Shi Feng said, pulling out a third bottle of divine blood at Umbra Talon's question. Upon seeing the third bottle of divine blood, even Purgatory Jade, who thought she understood Zero Wing, was dumbfounded. Divine blood. Its ability to grant its user the strength of a primordial god alone already made it a priceless treasure. On top of that, it even had a 30-second duration. This was an unprecedented berserk potion. If Zero Wing only had one bottle of this terrifying potion, Purgatory could still chalk it up to luck. After all, if one was lucky, it was possible to find such items in primordial ruins. However, if Zero Wing had multiple bottles of divine blood, it could no longer be considered a lucky find. No wonder Dragon's Crown has kept its partnership with Zero Wing. This also explains why Purgatory Jade recommended Zero Wing so strongly. I'll have to talk to the guild leader about re-evaluating our relationship with Zero Wing. When Umbra Talon saw Shi Feng taking out 3 bottles of divine blood, he further elevated his evaluation of Zero Wing. Zero Wing's primordial civilization city had already become the center of the remnant primordial world and the eternal realm. It was no longer an existence Silverwill could ignore. However, Silverwill never placed much importance on the small guild known as Zero Wing. All its attention was focused on Dragon's Crown. But now, Umbra Talon felt that Silverwill's approach might be wrong. Even when dealing with a taboo boss, Silverwill was only willing to commit one item that could let players momentarily rival primordial gods. Yet Zero Wing had committed 3 such items to the Undying Mother raid. This was enough to show that Zero Wing wasn't as weak as the rumors made it out to be. While Shi Feng, Umbra Talon, and Purgatory Jade were discussing their strategy for the upcoming raid, a powerful pulling force suddenly acted on the several amorphous hands in the distance, dragging them out from the ground and exposing their full length, which measured several thousand meters. Furthermore, the ground burst apart as a monster with a giant mouth was dragged out from the ground with the amorphous hands. Is that the Undying Mother's true appearance? Crap, who is that person? How much strength does he have to pull the Undying Mother out of the ground? When everyone saw the abomination that was nearly 10,000 meters long and the many amorphous hands that grew from its body, their first reaction was to stare at it in surprise, as this was the first time anyone had seen the legendary Undying Mother's true appearance. Then, they simultaneously stared in amazement at the giant player responsible for dragging the Undying Mother out from the ground. The giant player in question was an 8-meter-tall man wearing a suit of dark gray armor decorated with tusks. He wielded a war axe over 10 meters long in one hand while holding an amorphous hand with the other. The amorphous hand was like a baby snake in the giant man's hand, completely powerless to resist. So this is the legendary Undying Mother. Its strength is nothing special, the giant man scoffed as he casually threw the amorphous hand aside. As the giant man spoke, surprise appeared on the faces of many of the human players present. Juggernaut, he's Juggernaut, heavens. The 7 Luminaries Alliance sent its 3rd seed here? Everyone stared at the giant man in surprise, and many berserker players cast gazes of admiration upon him. Juggernaut, the third seat of the Seven Luminaries Alliance. He was a living legend in the human race's greater god's domain. He was already regarded as invincible in the greater god's domain over a century ago, and he was considered the strongest berserker god to have appeared in the Seven Luminaries Alliance since its inception. Rumor had it that he had gone to the depths of the Void Sea to pursue the method to go beyond Tier 6. While the crowd marveled at Juggernaut, a powerful storm suddenly swept across dozens of amorphous hands, inflicting hundreds of cuts upon them. Standing in the middle of this storm was a scythe-wielding elven man with a youthful appearance. Unlike other elves, this elven man had two curved horns growing from his head. A thick layer of crimson mist also shrouded him, making him look like a demon from hell. Everyone who saw the elven man felt their soul shudder. How could it be? When Seven Melody saw the demonic elven man, her pupils contracted in fear. Why is Demon's Gate's Imperial Wraith here? Chapter 3926, Chapter 1000, Divine Set Experts, Chapter 1000, Divine Set Experts Imperial Wraith? Aqua Rose couldn't help but stare at the demonic elven man at Seven Melody's exclamation. Is he that Imperial Wraith? Imperial Wraith, the expert most feared by the various powers out of Demon's Gate's 9 great experts. He was known for his many acts of carnage. As the only red apex power in the human race's greater god's domain, Demon's Gate had no lack of members who frequently committed mass murder. However, even among these players, Imperial Wraith was a unique existence. This was because, on top of killing his prey, Imperial Wraith would also devour their souls. He would even devour the souls of hundreds of players daily, behaving no differently from a mutant. It was also because of Imperial Wraith's habit of devouring player souls that the various apex powers eventually got fed up with his antics and decided to hunt him in full force. In the end, however, the various apex powers not only failed in their endeavor, but also suffered significant losses. As the various apex powers didn't wish to worsen their losses, they ultimately chose to let him be. Nowadays, wherever Imperial Wraith went would quickly become a hell for players. Apart from the members of Apex Powers and Demon's Gate, nobody was safe from him. In recent years, however, his existence had gradually faded from the public sight. According to rumors, he was busy exploring the Void Sea's ancient ruins in search of a way to go beyond Tier 6. Regardless, it didn't bode well for the players present for Imperial Wraith to show up here. You don't have to be too concerned with Imperial Wraith, Forlorn Chime said, her complexion looking much better after drinking a regeneration potion. Then, she glanced at Imperial Wraith and continued quietly. Many powers have come to raid the Undying Mother this time, some of which are Apex and Royal powers. Even Imperial Wraith wouldn't dare to mess around and ruin the plans of all those Apex and Royal powers. That's great, I nearly had a panic attack, Seven Melody said, patting her chest and breathing a sigh of relief. Imperial Wraith is even more terrifying than the rumors make him out to be. It's crazy how he can injure several dozen amorphous hands simultaneously. If he were to use that attack against us, we'd probably be dead in the blink of an eye. Teacher, what if it's a must-kill target set by Demon's Gate? Aqua Rose asked, looking at Forlorn Chime tentatively. A must-kill target set by Demon's Gate? Forlorn Chime glanced at Aqua Rose before turning to look at Shi Feng, who was standing in the distance. Are you referring to the kill order the Nebula Consortium placed on Zero Wing? Aqua Rose nodded. Don't even think about it, just give up, Forlorn Chime said, shaking her head. You younglings might not be aware of this, but Imperial Wraith's second identity is that of one of the Nebula Consortium's protectors. The protectors are a group of experts Nebula nurtured internally. Every member of this group is a famous expert in the greater god's domain, and they exist solely to carry out Nebula's dirty work. Back when the various Apex powers tried to hunt down Imperial Wraith, they didn't fail because they couldn't kill him. It'd be more appropriate to say that they gave up out of fear of the Nebula Consortium. Now that the Nebula Consortium has voiced its intent to persecute Zero Wing, there's no way Imperial Wraith will spare Zero Wing. He's one of the Nebula Consortium's protectors? Aqua Rose was shocked to learn about Imperial Wraith's alternate identity. Amidst Aqua Rose's surprise, Imperial Wraith finally noticed Shi Feng's presence after sending the surrounding amorphous hands flying. Taking a step forward, Imperial Wraith disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared in everyone's sight, he was already standing within 300 yards of Shi Feng. Are you Zero Wing's Black Flame? Imperial Wraith asked, staring at Shi Feng as if looking at an ant. I heard you were pretty strong and that even the Nebula Consortium is unworthy of your attention. You flatter me, Shi Feng said, smiling calmly as he looked at Imperial Wraith, but you are correct that the Nebula Consortium is unworthy of Zero Wing's attention. Demon's Gate's 9 great experts had caused Zero Wing much trouble in Shi Feng's previous life. Although Zero Wing fiercely retaliated against Demon's Gate, causing the Apex power to lose millions of Tier 6 members and hundreds of millions below Tier 5, it still lost over 100 guild cities. This was partly due to Demon's Gate's 9 great experts, which naturally included Imperial Wraith. Shi Feng had many encounters with Imperial Wraith in his previous life. However, due to his inadequate equipment standard, he could barely hold his ground against Imperial Wraith with the help of his 2 personal guards who rivaled ancient gods. Now that he had obtained the Flame God set, even if he couldn't fully utilize it, he was confident of being on even footing with Imperial Wraith. After all, the complete Flame God set was much stronger than Imperial Wraith's Extreme Evil set. Even if the current Imperial Wraith was level 246, which was higher than the Imperial Wraith of his previous life, Shi Feng did not fear the other party. If you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish. The atmosphere around Imperial Wraith turned cold at Shi Feng's words. Even players thousands of yards away felt an indescribable chill enveloping their body. However, just as Imperial Wraith was about to reach for the scythe on his back, a wild and powerful voice suddenly echoed across the crater, making him freeze in place. Wraith, I won't mind playing with you if you insist on starting an internal conflict right now. At these words, an 8-meter-tall figure appeared between Shi Feng and Imperial Wraith, like a wall separating the two. Juggernaut, are you going to interfere with the Nebula Consortium's affairs? Imperial Wraith barked as he glared at the giant figure warily. Juggernaut. Although Juggernaut was only level 245, Imperial Wraith knew that the rumors of Juggernaut being the strongest berserker god to have appeared in the Seven Luminaries Alliance since its inception were not without basis. Juggernaut had only become known as such because of his many achievements. Moreover, Juggernaut had come equipped with the Weeping Earth set, a divine set known for granting its user exceptional strength. Although the Weeping Earth set was not one of the 6 great divine sets, its compatibility with Juggernaut's Primal Warrior class, a hidden class, allowed him to exhibit strength comparable to that of the 6 great divine sets users. I will not get involved with the Nebula Consortium's affairs, but I won't sit by and watch as you cause internal strife here either, Juggernaut said, showing no intention of backing away even at the mention of the Nebula Consortium. Fine. I will play by your rules this time, but you'd best not obstruct me again once the raid is over, Imperial Wraith said and gave Shi Feng one last glance before leaving. When Aqua Rose saw Imperial Wraith turning away, she finally released her bated breath. As for Juggernaut, after making sure that Imperial Wraith had given up on targeting Shi Feng immediately, he turned to Shi Feng and said, Boy from Zero Wing, I helped you this time because of Verdant Rainbow, but this will be the only time I help you, so watch yourself. After saying so, Juggernaut flew to the Seven Luminaries Alliance's army, which was confronting the various powers from the Holy Race and the Crystallian Race. He showed no interest in getting acquainted with Shi Feng. Chapter 3927, Chapter 2001, Divine Blood's Might. Chapter 2001, Divine Blood's Might? That's it? Umbra Talon raised an eyebrow when he saw Juggernaut leaving after giving Shi Feng a reminder. Then he turned to Shi Feng and whispered jokingly, It seems none of these people think highly of you, Guild Leader Black Flame. Zero Wing was a guild that commanded 2 sixth-floor experts. Under normal circumstances, even royal power executives like Umbra Talon wouldn't dare to disregard Zero Wing. The powers based in the human race's greater god's domain should treat Zero Wing with even more respect, considering that there were only a handful of sixth-floor experts in the human race's greater god's domain. While Juggernaut's strength might rival that of primordial gods, he was still a 5th-floor expert. If he faced any 6th-floor expert with similar equipment standards, he would suffer a miserable defeat. Zero Wing also had access to Divine Blood, a potion that could briefly let a 6th-floor expert of Phoenix Rain's caliber gain a primordial god's basic attributes. Isn't this better? This will save us from becoming a thorn in the various powers' eyes during the raid, Shi Feng said nonchalantly. The forces the various powers committed to the Undying Mother raid far exceeded his expectations. He never expected even divine set experts to show up. Evidently, the various powers were dead set on slaying the Undying Mother. The current Zero Wing might be able to face an Apex or Royal Power one-on-one, but it would be doomed in a fight against multiple Apex and Royal Powers. After all, divine set experts were no trivial matter. They were the strongest combatants of an entire race. Even during the war between the Holy Race and the human race in his previous life, divine set experts were regarded as strategic combatants. If a divine set expert were to face a taboo boss alone, they could confront it without fear. If multiple divine set experts joined hands, they might even be able to kill an existence like the Undying Mother. The various powers might be competitors in the crusade against the Undying Mother, but if an overly strong competitor were to appear, they would definitely unite to eliminate this threat first. Hence, the various powers ignoring Zero Wing was great news for Zero Wing. As Shi Feng and Umbra Talon chatted, experts from the Holy Race and the Crystallian Race arrived at the center of the battlefield, one after another. 6 alien royal powers had come for the Undying Mother. On the Holy Race's side were the Thunder Empire, the Sun Dynasty, Evil Nature, and Sovereign Mark. On the Crystallian Race's side were 9th Street and 5 Heavenly Staves. These 6 royal powers brought over 2,000 level 240 plus elite experts. Additionally, a level 245 player equipped with a divine set led each of these 6 royal powers' forces. These army commanders' presence was not much weaker than Juggernaut's. Besides the 6 alien royal powers, the 7 Luminaries Alliance, the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, and Demon's Gate also had a Divine Set expert commanding their forces. As soon as the 6 alien royal powers arrived, the Divine Set experts of these apex and royal powers tacitly took on the role of distracting the Undying Mother's amorphous hands. At the same time, their forces focused on damaging the appendages. 9 Divine Set experts, several dozen level 245 experts fully equipped with divine artifacts, and tens of thousands of level 240 plus elite experts fought against the Undying Mother. Each amorphous hand had about 100 level 240 plus tier 6 elite experts attacking it. Although these experts could only dish out a pitiful several million DPS, together they still dealt several hundred million DPS. As a result, the HP of the amorphous hands continuously decreased over time. Of course, the Undying Mother was no pushover. Aside from operating independently, the Undying Mother's amorphous hands could coordinate their attacks. When a dozen amorphous hands struck together, they could nearly one-shot level 245 experts fully equipped with divine artifacts and obliterate any level 240 plus elite experts within their range. After just a minute into the battle, the 3 races had already lost several hundred elite experts. In return, the Undying Mother's amorphous hands lost over 1% of their HPs. Although the losses the 3 races suffered were tragic, it was only a matter of time before they eliminated the Undying Mother's amorphous hands. What a terrifying monster! Even against such an incredible lineup, the Undying Mother can still kill so many elite experts, Kowloon Demon exclaimed, marveling at the Undying Mother's strength as he fought an amorphous hand at the edge of the battlefield. Although it was understandable for a level 245 taboo boss to be strong, the Undying Mother was going up against 9 level 245 plus Divine Set users. Each Divine Set user could exhibit strength rivaling that of primordial gods and fight the Undying Mother head-on without losing any ground. Honestly, Kowloon Demon had not expected these level 245 plus Divine Set users to be so strong. After seeing their performance, he felt that, even as a 6th floor expert equipped with a level 245 taboo legendary equipment set, escape would be his only option if he faced one of them in a one-on-one fight. If he were to fight 2 or more simultaneously, he would face certain death. Yet, despite fighting 9 level 245 plus Divine Set users, the Undying Mother still had the leeway to thin the numbers of the players attacking it. Kowloon Demon dared not imagine the result if Dragon's Crown, Silver Will, and Zero Wing were the only ones to face the Undying Mother. The Undying Mother is indeed stronger than rumored. If not for the various powers reaching a tacit agreement after multiple open and secret struggles, we might not get to see the Undying Mother's death today, Shi Feng said, secretly celebrating as he watched the 3 races' powers work together to raid the Undying Mother. The Undying Mother's strength exceeded his expectations. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that killing the 14th ranked taboo boss with just the forces of a single power was impossible. The Undying Mother could exhibit strength rivaling that of primordial gods when it attacked with a dozen of its amorphous hands. Although it couldn't replicate such combination attacks with all its amorphous hands, it could still simultaneously execute about a dozen such combination attacks. This was equivalent to fighting a dozen monsters that rivaled primordial gods. No power in existence could defeat such an opponent alone. Only thanks to the joint effort and sacrifices of the 6 alien royal powers and 3 human apex powers could they steadily reduce the HP of the Undying Mother's 1,000 plus amorphous hands. Otherwise, the Undying Mother would be invincible. After attacking for over 20 minutes while disregarding their casualties, the 3 races' powers finally reduced the amorphous hands' HP to 20%. It was at this moment that the Undying Mother finally felt the threat of death. Before anyone could react, the Undying Mother's amorphous hands rapidly merged, each merger resulting in a stronger amorphous hand. At the same time, the Undying Mother's main body, the monster with a giant mouth, shrank in size. Its life aura also weakened considerably. Not good. The Undying Mother's getting desperate. Juggernaut's expression changed at the sight of the amorphous hands merging. Everyone split up. In less than 2 seconds, only 32 of the Undying Mother's amorphous hands remained on the battlefield. These amorphous hands were no longer translucent, having taken on a dark gray hue. Their presence alone caused the surrounding space to shatter and mend itself repeatedly, as if unable to withstand their existence. Before anyone could act on Juggernaut's command, one of these dark gray amorphous hands lashed out at the 7 Luminaries Alliance's army. "I won't let you." Juggernaut roared and swung his war axe, the weapon transforming into a streak of light that struck the oncoming amorphous hand. This attack was a fusion between one of his self-developed advanced gold combat techniques, Splitting Heaven, and the profound skill of his Weeping Earth set, Earth Shatterer. Earth Shatterer could provide an unrestricted 300% increase to his strength. When paired with Splitting Heaven, it led to the creation of his strongest attack. Boom. When the light dissipated, although Juggernaut was forced several steps back, he ultimately stopped the amorphous hand's attack. However, by this time, the other 31 amorphous hands had already risen into the air, ready to smash down on the players before them. This scene struck despair into the hearts of players in the battlefield. Rain, do it. When Shi Feng saw this scene, he promptly commanded Phoenix Rain to attack the Undying Mother with all her might. In response, Phoenix Rain drank the bottle of divine blood in her hand without hesitation. The moment she drank it, everyone present, including the Undying Mother, froze and turned to her. A primordial god, Chapter 3928, Chapter 102. Kill secured, Chapter 2002. Kill secured. What a strong life aura. Shi Feng was shocked as he looked at Phoenix Rain. Starting from Tier 3, a player's life aura would become obvious. Although the strength of a player's life aura didn't directly correlate with their strength in combat, it could accurately represent their life rating. Normally, the higher a player's tier, the higher their life rating would become. Upon reaching Tier 6, a player's life aura would feel like a flowing lake in the perception of others, making it very difficult to conceal. Only after reaching the domain realm could players barely hide their life aura from others. In Phoenix Rain's case, her life aura had reached a point where it wasn't only mentally perceivable by others, but also visible to the naked eye. Compared to the life aura of other Tier 6 players, the difference was like night and day. They couldn't even be compared on the same scale. If someone were to say Phoenix Rain was a primordial god, nobody would doubt it. While the players on the battlefield remained frozen, the Undying Mother quickly resumed its attack. The 31 amorphous hands in the air stacked on top of one another to form a miniature planet with a radius of over 100,000 yards, blotting out the sun. Then, the Undying Mother swung the miniature planet down upon the crater. The pressure the miniature planet exerted as it descended toward the ground made even Juggernaut's face change color. A multifold pseudo-tier 7 spell, Shi Feng's expression also turned ugly as he looked at the miniature planet. He could tell that the attack had already exceeded the limits of Tier 6 skills and spells. Its power rivaled that of pseudo-tier 7 skills and spells, and multifold versions at that. With this attack, the Undying Mother could likely trade a few blows with a primordial god of the same level. As the miniature planet plunged from the sky and everyone felt the approach of death, Phoenix Rain suddenly raised her staff and created an enormous magic circle underfoot. The magic circle covered a radius of 10,000 yards, and it rampantly sucked the mana from its surroundings and warped the space in the affected areas. An instant later, a bright red flame with purple-gold electric arcs materialized above the magic array. The fist-sized flame was like a black hole, devouring everything in its vicinity. It also set half the sky above the demon god forest ablaze, incinerating it into an empty void while reducing the Undying Mother's miniature planet to ashes. As for the Undying Mother itself, over half its body was burnt to ash while the remainder fell to the ground. The Undying Mother's aura became incredibly weak, and its HP was down to 5%. It also only had a few amorphous hands left intact, with the others erased from existence. Crap, what kind of spell is that? Above Tier 6. This spell is definitely above Tier 6. I've seen ancient gods casting multifold Tier 6 super spells before, and those weren't even 1/10 as powerful as this spell. A spell that goes beyond Tier 6? Who is this person? Why haven't I heard of her before? Everyone was stunned by the effects of Phoenix Rain's spell. Unfortunately, although Phoenix Rain didn't conceal her appearance, those without a sufficiently high-ranking observation skill couldn't see her information, as she had an advanced black cloak equipped. Phoenix Rain? Why is she here? Aqua Rose muttered in shock as she stared at Phoenix Rain. Aqua, do you know her? Forlorn Chime asked, looking at Aqua Rose in surprise. Phoenix Rain's achievement of heavily injuring the Undying Mother in one move was unbelievable. She was an existence that the various powers would desperately try to befriend. Forlorn Chime had difficulty imagining that her disciple would be acquainted with such an existence. More or less, Aqua Rose answered awkwardly. Although Aqua Rose didn't have an observation skill that could see through the concealment effects of an advanced black cloak, she had met Phoenix Rain more than once back in their home god's domain. She had even clashed with Phoenix Rain in the S-League. Hence, she remembered Phoenix Rain, who was the dragon. Phoenix Pavilion's great pavilion master at the time, very clearly. Back then, they could even be considered enemies in God's domain. Even Apex powers will try to befriend an existence like her. Since you know her, you should use this relationship to your advantage. It might help you reach greater heights in the future, so don't waste it, Forlorn Chime advised when she saw Aqua Rose being somewhat secretive about her relationship with Phoenix Rain. When Seven Melody heard her aunt's words, she couldn't help but get excited and thought about getting Aqua Rose to introduce her to Phoenix Rain. If she could similarly become acquainted with Phoenix Rain, she would no longer have to worry about offending experts from Apex powers in the future. Just as Aqua Rose was about to explain that Phoenix Rain likely belonged to Zero Wing, multiple shouts suddenly echoed across the battlefield. The boss is nearly dead. Everyone, charge with me. This boss belongs to the Sun Dynasty. Charge. Do not let others snatch this boss. Kill. As everyone realized that the Undying Mother was heavily injured and only had 5% of its HP remaining, they started fighting each other without hesitation, all intentions to cooperate like before thrown to the wind. Demon's Gate, proceed as planned. Seal the area around the boss with the isolated world. Trap that woman as well. Do not let her kill the boss. This boss belongs to us. Imperial Wraith commanded amidst the chaos. At Imperial Wraith's command, the surviving Demon's Gate members swiftly converged on the Undying Mother. At the same time, 100 level 240+ elite experts from Demon's Gate took out incredibly old magic scrolls from their bags, unfurled them, and started chanting. A moment later, a miniature world enveloped the Undying Mother and the Demon's Gate members around it. Multiple world barriers also appeared around Phoenix Rain, trapping her and preventing her from reaching the Undying Mother with her attacks. Even though she broke these world barriers with her primordial god-ranked strength, new barriers would quickly appear as soon as she destroyed them in a never-ending cycle. They even brought out an advanced craftsman magic barrier. Shi Feng was astonished when he saw the world barriers covering the Undying Mother and Phoenix Rain. Advanced craftsman magic arrays were incredibly rare in the human race's greater god's domain. However, they were also incredibly powerful. According to rumors, an advanced craftsman magic barrier could trap even a primordial god for a considerable time. As no more than 10 players had ever achieved the craftsman magician rank throughout the history of the human race's greater god's domain, advanced craftsman magic arrays were treated as priceless treasures. Even apex powers wouldn't have more than a few sets. Hence, Shi Feng found it shocking that Demon's Gate would deploy an advanced craftsman magic barrier here. After Demon's Gate deployed its trump card, the other powers present also used their respective trump cards one after another. These trump cards were either items that could unleash the attack of a primordial god, or grant players the strength to rival taboo bosses. In no time, many primordial god-ranked attacks bombarded the world barriers covering the Undying Mother, rapidly draining the energy reserves of Demon's Gate's isolated world. In less than a minute, the isolated world's world barriers replenishment slowed down. The replenished world barriers also started to come with cracks. Speed up the attack. The boss is nearly dead, Imperial Wraith shouted when he saw the Undying Mother's HP hit 1%. At the same time, he started using his trademark moves against the Undying Mother, hoping to finish the Undying Mother before the isolated world failed. 10 billion HP, 1 billion HP, 100 million HP. As the 10,000+ Demon's Gate members zealously traded their lives to damage the Undying Mother, the taboo boss's HP plummeted. When the Undying Mother's HP fell below 100 million, Imperial Wraith's face lit up with unprecedented joy. However, before he could claim his cherished prize, a space-time passage suddenly opened next to the Undying Mother. Then, before he could react, a person rushed out of the space-time passage and swung a sword at the taboo boss. Following the sword swing, a dragon-shaped lightning bolt sundered the land up to 10,000 yards away and plundered the remaining HP of the Undying Mother's amorphous hands. Black Flame. Imperial Wraith was stunned as he stared at the figure that suddenly appeared beside the Undying Mother. Chapter 3929, Chapter 103, Twofold Berserk. Chapter 103, Twofold Berserk, Guild Leader Black Flame. When Shi Feng appeared in the center of the battlefield and finished off the Undying Mother with a spectacular lightning bolt, Imperial Wraith wasn't the only one stunned. Aqua Rose, who was retreating from the battlefield, was also rendered speechless. Is Guild Leader Black Flame insane? How dare he steal Imperial Wraith's kill? Seven Melody was equally shocked and confused as she looked at Shi Feng. The fact that Imperial Wraith was here for the Undying Mother raid could already be considered a nightmarish situation for Shi Feng. Yet, after getting rescued by Juggernaut, rather than leaving the Demon God Forest while Imperial Wraith was occupied, Shi Feng threw himself into Demon's Gate's isolated world. He even stole the Undying Mother kill from Imperial Wraith. Such behavior was nothing short of suicide. Imperial Wraith was a lunatic among lunatics. He was an existence that the various Apex Powers experts dreaded to meet. Now that Shi Feng had stolen the Undying Mother kill from Imperial Wraith, not even the Seven Luminaries Alliance's intervention could stop Imperial Wraith from killing Shi Feng. Inside the isolated world, having secured the kill of the Undying Mother, Shi Feng received the bulk of the taboo boss's EXP, hence his level skyrocketed. 1 level, 2 levels, 3 levels, brilliant lights repeatedly appeared around Shi Feng, his level going from 232 to 237 in 3 seconds. Immediately afterward, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. System, congratulations. You have slain the Undying Mother and unraveled its curse, rewarding 2 levels and the Undying Slayer title. When this title is equipped, you will receive up to 3 Undying effects daily. System warning. You have slain the Undying Mother and angered the other taboo existences. They are very likely to ambush you in the future. What an incredible title. Shi Feng didn't think much about the level reward. Although it increased his level from 237 to 239, the improvement in his strength was minimal. However, when he read the effects of the Undying Slayer title, his eyes shone with excitement. 3 Undying effects daily. This was, without question, a heaven-defying ability. The Undying Slayer title was especially useful now that he had the Flame God set. Now, it would be much harder for others to kill him permanently. Although there was a possibility of dropping the Flame God set on his first death, making it easier to kill him in his subsequent revivals, only primordial gods and the like should be able to cause him to drop the divine set on his first death. While Shi Feng marveled at his new title, Imperial Wraith's expression turned unprecedentedly ferocious and cold. "You're dead." "I will kill you no matter what," Imperial Wraith bellowed, his voice sounding like a demon from hell. The bloodlust he radiated exploded in intensity, making even the Demon's Gate members present shudder. Is this kid out of his mind? He even dares to steal from Imperial Wraith? Or does he think Imperial Wraith won't dare to touch him? Juggernaut got a headache when he saw the situation in the isolated world. Imperial Wraith was a problematic lunatic whom even Juggernaut would normally try to avoid. His chances of defeating Imperial Wraith in a fair fight were only 50%. If not for Verdant Rainbow viewing Shi Feng highly and putting her hopes on Shi Feng securing a seat in the Seven Luminaries Alliance's Senate, he would never have helped Shi Feng in the first place. But now, Juggernaut couldn't save Shi Feng even if he wanted to. Unless the players outside could break Demon's Gate's isolated world, nobody could help Shi Feng. God, get soul annihilated. As Imperial Wraith's voice echoed in the isolated world, his scythe transformed into a space-shredding storm that swept toward Shi Feng. The storm was no weaker than Juggernaut's all-out attack. The Extreme Evil Set's pseudo-tier 7 profound skill, Shi Feng muttered as he stared at the oncoming storm. Although the storm wasn't as powerful as the Undying Mother's miniature planet attack, it still wasn't something tier 6 players could resist head-on. "You know quite a lot," Imperial Wraith said, surprised that Shi Feng could identify his attack. "But it's too late for regrets now. Even if you have the strength to kill Tarnished Wind, you will still die today, and your guild members as well. I'll make sure to kill every single one of them." As the storm was about to sweep over Shi Feng, he retrieved and drank a bottle of divine blood. Immediately, his life rating skyrocketed, and his boundless life aura spread across the isolated world. "You have a lot of treasures." When Imperial Wraith sensed Shi Feng's life aura evolving to match that of Phoenix Rain, he did not panic. On the contrary, he smirked and continued. "But so what if that potion can elevate your basic attributes to the primordial god standard? What makes primordial gods powerful aren't just their basic attributes but their skills and spells that exceed tier 6. The attack you used against the Undying Mother just now should be a skill that goes beyond tier 6, right? Such skills have long cooldowns. Unless you have another one in your arsenal, today will mark your end." In reality, Imperial Wraith was quite wary of individuals who could exhibit strength at the primordial god standard. Of course, his fear didn't stem from these individuals having primordial god-ranked basic attributes, but from their ability to execute pseudo-tier 7 attacks. Take Juggernaut, for example. The Weeping Earth set he wore came with a pseudo-tier 7 profound skill. If he were to use the skill with his basic attributes, Imperial Wraith would not be able to block it without using a skill of a similar tier, and only death would await Imperial Wraith. This was also why Imperial Wraith hadn't dared to take action against Juggernaut previously. Pseudo-tier 7 profound skills typically had cooldowns of 1 day or more. If he had expended his Extreme Evil Set's pseudo-tier 7 profound skill, he'd have had no way to defend against the pseudo-tier 7 profound skills of the other Divine Set users. However, now that the isolated world protected him, Imperial Wraith no longer had to conserve his pseudo-tier 7 profound skill against Shi Feng. Once he eliminated Shi Feng, he simply needed to wait for the Undying Mother's loot to spawn, secure it, and leave with the escape measure he prepared beforehand. "With the original gap in our basic attributes, a one-fold berserk is indeed not enough to let me block your pseudo-tier 7 profound skill," Shi Feng said, calmly drawing the Shadow Incinerator as he stared at the oncoming storm. "But what if I undergo a 2-fold berserk?" After saying so, Shi Feng activated the Abyssal Eye's tier 7 skill, Abyssal Will. Immediately, his defense increased by 500%, his strength by 400%, his agility by 300%, his physique by 300%, his endurance by 400%, and his concentration by 1 rank. Then, he swung the Shadow Incinerator and drew a black moon before him. Goddess-ranked mana technique, Dark Moon. Chapter 3930, Chapter 104, Shocking the Crowd. Chapter 104, Shocking the Crowd. As the sword light resembling the night sky cut through the storm covering the interior of the isolated world, it clashed with countless wind blades, the collisions shattering the space inside the barrier. Impossible. After getting knocked back over 100 yards in midair, Imperial Wraith stared in disbelief at the trembling scythe in his hands. Had Shi Feng's attack simply neutralized his pseudo-tier 7 profound skill Death Storm, Imperial Wraith might have been surprised, but he wouldn't have found it incomprehensible. After all, it was still possible for tier 6 players to achieve 2-fold berserk, so long as they had the necessary skills or tools. However, Shi Feng had not only overpowered Imperial Wraith's attack, but also sent him flying over 100 yards. Imperial Wraith's Death Storm could rival Juggernaut's strongest attack in power. Yet, even though the Undying Mother had barely damaged Juggernaut after overpowering the giant's strongest attack, Imperial Wraith was not only overpowered by Shi Feng, but even lost nearly 30% of his HP. This meant that Shi Feng's attack was stronger than even the Undying Mother's, as expected of a Divine Set user. I barely damaged him even when under the effects of a twofold berserk. As Shi Feng stared at the confused Imperial Wraith, he couldn't help but marvel at the sturdiness of Divine Set users. Under the effects of Divine Blood and Abyssal Will, Shi Feng's strength attribute should theoretically match that of primordial gods of the same level. Yet, his strongest attack only caused Imperial Wraith to lose about 30% HP. This proved that, even without being one of the 6 great divine sets, the average divine set was superior to individual pieces of divine artifacts. Tier 6 players equipped with a divine set were already qualified to fight primordial gods of the same level. A moment after Shi Feng and Imperial Wraith traded blows, the Undying Mother's corpse began to fade from existence while emitting a colorful radiance. When the corpse was gone, 17 light spheres resembling miniature stars appeared in its place. The instant these light spheres appeared, the density of the eternal energy inside the isolated world skyrocketed, causing Shi Feng and Imperial Wraith to dismiss any thoughts of continuing their fight. The boss's loot has appeared. Quick, grab it. It was unknown who was the first to shout inside the isolated world. However, as soon as the Demon's Gate members in the barrier were alerted to the Undying Mother's loot, over 100 Demon's Gate members lunged at the loot with bloodshot eyes. They didn't even wait for Imperial Wraith's command before taking action. A taboo boss's loot. This was the first time a taboo boss had been killed in the human race's greater god's domain. Moreover, it was even the Undying Mother which ranked 14th among the 22 taboos. It went without saying that its loot would be amazing. Seeing this, Shi Feng dared not waste any more time with Imperial Wraith. However, just as he was about to go for the loot, Imperial Wraith suddenly manifested 100 doppelgangers and attacked him from all sides, forcing him to turn his attention away from the loot. Scram. Without hesitation, Shi Feng drew the Winter of Eternal Night and, together with the Shadow Incinerator, executed Sword's Orbit, sending Imperial Wraith's doppelgangers flying and turning the area 1,000 yards around him into a dead zone. However, before Shi Feng could go for the Undying Mother's loot, Imperial Wraith's doppelgangers obstructed him once more. "You might be strong, but I won't let you get to the loot so easily," Imperial Wraith said. After realizing that Shi Feng outclassed him in basic attributes, Imperial Wraith no longer tried to fight Shi Feng head-on, opting to distract Shi Feng as the other Demon's Gate members went for the loot. However, when the 100-plus Demon's Gate members moved within 100 yards of the loot, multiple large tiers suddenly appeared across the isolated world's world barriers. "Demon's Gate bastards, do you think you're worthy of the taboo boss's loot? All of you, die. The taboo boss's loot is mine." Many voices came through the cracks. Following these voices, experts from the Holy Race's 4 royal powers, the Crystallian Race's 2 royal powers, the 7 Luminaries Alliance, and the Eternal Chamber of Commerce appeared inside the isolated world one after another. A moment later, 8 Divine Set users and over 40 experts fully equipped with divine artifacts launched a fierce bombardment on the 100-plus Demon's Gate members closest to the Undying Mother's loot. Boom, boom, boom. Several thousand yards around the Undying Mother turned into a dark void in the blink of an eye. No player could be seen in this dark void, only the 17 light spheres. Damn it. Imperial Wraith's eyes turned bloodshot when he saw the 100-plus Demon's Gate members getting soul annihilated. Every one of these 100-plus Demon's Gate members was a chosen one. Demon's Gate had expended a ton of resources to develop them to their current states, so their deaths were a massive loss to the guild. While Imperial Wraith was distracted by his anger, Shi Feng executed Flowing Space and appeared beside the light spheres within the Void Zone. Then, without hesitation, he grabbed the 5 light spheres that exuded the densest eternal energy and put them into his bag. It seems luck is on my side. When Shi Feng glanced at the items in his bag, he was delighted to find the Undying Tentacle among them. However, while Shi Feng was celebrating his haul, everyone else was dumbfounded by his actions. How dare he? Forlorn Chimay was shocked when she saw Shi Feng taking 5 items for himself. The apex experts of the 6 alien royal powers, the 7 Luminaries Alliance, and the Eternal Chamber of Commerce were already inside the isolated world. To snatch the Undying Mother's loot before their eyes was to make an enemy out of them. Merely the thought of becoming enemies with over 50 apex experts sent shivers down Forlorn Chime's back. Never had such a situation occurred throughout the Greater Gods Domain's history. Guild leader Black Flame, aren't you acting a little too soon? Purgatory Jade, who had also charged into the isolated world, asked Shi Feng through the team chat. "Even if you manage to get the loot, I doubt we can get you out of here safely with all these experts' attention on you." Umbra Talon nodded in agreement. He felt that Shi Feng was utterly insane. Although he was confident their team could take on any of the royal powers present, that was only if they had to deal with one royal power. They would perish if they had to fight all 6 royal powers together. I got the item. You guys don't need to help me. Instead, find an opportunity to secure the remaining loot, Shi Feng answered with a chuckle. Then, he turned his gaze toward the fast-approaching experts. At this time, the 6 divine set users of the 6 alien royal powers had already appeared before him. They had no intention of letting him leave without a fight. Black Flame, what a suicidal bastard you are. Imperial Wraith's mood lightened up significantly when he saw this scene. Although Imperial Wraith found it a pity he wouldn't get to kill Shi Feng himself, he could at least bring good news back to the Nebula Consortium. As for whether Shi Feng could get out of this situation alive, Imperial Wraith didn't even entertain the possibility. After all, even if he and Juggernaut were to join forces, they would face certain death in a fight against 6 divine set users. Shi Feng's twofold berserk might have boosted his basic attributes to a frightening level, but he was vastly outnumbered. If all 6 divine set users were to use their pseudo-tier 7 profound skills simultaneously, there was no way Shi Feng could block them all. With the damage of these pseudo-tier 7 skills, even one landing would spell the end for Shi Feng. After all, players were not monsters. No matter how heaven-defying Shi Feng's basic attributes were, his HP would not let him survive a direct hit from a pseudo-tier 7 skill. Under Imperial Wraith's expectant gaze, the divine set users of the Thunder Empire, the Sun Dynasty, Evil Nature, Sovereign Mark, 9th Street, and 5 Heavenly Staves used their respective pseudo-tier 7 profound skills against Shi Feng. Pseudo-tier 7 profound skill, Lightning Nation's Judgment. Pseudo-tier 7 profound skill, Holy Sun's Collapse. Pseudo-tier 7 profound skill, Song of Destruction. All 6 divine set users launched their pseudo-tier 7 skills simultaneously. After witnessing Shi Feng overpowering Imperial Wraith's Deathstorm, they knew they couldn't give Shi Feng even the slightest opening. Do you think 6 divine set users are enough to kill me? Shi Feng unsheathed both his swords when he saw his opponents going all out against him. Swords orbit. Suddenly, countless sword lights assailed the oncoming pseudo-tier 7 profound skills, resulting in countless explosions that shook the entire isolated world. The powerful shockwaves also depleted the isolated world's remaining energy reserves and turned the area it had previously covered into a void zone. The experts outside the collapsed isolated world gasped when they saw this scene. They never thought a collaboration between 6 divine set users could be so frightening. Had this exchange occurred outside the isolated world, how much of the Demon God Forest could remain intact? Black Flame is dead. Everyone, get ready to fight for the loot. Wait, someone's there. Black Flame. It's Black Flame. He's still alive. Just as the various powers' army commanders were about to command their forces to fight for the Undying Mother's loot, a player inside the Void Zone suddenly shouted in horror while pointing at a section of the Void Zone. When everyone turned to where this player pointed, they all gasped. Chapter 3931, Chapter 205, Famous Across the 3 Races. Chapter 205, Famous Across the 3 Races, He's Not Dead? Why is he not dead? Shock and confusion colored Imperial Wraith's eyes as he stared at the familiar figure in the Void Zone. 6 divine set users had simultaneously attacked Shi Feng with their respective pseudo-tier 7 profound skills. Furthermore, from what Imperial Wraith could see, Shi Feng's sword's orbit was much weaker than his Dark Moon. Even if he blocked all 6 pseudo-tier 7 profound skills, the residual damage still should have killed him. Yet, not only did Shi Feng not get killed, but he barely lost 20% of his HP. This situation was simply incomprehensible. Besides Imperial Wraith, everyone else was similarly dumbfounded by this situation. This was especially so for the 6 divine set users who attacked Shi Feng. They knew better than anyone just how powerful their joint attack was. How did he survive that? Could it be that he's already reached tier 7? What kind of berserk measures did he use? How can he be fine after receiving our joint attack? Is he really a player? The divine set users of the 6 alien royal powers stared at Shi Feng as if he were a monster. Their pseudo-tier 7 profound skills were the most destructive attacks in their repertoires. They had even tacitly matched the timing of their attacks to prevent Shi Feng from seizing an opening. Hence, they never expected such a result. Regardless of everyone's surprise, Shi Feng nonchalantly patted the dust off his body. Then, he executed Flowing Space, appeared before the 6 divine set users, and attacked them with Sword's Orbit. Abyssal Will was a bona fide tier 7 skill. It didn't simply enhance his basic attributes but also HP and defense. The 500% increase in defense had propelled his defense to a height that only a tier 6 tank equipped with one of the 6 great divine sets could match. Furthermore, this tier 6 tank had to have a pseudo-tier 7 defensive skill activated. With such defense, he could likely survive the 6 pseudo-tier 7 profound skills, even if he received them without blocking. Subsequently, countless sword lights bloomed around Shi Feng, repulsing the 6 divine set users and reaping over 10% of their HPs. The spectating players gasped when they saw this scene. He forced back 6 divine set users in a single move? Is Black Flame really a player? Divine set users were undoubtedly the strongest players among the 3 races. They also served as a powers foundation. Even royal powers likely wouldn't have more than 10 divine set users under their command. Yet, Shi Feng could face 6 Divine Set users simultaneously and put up a good fight. This was the first time most of the experts present had witnessed such a situation. After repulsing the 6 Divine Set users with Sword's Orbit, Shi Feng glanced at the 40-plus experts fully equipped with divine artifacts around him. When these experts met Shi Feng's gaze, any thoughts they had of attacking him instantly vanished. Their bodies even froze in fear. While they might be fully equipped with divine artifacts, their basic attributes were a far cry from those of Divine Set users. If Shi Feng's Sword's Orbit hit them, they wouldn't just lose 10% HP but would likely get one-shotted. It's about time I left. When Shi Feng saw that the experts fully equipped with divine artifacts dared not approach him, he executed Flowing Space and exited the battlefield. After just a few flashes, he was already out of everyone's sight, his speed much faster than even Tier 6 legendary flying mounts. What? He's gone? Just like that? The players outside the Void Zone were stunned when they saw Shi Feng disappearing like a lightning bolt. Why did those royal powers let guild leader Black Flame leave so easily? Seven Melody muttered, staring at the 6 alien royal powers experts in confusion. Although Shi Feng had the upper hand, anyone could tell his twofold berserk had a limited duration. Moreover, the 6 royal powers should have more trump cards. There was no way they had come unprepared. What more do you think the 6 royal powers experts can do? Forlorn Chime sighed, looking in the direction where Shi Feng had disappeared. Black Flame is much stronger than any of us expected. While it is true that the 6 royal powers can defeat Black Flame given enough time, if he is determined to escape, they would have to commit all their forces to pursue him. They would never get him if they left even a small portion of their forces to fight for the Undying Mother's loot. However, the 6 royal powers aren't united at heart. They are all competing for the Undying Mother's loot. If they were to chase Black Flame, the rest of the Undying Mother's loot would likely fall into the hands of the Apex powers here. Between the 5 items in Black Flame's possession and the 12 items here, which do you think would they choose? Regardless, after this battle, I doubt any power among the 3 races would dare to underestimate Zero Wing anymore. The 3 races' powers won't dare underestimate Zero Wing? Seven Melody turned to Imperial Wraith at Forlorn Chime's comment, smirking. The Nebula Consortium will probably have a headache now. Seven Melody disliked the Nebula Consortium's tyranny very much. She hated it even more once she learned that the Nebula Consortium was why Demon's Gate could run rampant in the Greater God's domain. Now that Zero Wing had become a guild that all 3 races had to be wary of, the Nebula Consortium would undoubtedly suffer a huge blow to its prestige. After all, Zero Wing had a mage god who could heavily injure the Undying Mother, and a sword god who could fight 6 Divine Set users. With such experts under its command, not even the various Apex powers would dare to provoke it casually. Following Shi Feng's departure, a chaotic brawl ensued among the 3 races' powers as they fought over the Undying Mother's remaining loot. The fight involved 4 royal powers from the Holy Race, 2 royal powers from the Crystallian race, and 3 Apex powers from the human race. The fight lasted over 2 hours and resulted in the deaths of over 100,000 experts, including 3 Divine Set users and over a dozen experts fully equipped with divine artifacts. In the end, the 7 Luminaries Alliance, relying on its home advantage, and the Thunder Empire each left with 2 items, while the other powers each left with 1 item. At the last minute, Dragon's Crown and Silver Will swooped in and jointly secured 1 item. The losses of the 3 races' powers in the battle against the Undying Mother exceeded everyone's expectations. Moreover, following this battle, Zero Wing became the focus of the 3 races. A mage god who could heavily injure a taboo boss, a sword god who could fight 6 Divine Set users simultaneously, and a siege weapon suspected to be at the epic rank. Although Zero Wing was a small guild with barely over 1 million members, it was superior to many Apex powers in top combat power. Despite not being an Apex power, Zero Wing was better than Apex powers. Chapter 3932, Chapter 1006, Super Ancient Design, Chapter 1006, Super Ancient Design Eternal Realm, Primordial Civilization City, Zero Wing's residence. What's the current situation in the Demon God Forest? Shi Feng asked when he saw Blackie enter his office with the latest war report. Have Rain and the others evacuated safely? Shortly after Shi Feng exited the battlefield, he had the misfortune of getting hunted by a level 245 ancient demon god because of his ties with Kalisha. As a result, he spent the next 2 hours fleeing for his life in the Demon God Forest. If not for the 7 Luminaries Codex's chapter of space and his extra bottles of divine blood, he would never have been able to shake off the ancient demon god's pursuit. However, while he might have safely escaped the Demon God Forest, he didn't know if he could say the same for the rest of his team. For all he knew, the various powers might have directed their anger at Phoenix Rain and the other Zero Wing members after his departure. They've evacuated successfully and are on their way back, Blackie said excitedly. According to the offline report I received, many pseudo-Apex Powers teams approached them to congratulate Zero Wing. These pseudo-Apex Powers want to establish trade relations with Zero Wing and have offered to sell some of their shops in the Eternal Realms NPC cities to us at a 50% discount. In return, all they ask is we give their members a 10% discount when using the Tower of the Abyss. Here is the list of shops they are willing to sell. This many? Shi Feng was surprised when he saw the list Blackie passed to him. Are you sure they're not joking? The list indicated 6 pseudo-apex powers were willing to partner with Zero Wing, each offering to sell over 30 shops across 7 to 10 NPC cities. Moreover, these shops were all situated near prime locations or streets with high foot traffic. If a pseudo-apex power were to buy all these shops, its economic power would soar to the next level. If Zero Wing could obtain all these shops, its daily income and area of influence would skyrocket, making purchasing various materials and recruiting new members much easier. Its development speed would also increase significantly. Yet all the 6 pseudo-apex powers asked in return was a 10% discount for the Tower of the Abyss. No matter how Shi Feng looked at it, this was a huge loss for them. After all, the Tower of the Abyss's entry fee was so exorbitant that their normal and elite members wouldn't be able to afford it, even with a 10% discount. Only their core members and chosen ones would have the financial resources to afford the fee. With so few players taking advantage of this discount, the 6 pseudo-apex powers wouldn't save much money from it. I thought the same initially, Blackie said, chuckling. But I later received a very important piece of news, and I'm guessing it is because of this news that those pseudo-apex powers are willing to make such a favorable offer. What news? Shi Feng asked curiously. It's just a rumor for now, so I can't be sure, Blackie said before pausing for a moment. It seems that the Seven Luminaries Alliance is suggesting to give you, Guild Leader, and Phoenix Rain seats in the Senate. If that's true, Zero Wing will have 2 Grand Elders in the Seven Luminaries Alliance, giving us a considerable voice in the alliance. No wonder. Shi Feng was enlightened after hearing this. The 12 Grand Elder positions in the Seven Luminaries Alliance's Senate were highly prized. Although they didn't give players the authority to participate in and manage the Seven Luminaries Alliance's internal affairs, they granted players the authority to dictate who to appoint as the Alliance's guild leader and vice-guild leaders. Hence, those vying for these positions would do their best to win over the Alliance's Grand Elders. With the war among the 3 races intensifying, it was only a matter of time before the Holy Races and the Crystallian Race's armies besieged the human race's NPC cities in the Eternal Realm. However, as only the human race's various apex powers could truly resist the full might of these alien armies, only NPC cities with close ties to these apex powers would have a real chance of survival. The 6 pseudo-apex powers had to be aware of this and, hence, had decided to obtain the Seven Luminaries Alliance's protection. To obtain this protection, they would naturally be willing to sacrifice some of their profits in their NPC cities. Guild Leader, should we buy these shops? Blackie asked worriedly. With our current strength, we can barely afford to defend 2 or 3 NPC cities. But if we want to buy even more shops across more cities, we would have to start relying on the Seven Luminaries Alliance. If it was only defending 2 or 3 NPC cities, Zero Wing could tackle the task by itself. After all, the guild already had many level 240+ experts under its command. Once the guild had enough level 245 taboo legendary equipment to equip all these experts, it could easily produce several legions that rivaled the various Apex Powers' elite expert legions in strength. However, if Zero Wing wanted to protect more NPC cities, it would have to use the Seven Luminaries Alliance's strength, which would mean owing the Alliance a favor, an incredibly huge favor, of course. Why wouldn't we buy them? Shi Feng said without hesitation. But their shops span across 7 to 10 cities. Where would we find so many experts to defend all these cities? Blackie said with a wry smile. Are we really going to ask the Seven Luminaries Alliance for help? We might lack experts right now, but that is a problem we can fix. Also, how can the guild have more experts if we don't expand our development? Shi Feng said, casually waving his hand. Since those powers are willing to sell their shops, we'll take everything they offer. The current Zero Wing was indeed short of experts. However, as Zero Wing's stockpile of divine blood grew and the Tower of the Abyss's effects became more apparent to the public, Zero Wing could surely grow to rival royal powers. Now that there was a chance to purchase so many shops across so many NPC cities, he'd be a fool not to take it. After all, the presence these shops offered could already rival that of a pseudo-apex power. I understand. I'll contact them right away, Blackie said. After hearing Shi Feng's confident response, he realized that this was indeed an excellent opportunity for Zero Wing to expand its area of influence. He immediately left Shi Feng's office to contact the 6 pseudo-apex powers representatives. After Blackie left, Shi Feng activated his office's magic barrier and carefully retrieved the 5 items he snatched from the Undying Mother's loot. The 5 items were a glass bottle holding pitch-black liquid, an amorphous tentacle, a pitch-black taboo nucleus, a tattered scroll, and a parchment fragment. The glass bottle holding pitch-black liquid was the mutant's blood that Dragon's Crown and Silver Will needed, while the amorphous tentacle was the undying tentacle he needed to complete Enos's quest. As for the tattered scroll and the parchment fragment, he couldn't glean any information from them without performing a detailed appraisal due to their damaged states. This is a super ancient design? Shi Feng was dumbfounded when he finished appraising the tattered scroll. Chapter 3933, Chapter 1000's Reward, Chapter 1000's Reward. Chapter 1000's Reward Light of Dawn, Great Grandmaster Engineering Design, can be used to construct the super-ancient magic bomb, Light of Dawn. It can be detonated to deal pseudo-tier 7 destruction damage to a radius of 1,000 yards. Pseudo-tier 7 destruction damage? Is this the strength of a super-ancient civilization? Shi Feng was at a loss for words when he finished reading Light of Dawn's description. Heaven-defying. It was absolutely heaven-defying. This was likely the first super-ancient design to have appeared in a player's hands in the human race's greater god's domain. Like epic siege weapons, the method of producing super-ancient technology was long lost in the greater god's domain. Even high craftsmen, forgers, and engineers could not replicate or repair it. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the Light of Dawn design was worth several times more than the combined value of everything else the Undying Mother dropped. Light of Dawn's ability to exhibit power at the pseudo-tier 7 standard was something Shi Feng had never seen on a magic bomb in his previous life. Moreover, the Light of Dawn design was only a Great Grandmaster design, which meant that even Great Grandmaster engineers could produce it with a high success rate. This was a stark contrast to Divine Blood, which would have an abysmally low production success rate unless craftsman alchemists produced it. It only costs 10 god crystals to produce one? That's not too bad. Shi Feng's eyes lit up when he saw the primary materials needed to produce Light of Dawn. Although it was admittedly extravagant to trade 10 god crystals for one pseudo-tier 7 attack, it remained an incredibly worthwhile trade for a power. After all, only divine set users and experts fully equipped with divine artifacts could reliably survive a pseudo-tier 7 attack. Moreover, most could only defend against one pseudo-tier 7 attack within a set period. In other words, 2 Lights of Dawn would give players a high chance of killing a divine set user or an expert fully equipped with divine artifacts. If a power could arm a legion of players with multiple Lights of Dawn, it would be equivalent to having a legion of divine set users. Even royal powers wouldn't dare confront such a legion head-on. After Shi Feng inspected the Light of Dawn design, he turned his attention to the parchment fragment. Myriad Doppelgangers, Action Type, Pseudo-Tier 7, Taboo Skill, create up to 10,000 true doppelgangers. The more true doppelgangers are created, the less strength each doppelganger will receive. If 3 or fewer doppelgangers are created, each will receive 100% of the user's strength. Duration, 5 minutes cooldown, 6 hours a pseudo-tier 7 taboo skill. Shi Feng couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Myriad Doppelganger's introduction. The fact that the Undying Mother had dropped a super-ancient design was already mind-blowing. He never expected it to drop a pseudo-tier 7 taboo skill as well. A pseudo-tier 7 taboo skill could rival bona fide tier 7 skills. Apart from relying on weapons and equipment that came with tier 7 skills, players could only access tier 7 skills by learning them after reaching tier 7. As Myriad Doppelgangers was a pseudo-tier 7 skill, it could be learned by tier 6 players. Additionally, it was a doppelganger skill with true doppelgangers, which meant that the player would never die so long as even one doppelganger remained alive. Myriad Doppelgangers also allowed its user to create up to 10,000 true doppelgangers. Even if creating so many doppelgangers would result in them coming out much weaker than the main body, it was still a heaven-defying ability. Myriad Doppelgangers could already be considered an immortality skill. After Shi Feng chose to learn Myriad Doppelgangers, he had Blackie come and collect the Light of Dawn design and Mutant's Blood. He tasked Blackie with assigning trustworthy Great Grandmaster engineers to secretly produce Lights of Dawn. As for the Mutant's Blood, it was to be handed to Purgatory Jade and Umbra Talon to complete their transaction. Once Shi Feng was done giving Blackie instructions, he took out the Abyss Workshop certification and teleported to the Abyss Workshop, not daring to delay turning in the Undying Tentacle even a moment longer. The ascension to Tier 7 was a feat no player from the human race, the Crystallian race, and the Holy Race had ever accomplished, so it went without saying the Tier 7 promotion was impossibly difficult. Considering that Enos had stated she could have the difficulty of crossing that threshold, Shi Feng regarded her quest as top priority. Not to mention, Enos's quest was a mythical world main storyline quest with a time limit. Normally, the sooner players completed such quests, the greater the rewards. Players would receive only the minimum guaranteed reward if these quests were turned in at the last minute. Hence, Shi Feng did not intend to delay turning in Enos's quest. Void Sea, Abyss Workshop. Much had changed in the Abyss Workshop since Shi Feng last visited. Originally, the shipyard was only 100 yards long and wide. Now, it was 1,000 yards long and wide. Furthermore, he saw other players at the shipyard. Although there were only 2 other players here, one of them exuded an aura no less frightening than that of Demon's Gate's Imperial Wraith. Although both players wore advanced black cloaks that hid all their information, Shi Feng's master observation skill allowed him to see that they were not human players. One of these players was a tall Crystallian woman, while the other was a woman with long ears and aquamarine eyes, looking very much like the ancient elves that had long since disappeared from the greater god's domain. Of these 2 non-human female players, the Crystallian woman was none other than Ink Crystal, whom Shi Feng had met several times before. As for the woman who resembled an ancient elf, she was entirely unfamiliar. However, judging by how the elven woman interacted with Ink Crystal, the two should be close acquaintances. When these two women saw him appearing, they turned toward him and scrutinized him. Black Flame? Ink Crystal's face flashed with surprise when she saw Shi Feng, who hadn't bothered hiding his appearance. Do you know this human kid? The elven woman asked, looking at Ink Crystal curiously. How is his strength? Is he qualified to become our helper? He's quite strong. He can match the average 6th floor expert in technical standards. However, I'm afraid he is still somewhat lacking to be our helper, Ink Crystal said, shaking her head. Only the average 6th floor expert? At Ink Crystal's answer, the elven woman sighed. What a pity. The average 6th floor expert won't be of any use to us. It seems we'll have to seek out that genius from the Holy Race to fight for that promotion opportunity. After this brief exchange, Ink Crystal and the elven woman turned into streaks of light and disappeared from the Abyss workshop, leaving Shi Feng by himself outside the shipyard. Even the average 6th floor expert is useless to them? Shi Feng couldn't help but doubt his ears when he overheard the conversation between Ink Crystal and the elven woman. Although the two didn't speak loudly, he still heard them clearly. 6th floor experts, even those who barely reached the standard, were considered the uppermost existences among the Holy Race and the human race in his previous life. Yet Ink Crystal and the elven woman spoke as if such 6th floor experts were insignificant existences who couldn't even qualify to participate in the promotion opportunity they spoke of. Shortly after the two left, a pleasant female voice came from the shipyard. You sure act fast. You completed my commission before even those two little fellows. It seems you're not a disgrace to Old Abyss after all. Following this voice, Enos, a female elf with long silver hair, stepped out of the shipyard while yawning. Since you've completed my commission, I will give you an opportunity to cross that threshold as promised, Enos said. With a wave of her hand, the undying tentacle in Shi Feng's bag appeared in her palm. Then she raised her other hand and presented a fruit that oozed near-liquid eternal energy to Shi Feng. This is the abyssal fruit. It can greatly increase your chances of crossing that threshold. However, this fruit can only be stored for 3 days once it leaves my hand, so you'd best search for a promotion land quickly. But considering that you've completed my commission so quickly, I can do you a favor and send you to a place near one of Old Abyss's promotion lands right now. However, I cannot guarantee whether you can return from there alive. I'm very busy, so you only have 1 minute to consider. As Enos finished speaking, system notifications entered Shi Feng's ears. Chapter 3934, Chapter 108, Primordial Abyssal Gods Promotion Land. Chapter 108, Primordial Abyssal Gods Promotion Land System, congratulations. You have completed the first phase of the Mythical World main storyline quest, The Past World. Rewarding 1 Abyssal Fruit, Eternal Object. Bran, System, congratulations. You have completed the first phase of the Mythical World main storyline quest, The Past World, with an S-rank rating. Rewarding the coordinates to one of the Primordial Abyssal Gods Promotion Lands. System warning, system warning, system warning. You will be teleported to an area where the Primordial Abyssal Gods Promotion Land is located. If you fail to advance to Tier 7, you will not be able to return. Please choose carefully. A Tier 7 promotion land left behind by the Primordial Abyssal God? Shi Feng hesitated when he saw the system warning. Quite a few 6th floor experts had appeared among the human race and the holy race in his previous life. Some of these 6th floor experts were fully equipped with divine artifacts, and some were even equipped with one of the 6 great divine sets. Yet, he had never heard of any player reaching Tier 7. This showed just how challenging the Tier 7 promotion was. The quality of the promotion land was of utmost importance for the Tier 7 promotion. The higher the quality of a promotion land, the more likely players were to reach Tier 7. The Primordial Abyssal God was undoubtedly one of the strongest primordial gods to have appeared in the Greater Gods domain. Of course, if it was true that the Goddess of Space and the God Slayer had evolved into primordial gods, they would also be incredibly strong among primordial gods. After all, the two could already fight primordial gods while they were mere gods. Now that Enos was offering to send him to one of the Primordial Abyssal Gods promotion lands, Shi Feng felt that he would regret it for the rest of his life should he miss this opportunity. After all, he doubted he could find another opportunity like this in the future. The only problem was the risks that came with this opportunity. If he failed to advance to Tier 7, his account would be as good as crippled. You have 30 seconds left, Enos said impatiently as she toyed with the undying tentacle in her hand. She sounded like she couldn't wait to begin working on the new material she had just received. After much deliberation, Shi Feng asked, Lady Enos, may I redeem some items before I leave for that promotion land? Shi Feng wasn't confident in advancing to Tier 7, even if he still had a bottle of divine blood and the flame god set. Enos also didn't seem like she would give him time to prepare. If he were to challenge his Tier 7 promotion in his current state, there was a strong possibility of failure. However, if he could redeem some items from Enos, his chances of success would undoubtedly increase. I will let you redeem up to 3 items, Enos said, nodding. But let me preface this by saying you're not allowed to redeem war weapons such as the God of the North Sea. That is fine. Shi Feng chuckled at Enos's words. Although Enos was likely trying to avoid letting him cheat his way through his promotion, Shi Feng honestly never considered redeeming the God of the North Sea, a legendary flying ship. Alright, take your pick, Enos said, snapping her fingers and creating a series of holograms before Shi Feng. Advanced Epic Combat Puppet. Original price, 120 million units of 7 luminaries. Crystal current price, 40 million units of 7 luminaries crystal 4. God's Potion High Craftsman Potion. When consumed, the 4 Gods Potion grants a permanent improvement to concentration. Each player can consume up to 3 bottles in their lifetime. Original price, 60 million units of 7 luminaries crystal current price. 30 million units of 7 luminaries crystal world source, divine artifact, an item born from the destruction of a realm. Original price, 50 million units of 7 luminaries. Crystal current price, 35 million units of 7 luminaries crystal frostflame ocean, divine artifact. Longsword, original price, 300 million units of 7 luminaries crystal current price. 100 million units of 7 luminaries crystal origin, world trees seed godly relic. Original price, 2,000 million units of 7 luminaries crystal current price. 1 million units of 7 luminaries crystal. Shi Feng's breath instantly grew heavy when he saw the items displayed before him. He had to admit that Enos had many incredible items. He even suspected that Enos knew he was carrying 1.2 billion units of 7 luminaries crystal on him, which was something he had Blackie prepare before he came to the Abyss workshop. The Frostflame Ocean was known as one of the 10 great divine swords in his previous life, and it was something he urgently needed. The same could also be said for the Origin World Tree's seed. If he let the Winter of Eternal Night devour such a godly relic, it might even evolve into a divine artifact. Whether it was the Frostflame Ocean or the Winter of Eternal Night, having a divine weapon that suited him would undoubtedly increase his strength by a significant margin. Unfortunately, he could redeem only 3 items from Enos. Moreover, he only had 1.2 billion units of 7 luminaries crystal. After factoring in the 100 million units of 7 luminaries crystal needed to activate his inferior divine tier 7 promotion land scroll and another 100 million units in case he needed to use the scroll's second chance, he would be left with just 1 billion units. This wasn't enough to redeem both the Frostflame Ocean and the Origin World Tree's seed, so it was one or the other. I'll redeem 3 world sources, Shi Feng said after pondering his options. Although obtaining a compatible divine weapon could significantly increase his overall strength, he could benefit much more from having the complete Feather of Oath. After all, the Goddess of Space's 12 Wings of Heaven were said to be comparable to primordial gods. They would undoubtedly be of great help to him in the Tier 7 promotion land. Okay, here you go. As if having guessed Shi Feng's decision long ago, Enos snapped her fingers and summoned 3 world sources before him. At the same time, 105 million units of 7 luminaries crystal disappeared from his bag. After Shi Feng put the 3 world sources into his bag, Enos drew several lines of divine runes in the air. A moment later, a crimson space-time passage appeared before her. The instant the crimson space-time passage appeared, an overbearing divine might gushed out of it. The divine might placed immense pressure on Shi Feng and made him dizzy. Go on. I hope you will have already reached that step the next time I see you, Enos said, raising her hand when she saw that Shi Feng was immobilized. Suddenly, Shi Feng felt an indescribable force wrap around his body. Before he knew it, he was thrown into the space-time passage and disappeared from the Abyss workshop. Chapter 3935, Chapter 1009, Chaos Creatures, Chapter 1009, Chaos Creatures. When Shi Feng entered the crimson space-time passage, he was deeply shocked by what he saw. The Greater God's Domain. He was moving away from the human race's Greater God's Domain at an incredible speed. His speed was so fast that the enormous Greater God's Domain shrank and disappeared in seconds. A few minutes later, he passed by another Greater God's Domain before it, too, vanished from his sight. After passing by over 100 Greater God's Domains, Shi Feng vaguely saw the end of the crimson space-time passage, a door of unimaginable proportions. Before he could get a better look at the pitch-black door, he was sucked into the portal. System, you have discovered the void boundary. You can no longer contact the outside world. You cannot go offline unless you experience a permanent death. The sound of a system notification rang in Shi Feng's ears. However, it failed to register in his mind as he gawked at the mind-boggling sight around him. The crimson space-time passage had left him stranded in a corner of the void sea, and everywhere he looked, corpses were floating in the dark void. The sea of corpses stretched as far as he could see, and every one of these corpses radiated a terrifying divine might. Despite their apparent age, even the weakest among them still radiated divine might rivaling that of ancient gods. Some even radiated divine might rivaling that of primordial gods. Shi Feng's mind blanked out as he stared at these floating corpses. He dared not imagine what had transpired here to create such a scene. Primordial God-ranked existences 1 stood at the very apex of God's domain. Even primordial God-ranked existences would have difficulty killing other primordial God-ranked existences. Yet there were countless dead primordial God-ranked existences in this void boundary. Before Shi Feng could process this situation, the protective blessing Enos had cast on him wore off. Immediately afterward, the boundless divine might from these primordial god-ranked corpses made him feel as if someone had walloped his head with a bat. Not good. I can't stay here for much longer. I must leave. Shi Feng clenched his teeth, fighting to stay conscious as he pulled out the Tier 7 promotion land scroll. Then, he injected 100 million units of 7 Luminaries crystal into it and teleported to the primordial abyssal gods Tier 7 promotion land. Shortly after Shi Feng turned into a streak of light and traveled to the depths of this void region, he found himself rapidly approaching a gigantic planet. However, a colossal phantom appeared between him and the planet before he could reach the planet. At the same time, he felt as if countless chains had latched onto him and forcibly halted his advance, and all he could do in this situation was watch as the colossal phantom approached him. "Enos sent you?" The colossal figure sounded surprised as it looked at Shi Feng. "Enos shouldn't have many slots left. She must have high hopes for you to send you here, little fellow." As the colossal phantom spoke, Shi Feng regained his ability to move. However, before he could speak up, the colossal phantom waved its hand, and in the blink of an eye, the taboo nucleus in Shi Feng's bag appeared within its grasp. Before you is one of the promotion lands with the most chaos creatures held captive. There are still 5,712 ordinary chaos creatures, 13 powerful chaos creatures, and 4 top-tier chaos creatures here, the colossal phantom said. Then it held up the taboo nucleus and continued. This taboo nucleus can be used to absorb the strength of a chaos creature to replicate its complete world. The stronger the chaos creature, the stronger its world. The worlds of these chaos creatures can greatly help you in constructing your own world, but you have only one chance. It is up to you whether you can find a suitable chaos creature to mimic and reach that step. After the colossal phantom finished speaking, it injected a line of divine runes into the taboo nucleus. A moment later, the taboo nucleus transformed into a streak of light and returned to Shi Feng's bag space. At the same time, Shi Feng was sent plunging into the planet behind the colossal phantom. As Shi Feng landed in an uncultivated region on the planet, he finally finished processing the colossal phantom's words and recovered from his shock. "Chaos creatures? Construct my own world?" Shi Feng was at a loss for words as he looked at the taboo nucleus in his bag space. Although the Grand Library had very little information on chaos creatures, he had still read about them in the past. They were terrifying creatures that lived in the deepest depths of the Void Sea, and every one of them was strong enough to give primordial gods a headache. But now, this promotion land required him to steal the strength of a chaos creature. This was akin to stroking the whiskers of a tiger. However, what surprised Shi Feng even more was that to advance to Tier 7, players were required to construct their own worlds. This was simply demanding the impossible. Although players could perform law projection through the mastery of world laws, the illusory world created during this process could only be considered a type of domain. It was nowhere close to being a true world. A true world would be akin to one of the many worlds found in God's domain, composed of a complete set of functioning world laws. If a player wished to create such a world, they'd have to grasp every world law in existence, which simply wasn't a feat mortals could accomplish. No wonder all those 6th floor experts back then failed to reach Tier 7. The difficulty is ridiculous. After learning about the requirement for reaching Tier 7, Shi Feng suddenly understood why even the 3 absolutes had failed to advance to Tier 7 in his previous life. In the human race's greater god's domain, most chosen ones nurtured by the various powers would need to undergo many challenges just to master one world law. As for the old monsters who were several centuries old, most would have only mastered a few basic laws and combined them into an advanced law. They were still far from constructing a world of their own. Fortunately, the main god system didn't deprive players of all possibilities to reach Tier 7. Players could still create their world by replicating the worlds of chaos creatures. It would be similar to copying a magic array, only thousands of times more complicated. Even so, this was still a chance for players to advance to Tier 7, and it was infinitely easier than creating a world from scratch. The only problem was finding a compatible world. After all, while actual, functioning worlds had complete sets of world laws, the composition of world laws wasn't necessarily the same for every world. For example, some miniature worlds could have world laws skewed toward a particular element, causing them to be icy cold or scorching hot all year round. If players could find a world with world laws skewed toward those they were proficient in, they would undoubtedly have an easier time replicating it. Thankfully, there are over 5,000 chaos creatures in this promotion land. I wasn't given a time limit either, otherwise I really would have no chance. When Shi Feng recalled the colossal phantom mentioning how many chaos creatures resided in this promotion land, he couldn't help but celebrate his decision to accept Enos's offer. Had he chosen other promotion lands, he would undoubtedly have far fewer chaos creatures to choose from. Even if he were to use up his inferior divine Tier 7 promotion land scrolls 2 attempts, he doubted he could find a promotion land as good as this one. While Shi Feng pondered how to find a chaos creature, the land under him suddenly shook. Before he could react, a 2-headed crocodile over 1,000 meters long emerged from the ground near him, exuding an aura that was much stronger than even that of the Undying Mother. Level 254, Superior Divine? Shi Feng gasped when he used an observation skill on the giant beast. Chaos Crocodile, Chaos Creature, Superior Divine, Level 254, HP 1. Chapter 3936, Chapter 1010, Complete Feather of Oath, Chapter 1010, Complete Feather of Oath. Did it sense me? Shi Feng immediately felt a great deal of pressure when he saw the Chaos Crocodile looking about. Level 254, he had never seen or heard of such a level in any of his lives. Past level 200, monsters would gain a significant increase in basic attributes with each level up. A level 254 monster, even if it was only an ordinary tier 6 divine monster, would have basic attributes rivaling that of the level 245 Undying Mother. Needless to say, a level 254 superior divine ranked chaos creature would have much higher basic attributes. Before Shi Feng could turn around to leave, the Chaos Crocodile let out a deafening roar. Immediately afterward, a surge of world power descended upon him, sending him stumbling. What a powerful suppression. Even with miniature abyssal world active, my basic attributes still got suppressed by 20%. Is this a true world suppressive effect? Shi Feng was astonished when he saw the drop in his basic attributes. After his concentration and mana had reached the pseudo tier 7 standard, his primordial god-ranked law projection could let him come out with a small advantage, even against the Undying Mother's unique law domain. Yet, despite being at tier 6 like the Undying Mother, the Chaos Crocodile could overwhelm his miniature abyssal world and suppress his basic attributes by 20%. He dared not imagine how an advanced law projection would fare against the Chaos Crocodile's world. Upon realizing the disparity in strength, Shi Feng summoned several hundred true doppelgangers using myriad doppelgangers and fled in all directions without hesitation. Even if he used his last bottle of divine blood, he dared not say he could beat the level 254 Chaos Crocodile in basic attributes. Moreover, that was assuming his basic attributes weren't suppressed by 20%. With his basic attributes suppressed, he'd be asking for an early death if he tried to fight the Chaos Crocodile head-on. All he could do in this situation was run away. However, the moment Shi Feng's true doppelgangers turned to flee, the Chaos Crocodile also took action. All the Chaos Crocodile did was raise and lower one of its mountainous claws. Immediately afterward, the ground around it began to sink, and over half of Shi Feng's true doppelgangers were reduced to dust in a few breaths. Did it use a pseudo tier 7 skill? After Shi Feng ran 1,000 yards away, he finally sensed stable ground underfoot. When he turned back and saw the collapsed ground behind him, a shiver ran down his spine. The suppression the promotion land imposed on its inhabitants was much stronger than that of the Eternal Realm. Even as a tier 6 player equipped with the Flame God set, Shi Feng could only exhibit speed and destructive power equivalent to those of a tier 3 player in his home god's domain. Under such circumstances, a tier 6 skill's effective range would be a radius of 200 yards at most. For a skill to affect a 1,000-yard radius in this promotion land, it had to be at the pseudo tier 7 standard. At this discovery, Shi Feng was glad he decided to flee. Even if he were to use Divine Blood and Absolute Thunder, he doubted he could last long against a level 254 Chaos creature capable of using pseudo-tier 7 skills. Subsequently, Shi Feng continued fleeing with his remaining 100-plus doppelgangers. Due to the promotion land's powerful suppression, over half of his remaining doppelgangers were still eliminated before they successfully escaped the Chaos Crocodile's perception. In a forest shrouded by fog, Shi Feng carefully retrieved the Feather of Oath from his bag after ensuring no Chaos creatures were within 1,000 yards of him. Moving alone in this promotion land with my current strength is next to impossible. Let's hope the actual Feather of Oath isn't too different from its legends, Shi Feng inwardly prayed as he looked at the Feather of Oath in his hand. Then, he took out the 3 world sources he had redeemed from Enos. The primordial abyssal god's promotion land might have more chaos creatures, giving players a better chance of finding a suitable world to replicate, but the chaos creatures here were simply too powerful. Even the divine set users he had met thus far would have a high chance of dying if they encountered one of these chaos creatures. If he wanted to explore the promotion land safely, he would need strength rivaling that of the promotion land's chaos creatures. Hence, he had no choice but to place his hopes on the Feather of Oath. The Feather of Oath was one of the Goddess of Space's most prized possessions. According to legends, the Feather of Oath could let its user fight primordial gods. Although many players doubted the validity of this legend, Shi Feng didn't need it to fight primordial gods. He only needed it to grant him strength to distract the promotion land's chaos creatures. After all, his goal was only to absorb a chaos creature's strength using the taboo nucleus, not to kill them. System, 3 world sources detected. Do you wish to repair the Feather of Oath with them? Repair it. Shi Feng clicked the option to repair the Feather of Oath. Immediately, the 3 world sources turned into 3 purple-gold divine runes that merged with the Feather of Oath, causing it to emit a colorful brilliance that illuminated a small section of the foggy forest. A few seconds later, the colorful lights faded, and the Feather of Oath landed back in Shi Feng's hand, exuding unbelievably dense eternal energy. When Shi Feng noticed this change, he promptly used an appraisal skill on the Feather of Oath. Feather of Oath. Divine Artifact. An item worn by the goddess of space. It is a treasure created using the souls of 12 heroes from before the Great Destruction. Although the Feather of Oath suffered serious damage during a fight against 3 holy ancestors, it is now repaired. Additional Skill 1. War Goddess Summoning. For every 1,000 units of 7 Luminaries Crystal expended, summon 1 War Goddess of the same tier but no more than 20 levels higher. The summoned War Goddesses can reach up to tier 6 and come equipped with Divine Artifact ranked equipment sets. Every War Goddess summoned will last 6 hours. Up to 12 War Goddesses can be summoned at the same time. No incantations required. No cooldown. Additional Skill 2, Heroic Pledge. Expend 10 God Crystals to double a War Goddess's basic attributes. No limit. Duration, 30 minutes cooldown, 6 hours additional skill. 3, Goddess Battle Array. Expend 100 God Crystals to have 12 War Goddesses form a large advanced gold battle array. Duration, 30 minutes cooldown, 6 hours amazing. Excitement shone in Shi Feng's eyes as he looked at the fully repaired Feather of Oath. Although the cost of using the complete Feather of Oath was much higher, its 3 skills had improved qualitatively. Now, the equipment of the War Goddesses he summoned would no longer be random. Instead, all War Goddesses would come equipped with a Divine set. This improvement was much greater than if a player switched from a full set of Divine Artifacts to a Divine set. In God's domain, the hidden level limit of Divine Artifacts for players was level 240. However, that was not the case for NPCs. This was also why holy cities guarded by level 240 plus NPCs were incredibly difficult to capture. After all, if a player and an NPC fully equipped with Divine Artifacts were to reach level 243, the player's equipment would stop at level 240, while the NPC's equipment would grow to level 243. This meant the level 243 NPC would receive more basic attributes from his equipment than the level 243 player. To make matters worse, NPCs inherently had more basic attributes than players. This disparity in equipment level only served to widen the gap in basic attributes between players and NPCs. Now that he was level 239, he could summon level 259 War Goddesses, and he could summon up to 12 at a time. If he were to encounter the Chaos Crocodile again, he felt that he might even be able to kill it, let alone keep it pinned. Chapter 3937, Chapter 1011, Advanced World, Chapter 1011. Advanced World Promotion Land, Northern Plain, Awu. A powerful howl echoed across the Northern Plain's outskirts. The howl came from a giant wolf over 1,500 meters tall as it glared vigilantly at the woman approaching it with a greatsword in hand. The giant wolf's vigilance increased with each step this greatsword-wielding woman took. When this woman came within 100 yards of it, the giant wolf lunged forward and bit down on the figure. In response, the woman raised her greatsword to meet the attack. Boom. After a brief collision between the giant wolf's fangs and the woman's greatsword, the giant wolf was forced 3 steps back, while the woman regained her footing after taking only 1 step back. Immediately afterward, she lunged at the giant wolf, her greatsword poised for attack. After several dozen exchanges between the two, the giant wolf let out a frustrated howl before turning around and fleeing the Northern Plain, abandoning its fight with the greatsword-wielding woman. This promotion land is absurdly massive. It's almost as large as the average God's domain. I didn't think it would take a day of travel just to reach the promotion land's core area. Hopefully, there is a powerful chaos creature whose world suits me, Shi Feng thought, glancing at the fleeing Chaos Frostwolf before quickly shifting his focus to a distant mountain range. After repairing the Feather of Oath, Shi Feng felt that completing his Tier 7 promotion with just an ordinary chaos creature's world would be a waste. Hence, he decided to aim for the powerful chaos creatures residing in the promotion land's core area. According to the Colossal Phantom, the stronger the chaos creature, the stronger their world would be. Going by this logic, when players were advancing to Tier 7, the stronger the world they created for themselves, the stronger they would be at Tier 7. With the level 259 War Goddesses being able to easily suppress ordinary chaos creatures, Shi Feng would have a much easier time completing his Tier 7 promotion if he only targeted ordinary chaos creatures. But in that case, should he encounter other Tier 7 players in the future, he wouldn't have any obvious advantages over them. On the other hand, if he were to replicate a powerful chaos creature's world, he would be able to manipulate a lot more world power. This would give him an advantage over the average Tier 7 player. Not to mention, he had already constructed the miniature abyssal world. Thanks to it, he could fight mortal gods despite not being a mortal god himself. It would be a shame if he couldn't maintain such an advantage once he reached Tier 7. Moreover, now that he had a chance to create a stronger world, he naturally had to try it. As for the 4 top-tier chaos creatures, Shi Feng dared not set his sights on them. According to the Grand Library's records, the average chaos creature already had the strength to give primordial gods a headache, while powerful chaos creatures were as strong as the average primordial god. As for top-tier chaos creatures, the average primordial god would flee for their lives as soon as they encountered one. Even with the Feather of Oath, Shi Feng doubted a Tier 6 player like himself could last long enough to steal a top-tier chaos creature's strength and replicate its world. If not for this promotion land belonging to the primordial abyssal god, it might only hold some powerful chaos creatures. Some promotion lands might not even have powerful chaos creatures, offering players only ordinary ones. After traveling across the promotion land for the past day, Shi Feng realized that his time here was limited. Due to the presence of many chaos creatures, chaos energy filled the entire promotion land. This chaos energy continuously eroded the energy of players, and how long a player could survive in this promotion land depended entirely on their divine body. The stronger a player's divine body, the denser their mana would be, and the longer they could resist the erosion of chaos energy. At the current rate his mana was being eroded, Shi Feng estimated that players with a gold divine body could only last a day here, while players with an epic divine body could last 2 days, and players with a legendary divine body could last 3 days. Shi Feng should have no trouble lasting a week with his legendary ranked superior divine body. This was also why he dared to challenge the core area's powerful chaos creatures. Although the core area was massive, 6 days should be enough for him to find a powerful chaos creature that suited him. About 20 minutes after Shi Feng and the great sword-wielding war goddess started making their way toward the mountain range, a series of roars came from the mountain range. The roars sounded different, apparently coming from different chaos creatures. Moreover, these roars were so powerful that they flattened the peaks of the mountains at the edge of the mountain range. What's going on? What rank of monsters are fighting here? Shi Feng stared at the flattened mountaintops, stunned. If the roars of these chaos creatures alone could flatten the peaks of the nearby mountains, they were unlikely to be ordinary chaos creatures. Before Shi Feng could recover from his shock, 15 chaos creatures rushed out of the mountain range, their massive frames over 2,000 meters in height, devastating the land and mountains they crossed. After making their exit, these 15 chaos creatures turned around to glare at a 5-headed dragon standing at the edge of the mountain range. The 5-headed dragon was covered in pitch-black scales and had black electric arcs flowing all over its body. 2 of its heads were missing, torn from its body along with the necks connecting them. As for its 3 remaining heads, one had its fangs clamped down on the flaming lion stomped under its feet, while the other 2 glared at the 15 chaos creatures outside the mountain range. Initially, the 15 chaos creatures still desired to continue their fight with the 5-headed dragon. However, they all froze in place when they sensed their basic attributes decreasing gradually. Is this an advanced world? Shi Feng focused on the 5-headed dragon after he saw the decreasing basic attributes of the other chaos creatures. A powerful chaos creature that has grasped an advanced world? 5-headed chaos dragon, chaos creature, superior divine, level 258 HP, 1. Seeing as the 15 chaos creatures surrounding the 5-headed chaos dragon were over 2,000 meters tall, they should all be powerful chaos creatures. Yet, the 5-headed chaos dragon had suppressed the basic attributes of these powerful chaos creatures with its world power alone. Besides an advanced world's world power, Shi Feng couldn't think of any other possibility to explain this situation. However, under normal circumstances, only top-tier chaos creatures should be able to grasp an advanced world. As the 5-headed chaos dragon's size did not exceed that of the 15 chaos creatures around it by much, it obviously still fell under the category of powerful chaos creatures. Yet, it had already grasped an advanced world. This was simply unbelievable. While Shi Feng marveled at the 5-headed chaos dragon's advanced world, the 15 chaos creatures realized they were no match for their adversary. Despite their reluctance, they ultimately decided to flee and abandon their territory. Could this be my chance? As Shi Feng looked at the injured 5-headed chaos dragon and the fleeing powerful chaos creatures, hesitancy flashed in his eyes. A moment later, he gritted his teeth and summoned 11 more war goddesses, saying, "To hell with it, attack." Advanced worlds were normally exclusive to top-tier chaos creatures. Before this encounter, he never dared to consider replicating an advanced world. But now, the injured 5-headed chaos dragon presented him with this opportunity. Although the 5-headed chaos dragon's advanced world likely allowed it to exhibit strength greater than that of the average powerful chaos creature, he should still have a chance of success with the complete Feather of Oath. Chapter 3938, Chapter 10211, War Goddesses vs. 5-headed Chaos Dragon. Chapter 10211, War Goddesses vs. 5-headed Chaos Dragon. At Shi Feng's command, the 12 level 259 War Goddesses dashed across the grassy plain, charging the 5-headed Chaos Dragon. Roar. Almost as soon as the War Goddesses moved, the level 258 5-headed Chaos Dragon sensed them from over 10,000 yards away, and one of its heads let out a powerful roar. The roar caused the flow of time in the area to stagnate. Whether it was the flowers and grass dancing with the wind or the falling gravel, everything within a several thousand-yard radius froze in place. Immediately afterward, a pitch-black lightning bolt streaked towards Shi Feng. Shi Feng felt death descending upon him at this scene. He activated Heroic Pledge almost instinctively, doubling the basic attributes of the shield-wielding war goddess leading the charge. The shield-wielding war goddess in question also understood that the 5-headed Chaos Dragon's attack was not to be trifled with. Without hesitation, she planted her golden shield into the ground, erecting 9 world barriers between her and the lightning bolt. Pseudo Tier 7 Profound Skill, World's Protection. This was the profound skill of the shield-wielding war goddess's divine set. It was also the strongest defensive skill in her arsenal. Boom. The instant the pitch-black lightning bolt made contact with the world barriers, 6 of them vaporized, while the remaining 3 world barriers cracked and shattered one after another. The pitch-black lightning bolt only disappeared after colliding with the golden shield, forcing the shield-wielding war goddess back several steps and reaping over 10% of her HP. How strong? Is this the strength brought about by an advanced world's enhancement? Shi Feng was shocked to see the shield-wielding war goddess lose over 10% HP. Under the effects of heroic pledge, the shield-wielding war goddess's basic attributes could rival those of primordial gods of the same level. Nonetheless, she lost so much HP despite using a pseudo-tier 7 profound skill. A war goddess's HP was several dozen times higher than that of players of the same level. An attack that could cause a war goddess to lose even 10% HP would be enough to kill a player of the same level several times over. The average powerful chaos creature definitely couldn't exhibit such power even with a pseudo-tier 7 skill. The only explanation was that the 5-headed chaos dragon's roar was enhanced by the world power of its advanced world, making the lightning bolt, which resulted from the roar, difficult for the shield-wielding war goddess to neutralize. As Shi Feng marveled at the might of an advanced world, the 5-headed chaos dragon, dissatisfied with the outcome of its attack, reared all 3 of its remaining heads to launch a much stronger attack. Damn it! When Shi Feng saw the 5-headed chaos dragon preparing to launch a similar attack, he promptly took out the taboo nucleus and injected 100 god crystals into the Feather of Oath. Don't even think you can kill me off so easily. Shi Feng targeted the 5-headed chaos dragon with the taboo nucleus, using it to absorb the 5-headed chaos dragon's strength. Although doing so would anger the 5-headed chaos dragon even more, he could weaken the chaos creature to a certain extent. Additionally, he expended the 100 god crystals he had just injected into the Feather of Oath to activate the goddess battle array. This caused golden divine runes to light up all over the 12 war goddesses, and their auras, in turn, surged in power. Now, even the other 11 war goddesses exuded auras rivaling that of the shield-wielding war goddess. Subsequently, with the shield-wielding war goddess as the center, the 12 war goddesses executed a combination technique, which was also the strongest combat technique the goddess of space had granted them, God-slaying spear. Although this combination technique could be executed with just 6 war goddesses, completing it required some time. However, when executed by 12 war goddesses, no preparation was required. It could be launched straight away. Immediately, a 5,000-meter-tall phantom of the goddess of space appeared on the battlefield and cast the golden spear in its hand at the roaring 5-headed chaos dragon. Bang! The pitch-black lightning bolt created by the 5-headed chaos dragon's threefold roar exploded on contact with the golden spear. Numerous spatial tears appeared around the epicenter of the explosion. Good, I still have a chance. Shi Feng was overjoyed when he saw the war goddesses neutralizing the 5-headed chaos dragon's attack. The taboo nucleus required time to absorb the 5-headed chaos dragon's strength. Although he didn't know how long this process would take, it definitely wouldn't be short. Hence, if, even after activating both Heroic Pledge and the Goddess Battle Array, the war goddesses couldn't neutralize the 5-headed chaos dragon's attacks, he would have had no choice but to retreat. Following the war goddess's initial clash with the 5-headed chaos dragon, a system notification rang in Shi Feng's ears. System, the taboo nucleus needs 90 seconds to absorb the 5-headed chaos dragon's strength. 90 seconds? When Shi Feng saw the time needed to absorb the 5-headed chaos dragon's strength, he was neither happy nor sad. With his current strength, killing the 5-headed chaos dragon was out of the question. However, if he only had to survive 90 seconds against it, he should have a good chance of success. After all, both Heroic Pledge and the Goddess Battle Array lasted 30 minutes. So long as the war goddesses could keep the 5-headed chaos dragon pinned, all he needed to do was not get killed for 90 seconds. Curse you, Abyss! The 5-headed chaos dragon bellowed at the skies when it saw numerous incorporeal chains embedding themselves into its body and sapping its strength. Then, it turned to the taboo nucleus responsible for draining its strength and glared at Shi Feng. Puny creature. I won't let you have my strength, even with the primordial abyssal god helping you. After saying so, the 5-headed chaos dragon flew toward Shi Feng, the movement of its wings collapsing the space within a 3,000-yard radius. Without hesitation, the 12 war goddesses took to the skies to intercept the 5-headed chaos dragon. However, their basic attributes plummeted as soon as they were within 3,000 yards of the 5-headed chaos dragon, and all the benefits they received from the goddess battle array were negated in the blink of an eye. Only the shield-wielding war goddess could barely rival primordial gods of the same level. Even if you have an advanced world, I won't fall so easily. As Shi Feng watched the five-headed chaos dragon getting closer, he took out the phantom crystal and summoned Kalisha's phantom. Chapter 3939, Chapter 1013, Tier 7, Concentration, Chapter 1013, Tier 7 Concentration. As Shi Feng crushed Kalisha's phantom crystal, a phantom doppelganger, 10,000 meters in height, descended upon the northern plain. 10,000 meters? Shi Feng couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Kalisha's towering phantom. The suppression the primordial abyssal god's promotion land exerted on its inhabitants was the strongest Shi Feng had ever seen. Even powerful chaos creatures that could challenge primordial gods of the same level had their heights reduced to under 3,000 meters. Although the size of NPCs and monsters didn't fully correlate with their strength, it could indicate their energy standards. A 10,000 meter tall phantom. If speaking purely in mana standards, Kalisha's phantom was much stronger than even the 12 war goddesses when enhanced by Heroic Pledge and the Goddess Battle Array. This situation was simply unbelievable. Although Kalisha, the Dragon Princess, was regarded as one of the 10 strongest NPCs in the human race's greater gods domain in his previous life, she only rivaled primordial gods of the same level. Not to mention, while he might have helped Kalisha recover her strength in this life, her phantom should only hold a small portion of her strength. The phantom shouldn't be anywhere close to matching Kalisha herself. Despite that, Kalisha's phantom was already stronger than even the goddess phantom the war goddesses conjured when they executed the god-slaying spear technique. Shi Feng dared not imagine how strong Kalisha was right now. Kalisha's gigantic phantom similarly frightened the five-headed chaos dragon. The five-headed chaos dragon, with its height of over 2,000 meters, could already be considered massive. Shi Feng would appear smaller than an ant if he were to stand before it. Nonetheless, the five-headed chaos dragon was nothing more than a slightly larger lizard before Kalisha's phantom. You came to that old fellow's territory to conduct your promotion? It seems I've underestimated you before, Kalisha said, glancing at her surroundings before looking at Shi Feng in surprise. She completely ignored the five-headed chaos dragon before her. I got lucky. I happened to complete a commission and earned the opportunity to come here, Shi Feng explained in response to Kalisha's praise. Is that your target? Kalisha finally turned to look at the five-headed chaos dragon before her. Then, she said with a nod, not bad. It has already grasped an advanced world despite having yet to reach adulthood. At this rate, it might be able to crown itself as a king among chaos creatures once it reaches adulthood. Can you stop it from attacking me for 90 seconds? Shi Feng asked worriedly when he heard Kalisha's evaluation of the five-headed chaos dragon. A king among chaos creatures. This was a top existence among chaos creatures. Even the primordial abyssal god should have difficulty dealing with such an opponent. Seeing as Kalisha had given the five-headed chaos dragon such a high evaluation, it likely hadn't revealed its true strength thus far. 90 seconds? Kalisha glanced at the five-headed chaos dragon that was opening its 3 mouths once more. Without hesitation, she answered, that won't be difficult. After saying so, Kalisha's phantom raised its hand and erased all light within a 10,000-yard radius. At the same time, the five-headed chaos dragon's basic attributes plummeted to just 70% of their original values in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterward, the phantom lowered its hand, creating a dark ripple that neutralized the 3 pitch-black lightning bolts the five-headed chaos dragon's roars created. Meanwhile, the 12 war goddesses seemed to have been freed from their restraints as they recovered their basic attributes. Because of this shift in circumstances, the war goddesses' basic attributes exceeded that of the five-headed chaos dragon by a slight margin. Now, even without the intervention of Kalisha's phantom, the 12 war goddesses could keep the five-headed chaos dragon from Shi Feng. Subsequently, time passed rapidly as the taboo nucleus absorbed the five-headed chaos dragon's strength. 80 seconds, 60 seconds, 30 seconds. Even as the taboo nucleus absorbed the last vestiges of its strength, the five-headed chaos dragon never managed to touch Shi Feng. Despite its frustration, the five-headed chaos dragon ultimately transformed into light particles and disappeared from the promotion land. System, congratulations. Your taboo nucleus has absorbed the five-headed chaos dragon's strength. Do you wish to receive the five-headed chaos dragon's world structure? System, you have 10 minutes to decide. Once you accept the world structure, you will have 1 natural day to replicate it before it automatically disappears. The higher the fusion rate, the more world power you can access after you complete your promotion. System, if you cannot finish replicating it in 1 natural day, or if your fusion rate fails to reach 70%, you will fail your promotion, and you will not be able to receive the power of a taboo nucleus again for 1 year. A fusion rate of 70%? Shi Feng smiled wryly as he read the system notifications. No wonder nobody from the 3 races ever managed to reach Tier 7. This requirement is simply ridiculous. Shi Feng was pleasantly surprised when he saw he was given a 1-day time limit to replicate the five-headed chaos dragon's advanced world. However, when he saw the requirement of a 70% fusion rate, he felt like someone had just poured a bucket of cold water over him. The process of constructing an unfamiliar world using unfamiliar world laws was already a huge undertaking in itself. However, the Tier 7 promotion required him to replicate the five-headed Chaos Dragon's advanced world and ensure its compatibility. In other words, he'd have to make modifications to the replicated advanced world. This was a fatal requirement for someone who couldn't even construct a world of his own. After all, he could modify a world from countless aspects. How was he supposed to know which modifications, or combination of modifications, would make the advanced world more compatible with him? Shi Feng got a headache when he thought up to this point, and he hesitated over whether to accept the world structure of the five-headed Chaos Dragon's advanced world. How lucky of you to obtain something as good as the Abyssal Fruit. When Kalisha saw Shi Feng's indecision, a look of vexation appeared on her phantom. With the Abyssal Fruit, your chances of making that step are drastically higher than others, so stop hesitating and wasting time. The Abyssal Fruit? At Kalisha's exasperated remark, Shi Feng grabbed the Abyssal Fruit from his bag and ate it whole, wondering what effects it would bring him. Although he had previously inspected the Abyssal Fruit, its introduction only stated that it was an abyssal relic and nothing else. Hence, he had left it sitting in his bag. Now that the taboo nucleus had finished absorbing the five-headed Chaos Dragon's strength, it was the right time to use the Abyssal Fruit. 3 seconds after Shi Feng consumed the Abyssal Fruit, he sensed immense power welling up within his body and condensing in the depths of his mind. Then, it augmented his concentration at a frightening rate. 10 seconds later, Shi Feng felt he had broken through some kind of restraint. Originally, his perception only extended 1,000 yards away. Now, he could perceive everything within a 100,000-yard radius. Tier 7 concentration? Shi Feng was shocked by this sudden transformation. Out of all attributes in God's domain, concentration was the most difficult to raise. Even after reaching Tier 6, many players' concentration would still be stuck at the Tier 5 standard. Most Tier 6 players would have to undergo a long development period before their concentration could advance from Tier 5 to Tier 6. This showed just how difficult it was to develop one's concentration. Although Shi Feng's concentration was previously at the pseudo-Tier 7 standard, it had still been a far cry from the Tier 7 standard. He had even considered slowly developing his concentration to the Tier 7 standard after completing his Tier 7 promotion. But now, the Abyssal Fruit had propelled his concentration to the Tier 7 standard. Chapter 3940, Chapter 1014, 96% fusion rate. Chapter 1014, 96% fusion rate system. Congratulations. Your concentration has reached the Tier 7 standard. Rewarding level +1 and 100 free legacy skill points. Following the system notification, a purple gold light enveloped Shi Feng as his level increased from 239 to 240. However, this supposedly monumental achievement did not draw Shi Feng's attention as he focused entirely on his mental state. Are these the benefits of having Tier 7 concentration? Shi Feng had difficulty believing the changes brought about by the improvement of his concentration, his perception range increasing from 1,000 yards to 100,000 yards in the primordial abyssal god's promotion land was only the tip of the iceberg. Compared to the improvements to his control over mana, the improvement to his perception was insignificant. With a flick of his wrist, Shi Feng controlled the mana within a 100,000-yard radius as if it were an extension of himself, creating 7 mana vortices in the blink of an eye. Each of these mana vortices gathered one of the 7 magic elements, earth, water, wind, fire, time, illusion, and space, as they orbited him, eventually forming 7 independent law projections. With another flick of his wrist, Shi Feng merged all 7 magic elements to create a miniature abyssal world that covered a 100,000-yard radius. Immediately, all the chaos creatures drawn by his fight with the 5-headed chaos dragon and caught within his miniature abyssal world were heavily suppressed, their basic attributes reduced by 50% or more. No wonder Enos can promise to double my chances of getting promoted. With such incredible mana control, I can probably create a world from scratch if given enough time, let alone replicate a chaos creature's world. When Shi Feng saw how effortlessly he had constructed the miniature abyssal world, he suddenly understood why Enos had placed so much faith in the Abyssal Fruit. Even the difference between Tier 7 concentration and pseudo-Tier 7 concentration was utterly staggering, let alone between Tier 7 concentration and Tier 6 limit concentration. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were entirely different things. If he still needed to use his hands before to manipulate magic elements, those magic elements were now his hands. He could move them with just a thought. With such incredible mana control, he could have these magic elements reproduce world laws as easily as having his body perform various actions. Compared to before, when it felt like he was manipulating a puppet with strings, the difficulty was drastically lower. After Shi Feng familiarized himself with his improved concentration, he promptly accepted the world structure of the 5-headed Chaos Dragon's advanced world. This place is too close to the core area. I should find a safer place to study the world structure. When Shi Feng sensed over a dozen chaos creatures within 100,000 yards of him, he promptly traveled to the promotion land's outer area with the war goddesses and Kalisha's phantom. With Kalisha's phantom dealing with the chaos creatures in their way and the war goddesses protecting him, Shi Feng arrived at the outer area in less than 2 hours. Then, he found a safe location and studied the 5-headed Chaos Dragon's advanced world. As expected of an advanced world, Its complexity is truly astounding. If my concentration hadn't reached the Tier 7 standard, I might not be able to replicate even 30% of it in a year. After spending half an hour accepting all the information recorded in the taboo nucleus, Shi Feng better understood how difficult it was to reach Tier 7. Although he had known that constructing a world would be difficult, only after seeing the world structure of the five-headed Chaos Dragon's advanced world did he understand why he had never heard of any player from the human race's greater god's domain successfully advancing to Tier 7. The five-headed Chaos Dragon's advanced world comprised 1,000 basic laws and 36 advanced laws centered around the law of destruction. These world laws intertwined and operated around one another, and only when all of them were positioned correctly could they form a complete world. In the human race's greater god's domain, most Tier 6 players would be fortunate if they could even replicate a basic law and get it to function properly. As for experts among Tier 6 players, they struggled to even get an advanced law to function properly. Yet, to construct a world, players needed to simultaneously operate over 1,000 world laws, some of which were advanced laws. Even mortal gods capable of manifold execution would likely find it impossible to accomplish such a feat. Although the difficulty is high, I should be able to replicate the advanced world with my Tier 7 concentration. The only problem now is modifying it. After taking a deep breath, Shi Feng began his first attempt at replicating the five-headed Chaos Dragon's advanced world. The real challenge in constructing a world was establishing a functioning framework of world laws, also known as a world structure. In a situation where he already had a functioning world structure, he could simply copy it as if copying a magic array and skip this challenging step entirely. As Shi Feng expected, his Tier 7 concentration allowed him to fully reconstruct the five-headed Chaos Dragon's advanced world in under 3 hours. It even operated normally, albeit with some minor problems here and there. System, congratulations. Your replicated advanced world has achieved a 45% fusion rate. System, congratulations. Your replicated advanced world has achieved a 46% fusion rate. System, congratulations. Your replicated advanced world has achieved a 61% fusion rate. As Shi Feng ironed out the problems in the advanced world's operations, the advanced world's fusion rate also increased. Finally, 28 hours after Shi Feng accepted the world structure of the five-headed Chaos Dragon's advanced world, he achieved a 69% fusion rate. He was just 1% short of meeting the requirement to advance to Tier 7. Sure enough, the system won't let me achieve a 70% fusion rate simply by making a perfect copy. Shi Feng frowned when he saw no more imperfections in the advanced world he had constructed within his divine body. With his Tier 7 concentration, perfectly replicating the five-headed Chaos Dragon's advanced world was simple. Even so, this simple task had taken him over 20 hours to complete. As there were only 48 hours in one natural day in God's domain, he had just 20 hours to modify the five-headed Chaos Dragon's advanced world and increase its compatibility with him. The five-headed Chaos Dragon's advanced world had 1,000 basic laws that could be altered in various ways. Even if he made only one modification to each of these basic laws, he would end up with 1,000 different combinations. If he were to try every possible combination, it could take him years to find the right one. With the time I have left, going down the less volatile route of modifying basic laws is out of the question. If I want to increase the compatibility of this advanced world quickly, modifying its advanced laws that serve as its core should be the way to go. After mentally glancing at the miniature world he had created within his divine body, Shi Feng gritted his teeth and decided to modify the advanced world's advanced laws. On his first attempt, Shi Feng modified the position of only one advanced law. Nonetheless, the change had destabilized the world structure so much that the advanced world collapsed on the spot. However, after his first failed attempt, Shi Feng quickly reconstructed the advanced world and modified a different advanced law, having no intentions of stopping. Unfortunately, his second attempt still failed. Third attempt, fourth attempt, nearly 20 hours and 4,345 attempts later, Shi Feng sat on the ground with a pale complexion and sweat pouring down his head. Of the thousands of attempts I've tried, only 2 didn't fail catastrophically. Moreover, neither of these successful attempts achieved anything close to a 70% fusion rate. Have I mistaken my approach this whole time? Shi Feng grew extremely irritated when he saw what little time he had left. Modifying the advanced world's world structure was much more challenging than he expected. He only succeeded in producing 2 stable world structures out of his 4,345 attempts. Furthermore, both successful attempts yielded fusion rates so pitiful he nearly cried when he saw them. One yielded a 26% fusion rate, while the other yielded a depressing 9%. They were such terrible results that he never even thought of improving them. Wait, there's still another way. As Shi Feng stared at the system notification informing him that he had 5 minutes remaining, an idea he had never considered occurred to him. The world structure of the five-headed Chaos Dragon's advanced world centered around the law of destruction. Because of this, Shi Feng never dared to touch it. After all, it was the most important foundation of the advanced world. However, he had already tried modifying the other advanced laws and achieved little to no success. Only the law of destruction remained untouched. It was also his last opportunity at success. It's all or nothing. When Shi Feng saw less than 4 minutes remaining, he stopped hesitating and tried replacing the law of destruction with the miniature abyssal world. The miniature abyssal world was a miniature world, the primordial abyssal god created after much time and research. Serving as the core of this miniature world was the law of abyss, an ultimate world law that surpassed even the law of destruction. More specifically, the law of destruction was only one part of the law of abyss. Hence, the miniature abyssal world should be able to replace the law of destruction as the core of the five-headed Chaos Dragon's advanced world. As soon as Shi Feng replaced the law of destruction, a system notification rang in his ears. System, congratulations. Your replicated advanced world has achieved a 96% fusion rate. You have met the requirement for fusion. Do you wish to proceed with the fusion? Chapter 3941, Chapter 1015, Tier 7. At last, Chapter 1015, Tier 7 at last I did it. Shi Feng couldn't believe his eyes as he stared at the system notification. He had only been flogging a dead horse when he decided to replace the law of destruction with the miniature abyssal world. After all, with the time he had left, he hadn't had many attempts left. However, his last-ditch attempt had not only achieved a fusion rate exceeding 70%, but even reached 96%. Although he didn't know how great a 96% fusion rate was compared to other players who had successfully advanced to Tier 7, he was more than happy to accept it. Tier 7. This was a realm no player from the human race's greater god's domain had ever reached. Even if he had achieved only a 70% fusion rate, he would have accepted it without hesitation, let alone a 96% fusion rate. There was no doubt that any player who successfully reached Tier 7 stood among the strongest players in God's domain. They would become an existence revered by players of all races. They could trade blows with bona fide primordial gods. They were vastly superior to half-baked Tier 6 divine set users. After returning to his senses, Shi Feng promptly chose to fuse with the advanced world he had created. Immediately afterward, he felt the advanced world connecting with his divine body, causing his divine body to produce and supply the advanced world with dense mana. He no longer had to commit much of his mental capacity to control and maintain the advanced world. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. As the advanced world connected itself with all of the mana supply points in Shi Feng's divine body, it began to refine the mana in his body. As this happened, Shi Feng felt his body heating up like a furnace. This process continued for nearly a day when Shi Feng suddenly felt like he had become a different person, lighter and more comfortable, as if an invisible weight had been removed from his body. System, world fusion completed. Your world power has reached the gold rank. Any skills and spells used within your world will have their completion rates increased by 10%. You have received an additional Tier 7 legacy skill to learn. System, congratulations. You have become a Tier 7 Sword Law Saint Advanced Sword God. Basic attributes plus 60,000. All resistances plus 3,000. Mana recovery rate increased by 1,000%. Mana strength increased by 500%, concentration increased by 500%, stamina recovery speed increased by 500%, HP recovery speed increased by 300%, concentration recovery speed increased by 500%, all physical, magical, and mental attacks received that are below the Tier 7 standard will be weakened by 80%, all basic attributes increased by 500%, and reaction speed improved by 500%. Rewarding 3,000 legacy skill points. Amazing! The improvements Shi Feng received for reaching Tier 7 startled him. The basic attributes he received for becoming a Tier 7 Sword Law Saint was 5 times more than when he became a Tier 6 Sword Law Saint. He also received an additional 500% bonus for all basic attributes. Once he factored in the bonuses from his equipment, he'd have higher basic attributes than when he had fought Imperial Wraith with the assistance of Divine Blood and Abyssal Will. He had truly become a humanoid boss. However, what surprised him the most wasn't the increase in his basic attributes, but rather the 500% increase in his reaction speed. With his current reaction speed, even mortal gods would have difficulty keeping up with his attacks. Although their eyes might be able to keep up with his speed, it'd be meaningless if their bodies couldn't keep up. With my current strength, I can probably beat those taboo bosses, even without any techniques or skills, Shi Feng thought, astonished when he sensed the surrounding space trembling because of his movements. The primordial abyssal god's promotion land was extraordinarily stable. It also exerted an unimaginable suppression on its inhabitants. Even Tier 6 players could only exhibit strength at the Tier 2 or Tier 3 standard here. However, this suppression seemingly disappeared after he became a Tier 7 Advanced Sword God. The promotion land space now felt like paper to him, shreddable with just a little force. After Shi Feng familiarized himself with his newfound strength, he pulled up the list of Tier 7 legacy skills he could learn, curious to see what achieving gold-ranked world power qualified him for. Heavenly Sword requires. Sword Tier 7 Peak Legacy Skill. Conjure a heavenly sword using world power to perform a frontal AoE attack carrying up to 1000% of your strength. Cooldown, 10 minutes learning condition. 1 500 legacy skill points. Lightless requires sword tier 7 peak legacy skill, rapidly execute 9 slashes. Attack speed of each slash can be increased up to 1000%. Cooldown, 1 minute. Learning condition, 500 legacy skill points. Eternal sword requires sword tier 7 apex legacy spell, super large scale destruction spell. Conjure a world sword using all your world power to perform a large-scale annihilation attack. Cooldown, 1 natural day. Learning condition, 2000 legacy skill points. Even the cheapest one costs 1500 legacy skill points. The cost of learning. Tier 7 legacy skills flabbergasted Shi Feng. The Tier 7 legacy skills he was offered were undeniably powerful. Even the weakest was a Tier 7 peak legacy skill, significantly better than the profound skills of divine artifacts. It exhibited much greater power and had a much shorter cooldown. However, it cost 1,500 to 2,000 legacy skill points to learn just one of these Tier 7 legacy skills. It was many times more than what he had to pay to learn his Tier 6 legacy skills. If not for his promotion reward, which included 3,000 legacy skill points, he wouldn't have been able to afford even one Tier 7 legacy skill with his existing legacy skill points. I only have 3,910 legacy skill points, so I can only pick 2 to learn. After deliberating on it, Shi Feng learned Lightless and Eternal Sword. Lightless had a short cooldown, making it highly effective in extended battles. As for Eternal Sword, although it had a long cooldown, it was an incredible AoE spell. So long as he didn't encounter existences on par with the human race's 10 great NPCs, he could use Lightless and Eternal Sword as powerful deterrents in the war among the 3 races. Just when Shi Feng finished learning the legacy skills and was thinking about how to return, he suddenly realized an old man with an indistinct face was standing before him. The old man was only the size of a normal human. However, Shi Feng choked when he sensed the old man's aura. He felt as if he was standing before a powerful chaos creature when he was still at Tier 6. How many years has it been? I never thought a young fellow like you would succeed. You even grasped an advanced world, the old man said. Although his appearance was indistinct, the joy in his voice was apparent. Out of the hundreds who have succeeded in the past, you are the second to have made such an accomplishment, after the young fellow named Space. Since you have already advanced to Tier 7, it is time you returned. If the opportunity arises, I hope we can meet in person. As the old man finished speaking, he drew a divine rune in the air. Before Shi Feng could open his mouth, the divine rune transformed into a crimson space-time passage that engulfed and took him away from the promotion land. Chapter 3942, Chapter 1016, New Overlord. Chapter 1016, New Overlord, Eternal Realm, Primordial Civilization City. Shi Feng appeared in the teleportation tower in a flash of light, a massive headache assaulting him as he stepped out of the teleportation array. Why is the trip back so much rougher? If my concentration hadn't reached Tier 7, I would probably have fainted by now, Shi Feng thought to himself as he looked at the fading crimson space-time passage behind him with lingering fear. From the moment the old man sent Shi Feng into the space-time passage until he exited, he felt as if someone had repeatedly hacked at his soul with a blade. The excruciating experience would have been unbearable for the average person. Shi Feng even suspected that he might have suffered soul annihilation had he undergone this experience when he was still at Tier 6, and he would never have reached the primordial abyssal god's promotion land. However, Shi Feng soon forgot about his headache when he stepped out of the teleportation tower and saw the street before him. More specifically, his attention was drawn to the many shops, high-end hotels, restaurants, bars, etc. that lined the sides of the street. They were all advanced constructions that had dozens of floors. Additionally, he saw many high-ranking caravans and high-level players traversing the street. Most of these players were level 230 or above, including quite a few level 240 experts. There were also mysterious iron-flying ships sailing everywhere over the city. He even spotted 1,000-meter-long flying ships from time to time. This situation dumbfounded him. The current primordial civilization city looked nothing like a recently established guild city. It looked more prosperous than even the holy cities outside the Eternal Realm. How long was I away? Shi Feng couldn't help but wonder if he had returned to the wrong world when he saw the wares of the various shops. Many shops lining the street sold level 240-plus taboo legendary weapons and equipment. Some even sold level 250 taboo legendary equipment. This was not a sight he would dare to dream of before he left to challenge his Tier 7 promotion. Before his departure, Dragon's Crown had only recently gained the ability to farm level 245 taboo legendary equipment. It was still far from fully equipping its members with such equipment, let alone selling to outsiders. The shops before him were not situated in the city's central area. They were only near the teleportation tower, an area that was barely a prime location of the city. Even so, over 20 shops sold level 240-plus taboo legendary weapons and equipment. Some even sold level 250 taboo legendary equipment, an item he had never seen before. This wasn't a transformation that could occur in just 2 or 3 days. With many questions plaguing him, Shi Feng hurried back to Zero Wing's residence for answers. Upon returning to the guild residence, Shi Feng found that far fewer experts were garrisoning it than before. Although the average level of Zero Wing's members had risen considerably, the number of fifth-floor experts in the residence was at least 90% lower. Furthermore, when he entered the guild hall, he failed to see a single guild executive he knew. Unable to hold back his curiosity, Shi Feng contacted Blackie and asked, "Blackie, what's the situation in the primordial civilization city? Besides sixth-floor experts who could serve as pillars of the guild, Zero Wing also needed plenty of fifth-floor experts to function. If the guild relied solely on its few sixth-floor experts to raid taboo team dungeons in the remnant primordial world, it wouldn't be able to obtain many level 240+ weapons and equipment. Zero Wing was undoubtedly in crisis now that the guild had seemingly lost 90% of its fifth-floor experts." "Guild leader, you're back," Blackie cried out joyfully when he saw Shi Feng through the video call. "It's been close to 20 days since I last saw you. Had you stayed missing any longer, I would have had Soul and the others forcibly log you out of the game. 20 days? Blackie's words startled Shi Feng. Although he had long since assumed the Crimson Space-Time Passage had warped the flow of time, he never expected so much time to have passed. He didn't dare to imagine what would have become of Zero Wing had he decided to extend his stay in the promotion land by a few more days. "Yes, you were gone for nearly 20 days, Blackie said, nodding. "A lot of things happened during this period. Firstly, the war among the three races is in full swing. As a result, our race's various powers have lost over 1/3 of their NPC cities and guild cities. Fortunately, many powerhouses emerged from our race. We even have over 26th floor experts now. If not for Zero Wing having Firmament and Gentle Snow, Hidden Soul, and Fervent Samsara reaching the 6th floor standard, we might not have been able to keep our operations in Shattering Town, the Crystal City of Secrets, and the Primordial Civilization City. Snow and the others reached the 6th floor standard." Shi Feng was elated by the news of Gentle Snow, Hidden Soul, and Fervent Samsara becoming mortal gods. Although he knew that they wouldn't have difficulty achieving the 6th floor standard with their talent and the help of Tower of the Abyss, he hadn't expected them to achieve it this quickly. Regardless, this meant that Zero Wing now commanded 5 mortal gods. None of the other human apex powers, aside from the 7 Luminaries Alliance, had achieved this number in his previous life. "But the war is no longer the main focus in the Eternal Realm during this period," Blackie continued. "The thing that has everyone's attention now is the space-time passage that opened up in Holy Ring City some time ago. It leads to a primordial ruin that drops forging designs for level 240+ taboo legendary equipment and fragmented divine artifacts. This discovery further escalated the bloodshed among the three races. Thus far, over 10 6th-floor experts and Divine Set users have already suffered a permanent death because of this primordial ruin. It produces level 240+ fragmented divine artifact forging designs." Shi Feng was shocked. He wouldn't have been as surprised or bothered if the primordial ruin only dropped level 240+ taboo legendary equipment forging designs. After all, it was possible to obtain level 240+ taboo legendary equipment from the remnant primordial world's taboo dungeons. However, it was a completely different story if the primordial ruin dropped level 240+ fragmented divine artifact forging designs. Obtaining one such design was tantamount to gaining the ability to mass-produce divine artifacts. If anybody were to get their hands on a level 240+ fragmented divine artifact forging design, Zero Wing's advanced divine strengthening scrolls would instantly become obsolete. After all, divine artifacts might be incredibly difficult for current players to produce, but many great Grandmaster Forgers could produce fragmented divine artifacts. Moreover, if these great Grandmaster Forgers got their hands on a level 240+ fragmented divine artifact forging design, they might even achieve a breakthrough and become a craftsman forger. It is because that place drops level 240+ fragmented divine artifact forging designs that competition over it has intensified over time, Blackie said, pinching the bridge of his nose. Many of the holy races and the Crystallian race's royal powers that were initially indifferent to the Eternal Realm have come for a piece of the action. Besides that, the Nebula Consortium has somehow helped Demon's Gate become the human race's first royal power. Now, even the 7 Luminaries Alliance fears Demon's Gate. Demon's Gate has been promoted into a royal power? Shi Feng was dumbfounded after hearing this. In God's domain, powers couldn't simply proclaim themselves an apex or royal power. They needed the God's Domain Association's recognition. Even the holy races and the Crystallian race's various powers were no exception. In Shi Feng's previous life, Demon's Gate was nowhere close to matching the 7 Luminaries Alliance, let alone becoming a royal power. Furthermore, even after the 7 Luminaries Alliance obtained an epic siege weapon in his previous life, the God's Domain Association still hadn't recognized it as a royal power. Hence, he found it hard to believe Demon's Gate could become a royal power simply by relying on the Nebula Consortium's help. Chapter 3943, Chapter 1017, Second Great Divine Set, Chapter 1017. Second Great Divine Set, Demon's Gate's promotion caught everyone by surprise. None of the various powers expected it to get promoted before the 7 Luminaries Alliance, Blackie said. Then, when he saw Shi Feng's skeptical look, he sighed helplessly. However, Demon's Gate quickly proved to everyone it deserved to be a royal power. Shortly after the God's Domain Association announced Demon's Gate's promotion, Demon's Gate dealt a heavy blow to the Thunder Empire in the Primordial Ruin. The Thunder Empire mobilized the Lightning Nation, 7 Divine Set users, and nearly 30 old monsters fully equipped with divine artifacts for that battle. Yet, over half of these experts were permanently killed, and even the Lightning Nation got destroyed. Even the Lightning Nation got destroyed? This news took Shi Feng by surprise. The Thunder Empire's Lightning Nation was incredibly famous in his previous life. It was labeled the strongest offensive epic siege weapon. It could injure even primordial gods if used without regard for its durability. He highly doubted the Thunder Empire would use the Lightning Nation conservatively when there was a threat of permanent death to many of its top experts. The Thunder Empire would be even less likely to hold back when the Lightning Nation itself faced the threat of destruction. However, he also found it hard to imagine Demon's Gate having any means to defend against the Lightning Nation's full power. Even if Demon's Gate's 9 great experts were mobilized in full force, they would only be throwing themselves into the jaws of death by facing the Lightning Nation. Yet, Demon's Gate had somehow destroyed the Lightning Nation. This was simply unbelievable. After its sudden rise, Demon's Gate began mass recruiting members and expanding rapidly. It also assembled the various human powers to seize the fortress in the Primordial Ruin. Now, Demon's Gate is even proposing to let it fully manage the fortress, Blackie said, smiling wryly. The reason Demon's Gate gave is that the Holy Race and the Crystallian Race are going to besiege the fortress tomorrow. At that time, they will undoubtedly do everything they can to seize control of the fortress, but Demon's Gate is confident it can lead the human race to victory, so it wants full management rights over the fortress in return. Nobody wants to leave their fate in Demon's Gate's hands, so the various human powers have mobilized most of their elite experts to fight in the upcoming battle. So that's why there are so few experts and guild executives in the guild residence. Realization dawned on Shi Feng at Blackie's explanation. In God's domain, fortresses found in certain special locations usually had authority keys that determined who got to control them. If Demon's Gate was allowed to gain 51% of the authority tokens for the Primordial Ruins fortress, it might as well have full management rights over the fortress. By now, it was obvious the Primordial Ruins fortress concerned the various powers' future development. In such a situation, the various powers had to go all out in reinforcing it, whether to defend the fortress from the Holy Race and the Crystallian Race, or prevent Demon's Gate from gaining full control. Naturally, Zero Wing was no exception. Guild leader, since you're back, you should hurry to the fortress, Blackie said excitedly. Rain and snow are needed to protect Shattering Town and the Crystal City of Secrets, whereas Firmament is required to protect the Primordial Civilization City. Sol, Samsara, and Frost are the only 6th floor experts we currently have at the fortress, and they're honestly not enough to protect our interests. If you join them, we should have a better chance at preventing Demon's Gate from taking over the fortress. Okay, I'll head there now. Shi Feng nodded without hesitation. Zero Wing and Demon's Gate were currently mortal enemies. Although all human powers needed to stand united against the Holy Race and the Crystallian Race, Zero Wing would definitely have a hard time if Demon's Gate gained full control over the Primordial Ruins fortress. After disconnecting the call, Shi Feng used a guild transfer scroll to teleport to Shadowring Town, Holy Ring City, Primordial Ruin, Twilight Fortress. The Twilight Fortress was a super large fortress that could accommodate up to 3 million players. The fortress was brightly lit and its relatively narrow streets were crowded with players. A 100-meter tall battle arena the size of multiple stadiums stood in the central area of the fortress. The battle arena was lively throughout the day and even more so at night. Many of the various human powers experts and chosen ones would gather there to train or spectate matches. On the battle arena's top floor, even Samsara can't last 3 moves against him. Hidden Soul's expression turned grim when she saw the young man wrapped in bandages inside the ring defeat fervent Samsara in 3 moves. Where did Demon's Gate find these people? The girl before could match me, while this person's strength is even more monstrous. Only Rain stands a chance against him. Elise kept telling me Zero Wing is strong and has many experts, but I find it hard to believe, the bandaged young man scoffed, glancing at fervent Samsara who had just been resurrected outside the ring. I heard your guild leader is quite strong. How about you call him to fight me? I'll fight him with just one hand. I'll even consider it his victory if he can damage me. How about it? Damn it, I'm going up next. I refuse to believe I can't land a hit on him. Hidden Soul seethed. Don't be impulsive, Red Frost said, holding Hidden Soul back. That young man is provoking you. Demon's Gate is trying to reduce our levels before the battle over the fortress. Don't get tricked. The top floor ring was unlike the other rings in the battle arena. Players killed in the ring might not lose any weapons or equipment, but they would lose a level as a penalty. Are we supposed to just let him talk down to us then? Hidden Soul gnashed her teeth. Recently, as Demon's Gate's reputation and influence grew, and it annexed many pseudo-apex powers, it suddenly challenged Zero Wing to a fight in the battle arena. Additionally, Demon's Gate stated it would need only 3 members to defeat everyone from Zero Wing, regardless of how many members Zero Wing sent to take the challenge. Once this challenge became public, Zero Wing had no choice but to accept it to protect its reputation. However, the experts Demon's Gate sent were unbelievably strong. Zero Wing and Demon's Gate had fought 2 matches thus far, and Zero Wing had lost both. Moreover, Demon's Gate had yet to send out Elise, its strongest chosen one. I managed to identify the equipment he is using, Red Frost said helplessly. Although the tool he used to conceal his information can prevent even my peak observation skill from uncovering all his information, the equipment he is using should be the Blood Drinker set, the second great divine set that went missing long ago. The Blood Drinker set? Hidden Soul's eyes widened in shock at Red Frost's words, and she couldn't help but stare at the bandaged young man in disbelief. Chapter 3944, Chapter 1018, Fleeting Strike. Chapter 1018. Fleeting Strike, Big Sis Frost. Are you sure you aren't mistaken? Hidden Soul asked in disbelief. Everyone in the Greater Gods domain knew about the 6 great divine sets. They were regarded as equipment that could let Tier 6 players fight primordial gods of the same level. Hidden Soul had seen the effects of the Flame God set, the 4th great divine set. Even though Shi Feng could only unleash half of the Flame God set's potential, it was enough to let him match the average divine set user. She dared not imagine how powerful one of the 6 great divine sets would be if its user could unleash 100% of its potential. Yet, according to Red Frost, the bandaged young man from Demon's Gate was equipped with the Blood Drinker set, the 2nd great divine set. If the young man could fully utilize the Blood Drinker set's potential, even all 5 of Zero Wing's mortal gods attacking him together wouldn't necessarily guarantee their victory. I'm certain. The crimson shade hidden under those bandages resembles the Grand Library's records perfectly, Red Frost sighed, shaking her head. No wonder Demon's Gate dares to make such a bold challenge, Fervent Samsara said as he regrouped with Hidden Soul and Red Frost outside the ring. Then he continued in confusion, but didn't the Blood Drinker set go missing centuries ago? How did it end up in Demon's Gate's hands? The Nebula Consortium was largely the reason Demon's Gate could run rampant in the Greater Gods domain all this time. Although Imperial Wraith with his extreme evil set was powerful, he wouldn't have been enough to deter the various Apex powers from persecuting Demon's Gate. Many pseudo-Apex powers even dared to openly oppose Demon's Gate. However, had it been known that Demon's Gate possessed the 2nd great divine set, even the 7 Luminaries Alliance would have feared it, let alone a bunch of pseudo-Apex powers. What should we do now? Hidden Soul asked anxiously. Judging by that person's movements, he reached the 6th floor standard long ago, and he's level 243. With him equipped with the Blood Drinker set, even the Holy Race and the Crystallian Race would only have a few players capable of dealing with him. As for the human race, while Hidden Soul and the others were feeling helpless against the bandaged young man, a deep and familiar voice suddenly echoed across the top floor arena. Since you insist, I will be your opponent. At these words, everyone in the arena turned to where the voice came from and saw a cloaked swordsman walking toward the ring from the entrance. Black Flame. He's Black Flame. He's still alive? Didn't he get hunted and killed by the Holy Races and the Crystallian Race's royal powers in the Demon God Forest? He must have survived their pursuit. But why would he expose himself here? Is he not afraid those royal powers might come after him again? Many of the various powers experts were surprised to see Shi Feng. Shi Feng's fame had skyrocketed since the battle in the Demon God Forest. Not only did he steal the Undying Mother's loot from several royal powers, but he had even repulsed multiple divine set users before escaping. After this battle, Shi Feng soared to 2nd place on the Divine Glory list. Although he had quickly fallen to 11th place due to the many geniuses produced by the war among the 3 races, it was still a rank that most chosen ones could only dream of achieving. You've finally shown yourself. I thought you would remain in hiding for fear of getting targeted by the several anomalies that recently appeared among the Holy Race and Crystallian Race, Lunar River from King's Paradise said, her lips curving into a smile as she watched Shi Feng walking into the ring. She was seated in the VIP stand, drawn here by the confrontation between Zero Wing and Demon's Gate. Her temperament and equipment standard had drastically changed compared to when she participated in Everlasting City's competition. She now gave off the feeling of an unsheathed sword, intimidating those around her. This young man from Demon's Gate is far from ordinary. Can you last more than a few moves against him? Vice Guild Leader, is that young man from Demon's Gate really that strong? Asked Shuoyun, who was also wearing a black cloak to hide her information. Guild Leader Black Flame can rival 6th floor experts in combat standards. He even repulsed multiple divine set users last time. Even if that young man is equipped with the 2nd great divine set, I doubt Guild Leader Black Flame would lose in just a few moves, right? You aren't aware of the full situation, so it's normal for you to have such thoughts, Lunar River said. After glancing at the bandaged young man on the ring, she continued, if all that person has is the 2nd great divine set, he naturally wouldn't be able to defeat Black Flame in a few moves. However, that person isn't some no-name expert. He's not? At Lunar River's words, Shuoyun couldn't help but look at the bandaged young man in confusion. But this person only debuted during the battle between Demon's Gate and the Thunder Empire. Before that, there was never any information about him in Demon's Gate. Of course, there isn't any information on him in our Greater Gods domain, Lunar River said nonchalantly. but he is very famous in the 100 race battlefield. He is the 100 race ranking list's 421st ranked soul hunter. In the current Eternal Realm, only those anomalies from the Holy Race and the Crystallian race are superior to him in overall strength. As for everyone else, if we compare solely in combat standards, Ink Crystal might be able to match him. Shuoyun gaped at Lunar River's evaluation, staring at the bandaged young man in disbelief. Ink Crystal was known by all in the current Eternal Realm. She was publicly acknowledged as the Crystallian race's #1 chosen one. Although it had been a while since anyone last saw her, she had never fallen out of the Eternal Chosen One ranking list's top 10. She was not an existence brand new 6th floor experts could hope to match. In addition to Lunar River and Shuoyun, many other spectators in the VIP stands focused on the bandaged young man. Elder Marshal, is it impossible for Guild Leader Black Flame to win? Verdant Rainbow asked the white-haired old man beside her in confusion. If that young man didn't have the second Great Divine set, Guild Leader Black Flame might have had a chance. But now? Impossible. You can't even put them in the same league, Elder Marshal said firmly, stroking his beard. Nebula is extremely invested this time. Be it Black Flame or Zero Wing, I suggest you advise them not to stick their heads out during this period. Verdant Rainbow sighed helplessly at Elder Marshal's words. Originally, after witnessing Shi Feng's performance in the Demon God Forest, she thought Zero Wing could suppress Demon's Gate and trade blows with the Nebula Consortium. However, she was recently granted access to information she had never been privy to, which made her realize that their world had far more secrets than she had imagined. Inside the ring, Shi Feng stood facing the bandaged young man. Elise told me some time ago she thinks you may eventually grow to match her. Although I disagree with that sentiment, I can give you a chance, the bandaged young man said, his crimson eyes sizing up Shi Feng contemptuously. I will let you make the first 3 moves, and I will receive them with only one hand. If you can damage me, you win. However, before the bandaged young man could say anything else, Shi Feng casually unsheathed the Shadow Incinerator and swung it at him. Goddess-ranked mana technique, Dark Moon. Subsequently, what happened next took place in the blink of an eye. For a mere instant, a black flash lit up the entire arena. When the flash of light disappeared, the bandaged young man had just finished raising his dagger and entering a defensive stance. Immediately afterward, his vision turned gray, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Before anyone could react, the winner of the duel was displayed above the ring. Winner, Black Flame, Chapter 3945, Chapter 1019, Tier 7 Combat Power, Chapter 1019, Tier 7 Combat Power Twilight Battle Arena, Top Floor Arena, Black Flame won? Am I hallucinating? Why does the ring look bisected? A one-hit kill. Is this the strength of someone in the Divine Glory list's top 10? The players watching the duel gaped at the bandaged young man's corpse, shocked by Shi Feng's display of strength. Everyone here had witnessed the strength of the bandaged young man from Demon's Gate. Even before clashing with Zero Wing's fervent Samsara, he had several duels with 6th floor experts and hadn't lost a single HP. Yet, the bandaged young man had failed to block even one move from Shi Feng. They couldn't even begin to imagine how strong Shi Feng was. While the rest of the arena was in an uproar, over at the Seven Luminaries Alliance's VIP seating area, that person couldn't even withstand a single blow, Verdant Rainbow muttered, staring at Soul Hunter's corpse in disbelief. Wasn't he supposed to be equipped with the second Great Divine set? Could it be a fake? No other player or power in the human race's greater god's domain better understood the 6 Great Divine sets than the Seven Luminaries Alliance. Hence, Verdant Rainbow knew that once a Tier 6 player equipped one of the 6 Great Divine sets, so long as they could fully access its potential, they could exhibit strength rivaling that of primordial gods of the same level. Not to mention, Soul Hunter was a 6th floor expert. The second Great Divine set should shine even more in his hands than in the hands of other Tier 6 players. Although Verdant Rainbow could tell that Shi Feng's attack had undoubtedly reached the Tier 7 standard, it shouldn't have been enough to one-shot Soul Hunter. Under normal circumstances, she'd consider it a miracle if Shi Feng could even hold his ground against Soul Hunter using such an attack. After all, if Soul Hunter was equipped with the second Great Divine set and could access its full potential, his strength attribute should rival that of primordial gods of the same level. After including his advantage in combat standards, he shouldn't have gotten one-shotted by Shi Feng. Thus, this bizarre situation led Verdant Rainbow to question the authenticity of Soul Hunter's Blood Drinker set. If that were the case, Fervent Samsara wouldn't have been defeated so quickly, Elder Marshal said, shaking his head. Then, as he watched Shi Feng sheath the Shadow Incinerator, he continued sternly, Soul Hunter's Blood Drinker set is the real deal, but it seems that he has yet to fully unlock its potential. Nevertheless, his basic attributes should still be slightly superior to those of the average Divine Set user. The fact that he still got one-shotted must mean Black Flame is a bona fide Tier 7 Combatant 1. A bona fide Tier 7 combatant? At Elder Marshal's firm assessment, Verdant Rainbow couldn't help but focus on Shi Feng, her fists clenched and her eyes wide with shock and envy. Quite a few Divine Set users could launch attacks rivaling those of primordial gods of the same level. Even so, they couldn't be considered Tier 7 combatants. This was because most could only launch one-off attacks that reached the Primordial God standard. To be considered a Tier 7 combatant, players had to be able to fight primordial gods of the same level in a direct confrontation. It wasn't enough to just be able to launch one-off attacks that reached the primordial god standard. Currently, only a handful of individuals across the three races could be considered a Tier 7 combatant, hence, Verdant Rainbow's reaction to Shi Feng's achievement was only natural. Over at Zero Wing's VIP seating area, Zero Wing's members rejoiced when they saw Soul Hunter getting one-shotted. The guild leader is simply incredible. This outcome must have dumbfounded those Demon's Gate bastards. Fervent Samsara laughed as he looked at Demon's Gate's silent seating area. I'd expect no less. After all, this is a Tier 7 combatant we're talking about, Hidden Soul said, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the space within the ring that remained shattered even now. Out of the three races, only royal powers have such experts thus far. After the three races established safe routes into the Eternal Realm, the number of experts capable of launching attacks that rivaled those of primordial gods had increased significantly. As a result, only powers with bona fide Tier 7 combatants would have any true sway in the current Eternal Realm. Although the gap between Tier 7 combatants and experts capable of launching one or two Tier 7 attacks wasn't exactly insurmountable, the latter would still need to work in groups of 10 or more to have a fighting chance against a Tier 7 combatant. Even the royal powers of the three races did not have many players capable of launching Tier 7 attacks, as such players typically had to be equipped with a divine set and have 6th floor combat standards. Thus, having even one Tier 7 combatant would be enough to suppress a royal power in the Eternal Realm. While Zero Wing's members were celebrating, the bandaged young man who had resurrected outside the ring glared at Shi Feng with fear and anger in his eyes. He never imagined Shi Feng would be strong to such an extent. Black Flame, you win this time. But don't think this is over. It won't be long before I crush you under my feet. Soul Hunter barked before swiftly exiting the arena. After Soul Hunter left, Hidden Soul, Blackie, and the others approached Shi Feng. These people from Demon's Gate are arrogant as always. If not for Rain and Snow being occupied, we wouldn't necessarily have lost the first two matches, Blackie said, disgruntled by Soul Hunter's attitude. Indeed, Rain and Snow should be able to win against him, Hidden Soul said, nodding. After Shi Feng, the strongest players in Zero Wing were Phoenix Rain and Gentle Snow. Although their equipment was vastly inferior to Soul Hunter's, they wielded extraordinarily powerful skills and spells. Hence, even if Soul Hunter was equipped with the Blood Drinker set, Phoenix Rain and Gentle Snow would still have a solid chance of beating him. Winning against him might be easy, but it's a different story for the other expert from Demon's Gate. As soon as Hidden Soul finished speaking, a clear and powerful voice entered the ears of Shi Feng and the other Zero Wing members. When they turned to look at the speaker, they saw that it was none other than King's Paradise's Lunar River. The suit of pitch-black armor Lunar River previously wore had been replaced with a suit of crimson armor. The pitch-black greatsword she carried had also multiplied, coming as a pair now. Although Lunar River had concealed much of her personal information by wearing a black cloak, her current aura was much stronger than when she participated in Everlasting City's competition. She gave off the feeling of a primordial demon god that had just awoken from its slumber, brimming with power. He's not the strongest expert Demon's Gate sent this time? Shi Feng looked at Lunar River strangely. Although his clash with Soul Hunter was brief, he could tell the other party was strong. In addition to being equipped with the Blood Drinker set, Soul Hunter rivaled Ink Crystal in combat standards. If not for Soul Hunter's inability to fully exercise the Blood Drinker set's potential, even Shi Feng, a bona fide Tier 7 player, couldn't have killed him so easily. Hence, Shi Feng found it hard to imagine that Demon's Gate still had stronger experts. Of course, he's not the strongest, Lunar River said, chuckling at Shi Feng's confusion. He might be incredibly strong, but the person in charge of Demon's Gate's forces here is someone else. This person also happens to be someone you all are familiar with. Someone we're familiar with? Hidden Soul looked at Lunar River curiously. Soul Hunter rivaled Ink Crystal in combat standards. He was also equipped with the second Great Divine set. Even Imperial Wraith, after reaching the 6th floor standard, was no match for him. Hence, she found it hard to believe Demon's Gate could have an expert stronger than Soul Hunter. Yes, Lunar River nodded. Then she smiled and said, that person is Elise, the Star Maiden. Chapter 3946, Chapter 1020, Imperial Power, Chapter 1020, Imperial Power Elise? Shi Feng reacted skeptically to Lunar River's answer. Shi Feng knew Elise well. She was Demon's Gate's strongest chosen one and among the earliest experts to make a name for herself in the Continental Championship. Afterward, her reputation even grew to match that of Daystar, the Arbiter of Death. At the rate she grew, she could even reach the same height as the three absolutes in his previous life. Nonetheless, Shi Feng found it hard to believe Elise could be stronger than Soul Hunter. Setting aside the difference in combat standards, Soul Hunter would leave Elise in the dust in equipment standards alone. After all, the Blood Drinker set not only provided more basic attributes than the Flame God set, but also didn't have as stringent of a use condition. Even though Soul Hunter had yet to unlock the Blood Drinker set's full potential, it still provided him with more basic attributes than the average Divine set. If Elise wanted to surpass Soul Hunter in basic attributes, she'd have to obtain either the fully unlocked version of one of the 4 lower-ranked Great Divine sets, or the legendary first Great Divine set, Aurora. The Aurora set. Even in Shi Feng's previous life, little information was available on the Aurora set. It was last seen over a millennium ago, and players' chances of finding it were almost nil. As for the 4 lower-ranked Great Divine sets, Zero Wing currently possessed the Flame God set, and still had functioning pieces of the Eternal set, so neither of these 2 Great Divine sets could be in Elise's possession. As for the 2 other Great Divine sets, even Shi Feng didn't have any clues about them, as they had gone missing over a century ago. Hence, it should also be nigh impossible for Elise or Demon's Gate to have obtained them. At Shi Feng's skepticism, Lunar River chuckled and said, "Guild leader Black Flame, although I don't know exactly how strong Elise was previously, I can tell you that she is currently the apple of Demon's Gate's and the Nebula Consortium's eye. Even Soul Hunter has chosen to be her follower." Soul Hunter is her follower? Lunar River's words shocked Shi Feng. Is she very special? In God's domain, players would never become followers unless they were willing to submit themselves to another player. If Elise could get Soul Hunter to become her follower, she had to have something that convinced him to submit to her. Otherwise, he'd only be wasting his time by becoming her follower. "Of course," Lunar River said, smiling. "Had you heard of the 100-race battlefield before? I've heard of it." Shi Feng nodded. "It resembles the Crucible of the Ancients, and is a good place to obtain promotion land scrolls." Indeed. However, promotion land scrolls aren't the only things the 100-race battlefield has to offer, Lunar River said. After a slight pause, she continued, "It is also a place for players to join greater powers. More specifically, the 100-race battlefield is a testing ground for greater powers to assess potential recruits. Guild leader Black Flame, I'm sure you know that becoming a royal power isn't the finish line for a power, right? It's just that the strongest powers among the human race, the Crystallian race, and the Holy race are royal powers. Beyond royal powers are Imperial powers 1, and powers that seek to reach that standard must command at least 2 Tier 7 players. However, despite the vastness of God's domain, few players have ever advanced to Tier 7. Because of this, there might not be even a single Imperial power out of several dozen greater God's domains. Fortunately, the 100-race battlefield we've landed in has multiple Imperial powers. If Tier 6 players like ourselves could join one of these Imperial powers, we would have a much better chance of advancing to Tier 7. Are you saying Elise passed the test of an Imperial power? Shi Feng came to a sudden realization at Lunar River's words. There was no lack of examples of geniuses from weaker powers joining stronger powers in the human race's greater God's domain, so he wasn't too surprised to hear of stronger alien powers recruiting geniuses from the human race. After all, the main God system didn't dictate that players of different races should be hostile to one another. It was just that there was no penalty system implemented for killing alien players. No, Elise didn't take any Imperial powers test, but rather got approached by one, Lunar River said, envy flashing in her eyes. Elise is now a core member of said Imperial power. This is also why Demon's Gate could develop so rapidly, and the Nebula Consortium would provide its full support to Demon's Gate. Her situation is similar to the Fist Emperor you offended. Fist Emperor is also a member of an Imperial power. Shi Feng suddenly understood why Jun Tianquo would say that Fist Emperor had a background so powerful, not even the Holy Race's royal powers dared to provoke him. It turned out that Fist Emperor hailed from an Imperial power. Moreover, he likely wasn't just a normal member of said Imperial power. In that case, it was only natural the Holy Race's royal powers dared not provoke him. On the contrary, powers capable of sending players to the 100-race battlefield would do their best to fawn over him so their members could have an easier time there. After recovering from his surprise, Shi Feng looked at Lunar River and asked, "Miss Lunar, I doubt you told me all this just to chat with me, right?" He and Lunar River were acquaintances at best. Information on the 100-race battlefield was incredibly precious. Even if she were to sell it for a high price, plenty of powers would buy it. He refused to believe she would give him this information for no reason. "You are a sensible person, Guild Leader Black Flame," Lunar River said, her lips curving up slightly. "The next 100-race battlefield will happen soon, and I hope to secure a good placement there. However, my current divine artifacts are insufficient for that purpose. As this primordial ruin drops level 250 plus fragmented divine artifact forging designs, I hope to get a share of the Twilight Fortress. Now that you are a Tier 7 combatant, few powers can outcompete Zero Wing in securing the Twilight Fortress's Twilight tokens. If Zero Wing and King's Paradise join forces, even with Demon's Gate, the Seven Luminaries Alliance, and the Eternal Chamber of Commerce as our opponents, we can secure at least 40% of the Twilight Fortress's shares. Rest assured, I don't want much. I only need a 5% share." "A 5% share?" Shi Feng scrutinized Lunar River for a moment. Then he nodded and said, "Zero Wing is fine with this arrangement, but I want full command over our forces." Although Lunar River had concealed much of her information, Shi Feng could tell she had reached the 6th floor standard. On top of that, she was also an overlimit expert. King's Paradise was no ordinary pseudo-apex power either. The 10 level 245 plus experts fully equipped with divine artifacts standing behind her proved this. King's Paradise could already match some of the weaker human apex powers in equipment standards. Thus, it wasn't a loss for Zero Wing to partner with King's Paradise. No problem, Lunar River agreed without hesitation. After establishing their partnership, Shi Feng and Lunar River discussed how they would compete for Twilight tokens. As their discussion took place, 3 hours quickly passed, and the first light struck the walls of the Twilight Fortress. Before the players in the Twilight Fortress could admire this first ray of sunshine, numerous black dots appeared on the horizon, eclipsing the sun and plunging the fortress into darkness once more. When the players saw this, they all gasped. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Everyone, gather up! The Holy Race is attacking. Chapter 3947, Chapter 1021, 5 Absolutes, Chapter 1021, 5 Absolutes, the Holy Race's 10 Royal Powers? Shi Feng was shocked by the sight of the 10 legions approaching the Twilight Fortress, a gathering of the Holy Race's 10 royal powers. Never in his previous life had such an event occurred. Until the end of the war between the human race and the Holy Race, only 6 of the Holy Race's royal powers had participated. The remaining 4 royal powers never appeared, as if they didn't exist. But now, all 10 of the Holy Race's royal powers had shown up. The Thunder Empire, Evil Nature, Sovereign Mark, the Sun Dynasty, the Undying Court, Skygazer, Netherlord, the Crimson Dynasty, Celestial Melody, and Holy Shield. Each of these 10 royal powers had mobilized a legion of over 1 million players for a total of over 10 million Holy Race players. These players were not ordinary experts, but level 240 plus elite experts. Moreover, over 10% of these players were fully equipped with fragmented divine artifacts, and 5% had at least one divine artifact. Over 1 million elite experts and tens of thousands of 5th floor experts equipped with at least one divine artifact. Is this the true strength of a royal power? Crap. The commanders and vice commanders of these legions are simply monsters. All of them are equipped with divine sets. Does the Holy Race's Greater God's Domain have a higher drop rate for divine sets? A total of 106 divine set users and 745 experts fully equipped with divine artifacts. Did these royal powers mobilize everything in their treasuries? The hearts of the players in the Twilight Fortress skipped a beat as they stared at the approaching Holy Race army. They couldn't fathom how they were supposed to defend the Twilight Fortress against such an army. The human race's various powers had assembled over 3 million level 240 plus experts in the Twilight Fortress to deal with the Holy Race's and the Crystallian Race's impending siege. The various pseudo-apex and apex powers had even mobilized most of their elite experts. Nonetheless, they had assembled only a little over 70,000 players fully equipped with fragmented divine artifacts and about 10,000 5th floor experts with one or more divine artifacts. As for experts fully equipped with divine artifacts, they numbered 200. As for divine set users, there were only 17 such players in the Twilight Fortress, a pitiful number compared to how many the Holy Race's royal powers had mobilized. Seeing this situation, the experts of the human race's various powers had only one question. Could they even win? Although they had the defenders' advantage in this siege, the fortress's defensive magic array merely weakened the basic attributes of enemies within its range by 10%. The huge disparity in numbers was more than enough to offset this 10% suppression. As the players in the Twilight Fortress discussed their chances, 5 young men and women separated from the Holy Race army and hovered proudly above the Twilight Fortress. Despite their young age, the appearance of these 5 youths sent shivers down the spines of everyone in the fortress. Many were even in fear and trembling. The 5 absolute chosen ones. Is this the strength of the 5 absolute chosen ones? The players in the fortress despaired when they saw the 5 youths from the Holy Race, as expected of the Holy Race's strongest chosen ones. In addition to reaching the 6th floor standard, they all have reached the Tier 7 combatant standard, Shi Feng thought, marveling at the 5 youths in the sky. Shi Feng recognized 3 of these 5 youths, a tall young man with 4 arms, a 3-eyed young woman wielding a crimson flag, and a 3-eyed young man. The tall young man with 4 arms was Garuda, the Divine Fist. He was level 242 and equipped with the Thunder Empire's prided Lightning Beast set, one of the Holy Race's 9 great divine sets. Moreover, unlike Soul Hunter's Blood Drinker set, his Lightning Beast set already had its full potential unlocked. Even though he was merely hovering in place, a law projection comprising lightning and light formed naturally around him. The 3-eyed young woman wielding a crimson flag was Daystar, the Arbiter of Death. She was at an even higher level than Garuda, having reached level 244. She was equipped with the Death Wanderer set, also one of the Holy Race's 9 great divine sets. Departed souls wandered around her at all times, making her look like the Queen of the Dead. The 3-eyed young man was Fist Emperor. Although he was only level 243, he was equipped with the Skyquake set, another of the 9 great divine sets. With the Skyquake set, he exuded an indescribable sense of power. The space around him repeatedly cracked and mended itself, evidently having trouble withstanding this power. As for the remaining two youths, one was a six-eyed, four-armed young man, while the other was a tall, four-armed young woman. Although Shi Feng did not recognize either, he was familiar with the Wrath set, again one of the 9 great divine sets the six-eyed young man wore. As for the four-armed young woman, she was level 245 and wielded 2 sabers. Unlike her peers, she did not equip one of the 9 great divine sets. Even so, space-time fissures surrounded her constantly, so the divine set she wore was unlikely to be inferior to the 9 great divine sets. Above the Twilight Fortress, what a bunch of killjoys. Why did you all show up? How is the other side supposed to resist? Tyrant Claw, the six-eyed, four-armed young man equipped with the Wrath set, sighed and shook his head after glancing at the 4 youths beside him. You are free to step aside if you don't want to fight, Fist Emperor said, glancing at Tyrant Claw. Then he glared at Shi Feng, who stood inside the Twilight Fortress, and continued coldly, I came here for only one purpose this time. Black Flame's life is mine to claim. You all can do whatever you want with the others. There are hardly any noteworthy experts here. I heard that Black Flame is quite strong. If we let you have this prey, the others might not be enough to make up for our loss. Morning Echo, the tall, four-armed young woman, said playfully. Morning Echo, don't push your luck, Fist Emperor scoffed, glancing at Morning Echo. According to the latest reports, the Star Maiden will show up. If you can kill her, that side might decide to promote you to an elite member. Leave the Star Maiden to me if you don't want this opportunity. What are you getting all worked up for? I was only joking. I can't be bothered to fight a person who's not even a top 20 Eternal Chosen One, Morning Echo said, grinning at Fist Emperor's reaction. Then, that settles it. You'll get Black Flame, but you're not allowed to touch the Star Maiden. Rest assured, I won't stoop so low as to compete with you all, Fist Emperor pridefully said when he saw all 4 of his peers looking at him for confirmation. When Fist Emperor finished speaking, a massive space-time rift suddenly opened above the Twilight Fortress, covering the entire fortress. When everyone turned toward the rift, they saw a lithe figure gracefully emerging from its depths. The mana within tens of thousands of yards thickened with each step this lithe figure took. By the time this lithe figure exited the rift, only mana remained within tens of thousands of yards around her. No other forms of energy existed inside or around the Twilight Fortress, as if a tsunami of pristine mana had swept through it. Silence enveloped the Twilight Fortress and its surroundings following the arrival of this lithe figure. Even the Holy Race's 5 absolute chosen ones stared at her with eyes full of vigilance and fighting spirit. She's Elise? The lithe figure had emerged from the space-time rift with a black book in her arms. When Shi Feng saw this lithe figure, his mind froze momentarily. Chapter 3948, Chapter 1022, Anomalies, Chapter 1022. Anomalies. Is she really that Elise? Fervent Samsara muttered, gawking at Elise. Fervent Samsara had participated in the Continental Championship with Elise, so he knew her quite well. Although she ranked high among the 3 races chosen ones in the championship, the difference between her past self and her current self was like night and day. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say they were completely different people. Setting aside the fact that Elise's level had reached a staggering 251, just the aura she exuded when hovering in the air made Fervent Samsara feel like he was gazing up at a mighty mountain. Besides those familiar with Elise, the other 6th-floor experts in the Twilight Fortress were also amazed and shocked by Elise's overwhelming aura. No wonder she could get selected by that side. She's simply a monster, Verdant Rainbow said, smiling wryly at the intense pressure she felt from her former rival. Although Demon's Gate and the 7 Luminaries Alliance were not mortal enemies, they often butted heads with each other. As a chosen one nurtured by the 7 Luminaries Alliance, Verdant Rainbow naturally couldn't avoid clashing with Demon's Gate's chosen ones of the same generation. During the Continental Championship, Verdant Rainbow was still confident she could put up a good fight against Elise. But now, her gut instinct told her she couldn't resist Elise, despite her having reached the 6th floor standard. This made her wonder how much stronger Elise had gotten in the time they hadn't met. What an incredible combat standard. She's giving me a sense of danger, Shi Feng exclaimed softly as he looked at Elise. Lunar River rolled her eyes at Shi Feng's exclamation, her expression seemingly saying, thank you for stating the obvious. Regarding Lunar River's exasperated response, Shi Feng had no idea how to retort. Although Elise was equipped with an unknown divine set that matched the human race's 6 great divine sets, she was still a Tier 6 lifeform. A big gap remained between her and a bona fide Tier 7 lifeform. Setting aside the difference in basic attributes, merely the different tiers of skills and spells they could access made it incredibly difficult for Tier 6 players like Elise to pose any threat to Shi Feng. She'd need to be able to use techniques to make up for the gap between Tier 6 and Tier 7 skills and spells, which wasn't something just any peak gold combat technique could accomplish. Nobody is allowed to attack Elise. We will deal with her. Everyone else start besieging the fortress. While the players inside and outside the Twilight Fortress were stunned by Elise's appearance, Daystar eyed her old rival warily as she issued an order to the Holy Race army behind her. The other 4 of the 5 absolute chosen ones nodded in tacit agreement, nobody objecting to Daystar's arrangement. In reality, capturing the Twilight Fortress could only be considered a secondary objective of the Holy Race's 10 royal powers. The main reason the 10 royal powers joined forces to besiege the Twilight Fortress was to create an opportunity for the 5 absolute chosen ones to fight Elise. Elise was the only player to have been recruited by an Imperial power as a core member in the last 100-race battlefield. This situation made the 100-race battlefield's various powers green with envy. Despite being called the 100-race battlefield, over 100 races participated in it. Moreover, every race qualified for the 100-race battlefield was strong. Even the weakest participating race had several apex powers, while the stronger ones had over 20 royal powers. In the eyes of these stronger races, even the mighty holy race was no more than a slightly larger prey compared to the weaker races. Out of all the races participating in the 100-race battlefield, only 3 had a power that went beyond the royal standard, reaching the imperial standard. 2 of these imperial powers commanded 2 Tier 7 experts, while 1 commanded 3 Tier 7 experts. In the past, the Imperial power with 3 Tier 7 experts rarely recruited players from the 100-race battlefield, yet it had taken the initiative to invite Elise and promoted her to a core member. This situation confused the 100-race battlefield's various powers. Even the 2 other Imperial powers were surprised by this situation. To uncover the reason behind Elise's recruitment, the other 2 Imperial powers issued a commission to probe her standards. Anyone who could produce satisfying results would be handsomely rewarded. Those who had already passed the basic recruitment test would get immediately accepted as a normal member, while those who were already normal members would have their statuses elevated. There was no way the Holy Race's 10 royal powers could resist the temptation of such a reward. The 3 Imperial powers' recruitment standards were exceedingly high. Even if one managed to come in first place in the 100-race battlefield, they wouldn't necessarily accept one's membership application. Not to mention, the highest the Holy Race had ever placed was in the top 50, which barely met the recruitment conditions of the 3 Imperial powers. Furthermore, even after becoming a member of an Imperial power, the treatment one received would differ drastically depending on whether one was a normal member or an elite member. In the case of normal members, even if they were to pay an astronomical price and make many contributions to the guild, they would, at best, get to redeem the coordinates of a Tier 7 promotion land with several dozen ordinary chaos creatures. Better privileges, such as having the guild capture an ordinary chaos creature from the depths of the Void Sea for one's research, were not for normal members to enjoy. Chaos creatures were monsters so dangerous, even Holy Ancestor-ranked existences would have to risk death to defeat, let alone Tier 7 players. Under normal circumstances, multiple Tier 7 players had to work together and risk permanent death to capture an ordinary chaos creature. The entire process could also take months to complete. As Imperial powers had hundreds of millions of normal members, there was no way they could afford to offer such a privilege to normal members. However, elite members were granted such a privilege. The only caveat was that they might need to wait decades or centuries for their turn to arrive. They'd also have to pay an unimaginable price and make significant contributions to the guild. Nonetheless, all of these sacrifices would be worthwhile, as they would get to increase their chances of advancing to Tier 7. For the sake of the Holy Race's future, the Holy Race's 10 royal powers were willing to help the 5 absolute chosen ones, who had already become normal members of the 2 Imperial powers, fight for this opportunity. Even the royal powers that the 5 absolutes had no affiliation with were willing to do their best to help. "Which one of us will go first?" Tyrant Claw asked, glancing at Daystar, Garuda, and Morning Echo. "I'll go first. She and I are old rivals," Garuda said, rubbing his fists as he looked at Elise with admiration, jealousy, frustration, and excitement. Originally, Elise wasn't even an opponent he took seriously, but now she had become someone he had to challenge. He had to admit that fate truly worked in twisted ways. Chapter 39499, Chapter 1023, 3rd Stage, Chapter 1023, 3rd Stage Elise, we meet again. As Garuda looked at Elise, he couldn't help but think back to the Continental Championship a few months ago and sighed inwardly. Garuda recognized Elise's talent. After all, despite not even entering the top 4 in the first Continental Championship, she had led her party into the top 4 during the second one. The rate of her improvement was much more impressive than that of the average chosen one. Nonetheless, Garuda didn't think his talent was worse than Elise's. He had even reached the 6th floor standard before she did. But now, their statuses were worlds apart. Garuda was unconvinced by this result. Now that his guild had issued a commission to probe Elise's standards, he could use this opportunity to prove that his talent wasn't any worse than hers. "Make your move," Elise said indifferently. "Okay, let me see how much you've improved," Garuda said, smiling. With his eyes burning with fighting spirit, he punched at Elise with all 4 of his fists. Suddenly, the sky above the Twilight Fortress seemingly fell as 100 phantom fists, thousands of meters in size, rained on Elise. The sight of these phantom fists sent shivers down the spines of the players in the fortress. Some even despaired. This was because the power of each phantom fist rivaled that of pseudo-tier 7 profound skills used by divine set users. Yet, Garuda had thrown 100 of such punches. This was already comparable to the fierce attack of a taboo boss. Just as the phantom fists were about to reach Elise, they merged, creating 6 phantom fists 10,000 meters in size. Naturally, the power each phantom fist carried became more devastating. Is Garuda insane? He's getting serious right off the bat? Tyrant Claw was surprised to see the 6 gigantic phantom fists. As someone who had frequently clashed with Garuda, Tyrant Claw knew this move well. The 6-fold 100 Splitting Fists. 100 Splitting Fists was an original advanced gold holy art developed by Garuda. The 3-fold version of the technique already surpassed the average peak gold holy art in power, while the 6-fold version was as strong as a fusion art that merged 2 peak gold holy arts. Incredible. The current Garuda is likely stronger than Ink Crystal when she fought in Everlasting City, Daystar said, marveling at the speed of Garuda's improvement. However, unlike the Holy Race's absolute chosen ones, Elise, the recipient of Garuda's 6-fold 100 Splitting Fists, was unfazed. She simply opened the black book she held and began creating a series of magic arrays under her feet. Additionally, as soon as these magic arrays appeared, they quickly expanded to cover a radius of several thousand yards. 3-fold, 6-fold, 9-fold. The magic arrays Elise created were for a pseudo Tier 7 spell. With each additional magic array she created, the surprise of the magical class players in the Twilight Fortress grew. Tier 6 players would be considered rare geniuses if they could speedcast a pseudo Tier 7 spell. As for speedcasting multiple instances of a pseudo Tier 7 spell, even those capable of speedcasting just a 2-fold version would be marked as a chosen one. After all, multicasting a spell was much more difficult than performing the strength combination of melee players. Yet, Elise was speedcasting a 9-fold pseudo Tier 7 spell. This was a feat much more complex than combining over a dozen attacks. However, Elise still wasn't done. Even after the appearance of the 9th magic array, more followed. It wasn't until the 12th magic array appeared that she was finally done. Meanwhile, the space within tens of thousands of yards started to crumble under the presence of the 12-fold magic array. At the same time, everyone, be they the various human powers experts or the Holy Race's powerhouses, stared at the 12-fold magic array as if they had just seen a miracle. A 12-fold pseudo Tier 7 spell. How is this possible? Hidden Soul couldn't believe her eyes as she stared at the 12-fold magic array under Elise's feet. Most 6th floor experts would find it challenging to even conjure a 9-fold magic array for a Tier 6 spell. The complexity of a pseudo Tier 7 spell was much greater than that of a Tier 6 spell. To be able to cast 12 instances of a pseudo Tier 7 spell simultaneously was simply unbelievable. This was no longer a feat mere mortals should be capable of. Have you reached the 3rd stage already? Garuda was also stunned by this scene, thinking that the main god system was joking with him. Unfortunately, the 12-fold world-destroying spear gradually emerging from the 12-fold magic array proved that he wasn't hallucinating. The 6th floor standard's 3rd stage. One of the main factors that differentiated 6th floor experts from 5th floor experts was their ability to perform manifold execution. However, even after reaching the 6th floor standard, not everyone could perform manifold execution to the same level. At first glance, the implementation of manifold execution might seem like it only required one person to carry out multiple tasks simultaneously. In reality, to perform manifold execution was akin to manipulating multiple individuals to move simultaneously. To put things into perspective, suppose that each 6th floor expert was in charge of a 100-man unit. Depending on the degree of mental control 6th floor experts could exert, some 6th floor experts could only get their subordinates to perform simple actions, some could get their subordinates to execute complex maneuvers, and some could get their subordinates to present a fluid synchronized dance as if they were one body. This feat might appear simple to the casual eye, but to put it into practice was a completely different story. This was especially so for manifold execution's 3rd stage, 100 as 1. Those capable of performing manifold execution to this stage could no longer be regarded as a mortal but a god. Garuda had never heard of anyone reaching this stage, even on the 100 race battlefield. However, Elise did not respond to Garuda's question. Maintaining her indifferent expression, she launched the manifested world-destroying spear at him. In the blink of an eye, the world-destroying spear dispersed the 6 phantom fists and tore through the fabric of space, creating a starry void that extended tens of thousands of yards into the sky. In the starry void, Garuda, who had transformed into a sacred lightning beast after using his lightning beast set's Tier 7 profound skill lightning transformation, suffered multiple fractures all over his 10,000-meter tall body. Additionally, despite having gained the HP of a Tier 7 monster of the same level, he still lost of his 10% HP from Elise's attack. Even though I've transformed into a Tier 7 lifeform, you managed to damage me to such an extent. You truly are a monster, Garuda said. When he saw the decrease in his HP bar, he couldn't help but revise his opinion of Elise. If he hadn't reacted quickly and activated lightning transformation in time, Elise's 12-fold world-destroying spear would have obliterated both his body and soul. But since you forced me to use my Tier 7 profound skill, this is the end of the line for you, Garuda said, executing 100 splitting fists at Elise once more. With the boost from the Sacred Lightning Beast's Tier 7 life rating, Garuda no longer limited himself to executing only a 6-fold 100 splitting fists and executed a 9-fold version instead. Immediately, 9 meteor-like phantom fists tens of thousands of meters in size rained down on Elise. The power each phantom fist carried was magnitudes greater than before. They were stronger than even Elise's 12-fold world-destroying spear. Is he trying to kill us as well? Morning Echo suspected Garuda had lost his mind when she saw the colossal phantom fists. Hurriedly, she readied herself to activate her Divine Set's Tier 7 profound skill should Garuda's attack threaten her safety. As Morning Echo prepared for the worst, Elise suddenly turned a page of her black book and split into 2 perfect copies of herself. Immediately afterward, 2 12-fold magic arrays bloomed under the 2 Elise's feet. However, the 2 12-fold magic arrays created weren't for the pseudo-Tier 7 spell world, Destroying Spear, but rather the pseudo-Tier 7 spell Supernova Destruction. Subsequently, 2 radiant beams shot out of the 12-fold magic arrays and converged on Garuda's phantom fists. The radiant beams erased all of Garuda's phantom fists. It even pierced through Garuda's body and obliterated one of his arms, causing him to lose over 10% HP. Chapter 3950, Chapter 1024, Taking Action, Chapter 1024. Taking Action Primordial Ruin, Twilight Fortress. When the radiant beams faded, revealing the outcome of the clash, everyone from the human race and the holy race was dumbfounded. They never imagined the clash would end like this. Elise is too strong. Garuda is no match for her whatsoever. Out of everyone from the 3 races, probably only the mysterious ink crystal can compete with her now. No wonder Demon's Gate is determined to gain full control over the Twilight Fortress. Elise alone is enough to defeat the experts from the various pseudo-Apex powers and the 7 Luminaries Alliance. When I first heard that the God's Domain Association promoted Demon's Gate to a royal power, I thought the association was bribed to do so. But now, it seems Demon's Gate's promotion is the real deal. With this, our race finally has its own royal power. Despite Demon's Gate's terrible reputation in the human race's greater God's domain, the experts in the Twilight Fortress grew ecstatic after witnessing Elise's strength. The various powers' chosen ones even looked at her with admiration. After the start of the war among the 3 races, the chosen ones of the 3 races would frequently clash. However, the human race's chosen ones had always been suppressed by the holy races and the Crystallian race's chosen ones. Even when it came to the Eternal Chosen One ranking list published by the holy race, only a few human experts had made it into the top 30. Garuda's strength was clear for all to see. He ranked among the top 5 of the Eternal Chosen One ranking list. After activating lightning transformation and turning into a sacred lightning beast, the aura he exuded surpassed even that of taboo bosses. Yet, despite being in existence capable of fighting primordial gods, he still lost to Elise. This outcome became a huge motivation to the human experts present. How strong? Hidden Soul exclaimed as she stared at Elise's figure. I doubt I can survive that attack, even using divine blood and activating my strongest life-saving skill. The 3rd stage. Is this the might of someone at the 6th floor standard's 3rd stage? Lunar River clenched her fists as she stared at Elise. Then, she sighed. No wonder those existences would choose her. But with this, even if we defeat the Holy Race, the subsequent competition over the fortress will be difficult. The other 6th floor experts present also sighed at Lunar River's mutterings. No Tier 6 player could survive getting hit by 2 of Elise's 12-fold supernova destructions. If not for Garuda transforming into a sacred lightning beast and becoming a Tier 7 life form, he would have died on the spot. The 3rd stage, is it? Shi Feng was also shocked by Elise's display of strength. He never imagined that reaching the 6th floor standard's 3rd stage would enhance one's use of concentration to such an extent. Most 6th floor experts could not cast even one 12-fold supernova destruction. Yet, Elise had done so twice simultaneously. The power of her attack could already rival the all-out attack of the 5-headed Chaos Dragon. While Shi Feng marveled at Elise's performance, Daystar and the other absolute chosen ones looked at Elise solemnly. Her strength is simply monstrous. No wonder those existences would choose her, Tyrant Claw said, his voice no longer as relaxed as before. Indeed. Although I've long since guessed that Garuda wouldn't be able to kill her by himself, I never thought she would be this strong. Daystar nodded, her expression similarly turning serious. It seems we have no choice but to act together. Although I'm not keen on this idea, I can tell it is our only choice, Morning Echo said, shrugging at Daystar's proposal. Then, Garuda and I will be the vanguard while you guys try to find an opening, Tyrant Claw said, getting ready to join Garuda in tackling Elise. Elise is indeed a good opponent, Fist Emperor said, fighting spirit burning in his eyes as he looked at Elise. However, he quickly turned his attention towards Shi Feng and continued, but before we work together, I still have Black Flame to deal with. Suit yourself, Morning Echo said, laughing at Fist Emperor's decision, but can you do it quickly? If you're still not done when we finish dealing with Elise, don't blame us for not cutting you a share of the rewards. Don't worry, Black Flame doesn't have his siege weapon with him. He won't last 3 moves against me, Fist Emperor said, glancing at Morning Echo. Then, he transformed into a 10,000-meter-tall giant and charged Shi Feng. What a lunatic, Morning Echo said, clicking her tongue when she saw Fist Emperor wasting his Tier 7 profound skill without hesitation. The commission to probe Elise's strength was a golden opportunity for them to raise their standings in the imperial powers to which they belonged. Yet, Fist Emperor prioritized his revenge on Shi Feng over seizing this opportunity. He even wasted his Skyquake set's Tier 7 profound skill. Fist Emperor's Skyquake set was superior to Garuda's Lightning Beast set. Likewise, its Tier 7 profound skill Ancestral Transformation was slightly stronger than the Lightning Beast set's Lightning Transformation. In the last 100-race battlefield, Fist Emperor even killed over a dozen Tier 7 combatants simultaneously with the help of this Tier 7 profound skill. However, in return for granting its user immense power, Ancestral Transformation only had a short duration of 1 minute, much shorter than Lightning Transformation's 3-minute duration. Hence, it was only suitable for quick fights. For Fist Emperor to use Ancestral Transformation against Shi Feng, someone who wasn't even in the top 20 of the Eternal Chosen One ranking list, was an absolute waste. It was akin to using a cannon to kill a mosquito. On the other side, the sight of Fist Emperor's 10,000-meter-tall frame charging the Twilight Fortress worried the experts in the fortress. Everyone had seen how powerful Garuda's Lightning Transformation was. The Sacred Lightning Beast was not an opponent the average Tier 6 player could fight. Even the shockwaves of its attacks were lethal to Tier 6 players. Now that an equally strong giant was charging the fortress, how could they not panic? However, before everyone could return to their senses, Fist Emperor's voice suddenly echoed across the battlefield. "Black Flame, I have come for your life." Fist Emperor's shout prompted everyone in the Twilight Fortress to look at Shi Feng. They never thought one of the 5 absolutes would come after Shi Feng specifically. "He's going straight for Black Flame?" Soul Hunter snickered when he saw Fist Emperor throwing a punch straight at Shi Feng. Shi Feng might stand among the apex of the 3 races as a Tier 7 combatant, but Fist Emperor was currently a Tier 7 lifeform. There was still a huge gap in strength. Moreover, with Fist Emperor's current size, a single punch from him could obliterate everything within a 1,000-yard radius. If Shi Feng chose to evade Fist Emperor's punch rather than block it, many Zero Wing members would likely get killed.
Damn it.
Lunar River, who stood beside Shi Feng, wore a grim expression when she saw Fist Emperor's attack. She instinctively reached for the 2 pitch-black greatswords she carried and leaped forward to defend against the punch. In a one-on-one fight, Lunar River was confident she could last a long time against Fist Emperor, even if he had Ancestral Transformation active. However, Fist Emperor's attack had caught her off guard. If she were to evade or deflect the attack, every non-divine set user within the attack's AoE would face only one outcome: soul annihilation. The members King's Paradise sent to the Twilight Fortress were its most elite experts. King's Paradise would be finished if they were permanently killed. However, before Lunar River could block the lightning-fast punch, a figure suddenly appeared before her and blocked the mountainous fist with one hand. Boom! A powerful shockwave spread across the battlefield, pushing all Tier 6 experts within a 1,000-yard radius back over 100 yards. Even the space within that 1,000-yard radius cracked and nearly shattered. Guild Leader Black Flame? Everyone was shocked when they regained their bearings and saw the source of the shockwave, especially Lunar River. Lunar River was dumbfounded as she stared at Shi Feng, the person hovering before her. With just one hand, Shi Feng caught Fist Emperor's mountainous fist. Moreover, he had done so without budging an inch or losing a single HP. Chapter 3951, Chapter 1025, Tier 7, Chapter 1025, Tier 7, Guild Leader? Besides Lunar River, Hidden Soul and the others similarly stared at Shi Feng with their mouths gaping and eyes bulging. After transforming into a 10,000-meter-tall giant, Fist Emperor was a bona fide Tier 7 lifeform. Even though he could only achieve the standard of Gold Holy Arts with his every move in this body, he was still a Tier 7 combatant, a height few across the 3 races could reach. Yet, Shi Feng had not only withstood a Tier 7 combatant's attack head-on, but had also done so with just one hand. This situation shattered everyone's understanding of the swordsman class. How? Fist Emperor similarly had not expected Shi Feng to block his attack. Before making his move, Fist Emperor had considered various possibilities as to how Shi Feng would respond to his attack, such as dodging, blocking, or running away. The only possibility he never considered was of Shi Feng stopping his punch with one hand without losing any HP. For a moment, Fist Emperor even suspected his ancestral transformation was a sham. Either that or a bug had occurred in the main god system. He blocked a Holy Ancestor's attack with one hand? How much strength does he have? Daystar, Tyrant Claw, and Morning Echo stared at Shi Feng in horror when they saw Shi Feng stopping Fist Emperor's attack seemingly effortlessly. They had witnessed Fist Emperor's ancestral transformation in action before, so they knew how powerful it was. Under normal circumstances, they could only block Fist Emperor's punches if they used a pseudo-Tier 7 skill. Besides Daystar and the others, Elise and Garuda also paused their fight to stare at Shi Feng, their eyes wide with disbelief. Has he used his legacy Berserk skill and Divine Blood already? Elise wondered, her indifference replaced by confusion. An attack from a Tier 7 lifeform was something even she would need a pseudo-Tier 7 spell to counter. The fact that Shi Feng could stop Fist Emperor's attack with one hand meant his strength attribute had reached a heaven-defying level. As far as she knew, only Zero Wing's rumored divine blood could let Shi Feng obtain such strength. During Shi Feng's absence from the Eternal Realm, Zero Wing had relied on divine blood and Light of Dawn magic bombs to keep its several dozen NPC cities safe throughout the war. Divine blood allowed Zero Wing's elite experts to match, and sometimes even surpass, divine set users of the same level in basic attributes, while Light of Dawn allowed Zero Wing's members to launch numerous pseudo-tier 7 attacks with no cooldown. Because of this, Zero Wing only needed a few dozen elite experts to firmly defend an NPC city. This, in turn, made Zero Wing famous across the three races. If Shi Feng used Divine Blood and a Legacy Berserk skill together, it wouldn't be impossible for him to match Fist Emperor in strength. So what if you can match me in strength? You will still die here today, Fist Emperor bellowed as he created over a dozen true doppelgangers and had them simultaneously execute Devouring Shadow, a peak gold holy art known for enhancing its users' attack speed to the extremes. Suddenly, Fist Emperor and his doppelgangers transformed into colossal shadows that swept toward Shi Feng, their speed so fast most of the Tier 6 experts present failed to react to them. In response to the colossal shadows approaching him, Shi Feng unsheathed the Shadow Incinerator and lashed out with it. The colossal shadows suddenly stopped moving when they collided with the blooming sword lights. A moment later, they even shattered and exploded. Before anyone could figure out what had happened, Fist Emperor and his doppelgangers were sent flying thousands of yards away, their HP bars decreasing by a visible chunk. Impossible. How can you be so fast? Fist Emperor glared at Shi Feng, his heart full of doubts. The Skyquake set had two Tier 7 profound skills. One of them was Ancestral Transformation, while the other was Myriad Clones. Myriad Clones allowed him to create up to 100 true doppelgangers that had 100% of his current basic attributes. Although Fist Emperor could have created 100 true doppelgangers, he limited himself to just 13 true doppelgangers as he could only execute up to 14 instances of Devouring Shadow simultaneously. Nonetheless, 14 instances of Devouring Shadow were more than enough to let Fist Emperor overwhelm Garuda. Even with Lightning Transformation active, Garuda could defend against only 4 Devouring Shadows at most. Yet, Shi Feng had not only blocked all 14 Devouring Shadows, but also damaged Fist Emperor and his doppelgangers. What a monster! Is Black Flame really not in the top 20? Morning Echo exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise when she saw Fist Emperor getting suppressed despite using his trump cards. Fist Emperor's Ancestral Transformation was no less powerful than Garuda's Lightning Transformation. It even trumped Garuda's Lightning Transformation in terms of offensive capabilities. Yet, Shi Feng still handily suppressed Fist Emperor. This made Shi Feng even more terrifying than Elise. Daystar, should we help Fist Emperor first, or prioritize dealing with Elise? Tyrant Claw asked when he saw things weren't looking good for Fist Emperor. Without help, it would only be a matter of time before Garuda and Fist Emperor were defeated. Hence, intervention was necessary. However, if they wanted to kill Elise or Shi Feng quickly, at least 4 had to work together. Let's help Garuda first. Fist Emperor has his doppelgangers. Even after his ancestral transformation ends, Black Flame will have trouble killing him quickly, Daystar said after analyzing the situation. Moreover, our main target this time is Elise. The Twilight Fortress comes second. Tyrant Claw and Morning Echo nodded. Although they'd undoubtedly have to face Shi Feng if they wanted to capture the Twilight Fortress, Elise concerned their future. They naturally had to prioritize dealing with her. However, before the trio could take action against Elise, Shi Feng suddenly flicked the Shadow Incinerator at Fist Emperor. Goddess-ranked mana technique, Dark Moon. 1, 2, 3, 14 Dark Moons appeared in the blink of an eye, slashing at Fist Emperor and his doppelgangers. Although Fist Emperor and his doppelgangers tried their best to block these attacks, their movements simply couldn't keep up with the speed of these Dark Moons. All they could do was watch as the Dark Moons bisected them and ended their lives. He's dead? Daystar's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched Fist Emperor and his doppelgangers collapse one after another. How is this possible? How can a Tier 7 lifeform fail to react in time? Besides Daystar, Garuda and Elise again paused their fight to stare at Shi Feng, their eyes practically falling out of their sockets. What kind of attack speed was that? How did I fail to catch that? Elise focused on Shi Feng's cloaked silhouette. When she saw that Shi Feng had concealed his information, she used the peak identification skill she learned by chance on him, only to be dumbfounded. Tier 7, Black Flame, Tier 7, Advanced Sword God, Level 240, Chapter 3952, Chapter 1026, Fighting the 10 Royal Powers. Chapter 1026, Fighting the 10 Royal Powers. Elise's words stunned all those who heard her, especially Garuda. Tier 7 players. This would be a very unfamiliar term for players who had never ventured beyond their respective greater gods' domains. However, those who had entered the wider 100-race battlefield would know a little about Tier 7 players. Even so, most chosen ones would never get to associate with Tier 7 players. This was because Tier 7 players were unreachable existences. Even joining a guild with a Tier 7 player was extremely difficult, let alone coming into contact with one. Shi Feng was nothing more than an up-and-coming genius from the human race. He wasn't even qualified to participate in the 100-race battlefield. Yet, Garuda was now being told that Shi Feng was a Tier 7 player. Impossible. How can he be Tier 7? Garuda's eyes turned bloodshot when he saw Shi Feng killing Fist Emperor effortlessly, his mind filled with madness, shock, and doubt. However, despite his refusal to believe Elise's words, deep down in his heart he understood it. With ancestral transformation active, Fist Emperor was not an existence Tier 6 players could kill, much less with ease. Shi Feng did not rely on any convoluted techniques or overwhelming force. All he did was perform an attack so fast that not even Fist Emperor after becoming a Tier 7 lifeform could react. Besides Shi Feng being one of the legendary Tier 7 players, Garuda could think of no other explanation for this situation. Damn it! How can he be Tier 7? On the other side, Daystar's mind also fell into disarray after she used a peak identification skill on Shi Feng. Daystar knew Shi Feng well. She was one of the earliest Holy Race players to butt heads with Shi Feng. However, although he could already be considered an expert back then, he was nowhere near the top. Yet, she was now being told that Shi Feng had already been promoted to Tier 7. How could she possibly believe this? Tier 7? Are you sure you're not mistaken, Daystar? Morning Echo whispered. Even those 3 Imperial powers haven't had a new Tier 7 player appear in their midst in a century. How can someone with barely any information on this matter reach Tier 7? For chosen ones like themselves, reaching Tier 7 was their lifelong dream. However, even the core members of the 3 Imperial powers had less than a 1 in a million chance of reaching Tier 7, let alone other players. There's no mistaking it. My peak identification skill can see through the concealment of even divine artifacts, Daystar said, shaking her head. Then, she looked at Shi Feng in the distance with a complicated look and continued, he is indeed a bona fide Tier 7 player. Daystar had already learned how difficult it was to reach Tier 7 through the 100-race battlefield. The fact that the 100-race battlefield had only 3 Imperial powers proved this. What should we do now? Should we continue dealing with Elise and besieging the Twilight Fortress? Morning Echo asked, growing hesitant after hearing Daystar's confirmation. The Imperial Powers Commission was of utmost importance. It decided whether they could get promoted to elite members. As for the Twilight Fortress, it was the key to obtaining level 250+ fragmented divine artifact forging designs, something that could greatly impact the current war among the 3 races. Have everyone retreat, Daystar sighed. We stand no chance against a Tier 7 player. Retreat? Why should we retreat? Tyrant Claw suddenly said. Staring at Shi Feng, he added greedily, he might have reached Tier 7, but he should have gotten promoted only recently. He hasn't even gotten his weapons and equipment sorted. This is our chance. Despite not having the backing of an Imperial power, he managed to reach Tier 7. He must have a huge secret. So long as we kill him, we might get this secret. Are you willing to simply abandon such a golden opportunity? Tyrant Claw's words caused Daystar and Morning Echo to fall into thought, evidently tempted by his words. It was true that Shi Feng was a Tier 7 player. However, Shi Feng's current opponent wasn't limited to just the few of them, but over 10 million elite experts from the Holy Race's royal powers. With such a force, they'd stand a chance against even a bona fide primordial god, let alone a Tier 7 player. Let's do it. Daystar gritted her teeth, her gaze becoming firm. Inform all royal powers to deploy all their epic siege weapons. Do not hold anything back. So long as we can kill Black Flame and obtain his secret to reaching Tier 7, the Holy Race will be the 4th race in the 100-race battlefield to birth an Imperial power. We'll stand at the top of God's domain. I'll contact the other powers immediately, Morning Echo said, excited by the future Daystar described. On the other side, the majority of the players in the Twilight Fortress were also stunned by how Shi Feng managed to kill Fist Emperor so swiftly. They never imagined that Fist Emperor, one of the Holy Race's 5 absolute chosen ones, would die to Shi Feng. Guild leader, what have you been up to during this period? How did you get so strong? Even that Fist Emperor couldn't last more than a few moves against you. You're practically stronger than Elise, Hidden Soul asked, looking at Shi Feng in amazement. Lunar River agreed with Hidden Soul's sentiment, and she couldn't help but scrutinize Shi Feng. She felt like she was meeting him for the first time again. Fist Emperor was a 6th floor expert equipped with the Skyquake set. He was nigh invincible among the 3 races. Under normal circumstances, multiple experts of equal caliber would be needed to kill him. Yet Shi Feng had eliminated Fist Emperor and his true doppelgangers with what was essentially one attack. This was simply unbelievable. It's nothing. I went to a promotion land and was lucky enough to advance to Tier 7, Shi Feng replied truthfully to Hidden Soul's barrage of questions. Tier 7? Red Frost looked at Shi Feng as if he were a monster. Nobody from the 3 races had managed to advance to Tier 7 thus far. To human experts, Tier 7 might as well be an unattainable myth. Yet Shi Feng had somehow reached it. Before Hidden Soul and the others could ask more questions, 10 colossal machines suddenly approached the Twilight Fortress from a distance. The appearance of each machine struck fear into the players in the fortress. Are you kidding me? 10 epic siege weapons? How are we supposed to defend against this? The various powers experts were shocked as they stared at the 10 colossal machines hovering in the sky. Normally, even one epic siege weapon was enough to destroy a holy city. If an epic siege weapon was utilized without regard for cost, it could even force divine set users into a temporary retreat in fear of a permanent death. A force of 10 epic siege weapons was likely enough to sweep the entire Eternal Realm. It seems the Holy Race is determined to capture the fortress this time, Shi Feng said, similarly astonished as he looked at the 10 colossal machines floating in the sky. Guild leader Blackflame, why don't we retreat for now? Lunar River whispered, looking at the 10 epic siege weapons powering up for an all-out attack. If it's only to seize the fortress, they wouldn't need to utilize their epic siege weapons' strongest attacks, let alone attack with all 10 epic siege weapons simultaneously. They are likely doing so to deal with you. Just because I've only recently been promoted and my equipment is still lagging, they think this is the perfect opportunity to deal with me? As Shi Feng watched the 10 epic siege weapons charging up their attacks, his eyes burned with fighting spirit. I have yet to go all out after advancing to Tier 7, so let me try my hand on you. Chapter 3953, Chapter 1027, Fame Spreads Across God's Domain, Chapter 1027. Fame spreads across God's domain previously. Whether it was his fight against Soul Hunter or Fist Emperor, Shi Feng had only relied on his basic attributes and reaction speed to overwhelm them. He never even got to use any of his Tier 7 legacy skills. As it happened, the biggest factor differentiating Tier 7 players from Tier 6 players was the different tiers of skills and spells they could access. After Shi Feng finished speaking, he jumped into the sky to meet the epic siege weapons and unsheathed the Shadow Incinerator. At the same time, he unleashed his miniature abyssal world and spread his world power, instantly covering hundreds of thousands of yards with it. Immediately afterward, he began condensing his world power into the Shadow Incinerator. What is with this world power? How can his world impose a stronger suppression than Teacher's? Elise, who was spectating the battle from below, was stunned when a terrifying world power suddenly enveloped her. As a core member of an Imperial power, Elise had the fortune of meeting Tier 7 players. Thanks to her teacher, she even got to experience the full might of a Tier 7 player's world power, which was also the key factor separating Tier 7 players from Tier 6 players. After players reached Tier 7, they could use the world power generated by their world to provide themselves with an all-around improvement while imposing a terrifying suppression on their opponents. These two effects made it nigh impossible for those below Tier 7 to resist Tier 7 players. However, even her teacher's world power felt insignificant compared to Shi Feng's. Shi Feng's world power was so dense that she felt like she was drowning in water. Attack! All siege weapons! Attack with full force! Tyrant Claw commanded, panicking when he sensed the effect Shi Feng's world power had on the 10 epic siege weapons. Epic siege weapons could fight primordial god-ranked existences, largely because their world domains could resist the worlds of primordial god-ranked existences, making them immune to the suppression effects. However, the 10 epic siege weapons' world domain failed to counteract the suppression of Shi Feng's world. Furthermore, their energy reserves even started to deplete rapidly. This was not a situation Tyrant Claw had expected. At Tyrant Claw's command, all 10 epic siege weapons fired their strongest attacks at Shi Feng. The attacks of these epic siege weapons were stronger than even Fist Emperor's all-out attack. When all 10 attacked together, even a Tier 7 player like Shi Feng shouldn't be able to evade them all. However, Shi Feng never intended to avoid the 10 epic siege weapons' attacks. When he saw the epic siege weapons launching their attacks, he merely raised the Shadow Incinerator and swung at them. Tier 7 Apex Legacy spell, Eternal Sword. Suddenly, every player in the Primordial Ruin was shown a scene they would never forget. A giant sword composed of world power instantly incinerated the 10 epic siege weapons' attacks. Then, the entirety of the Primordial Ruin began turning into an empty void at a rate visible to the naked eye. The sky, the ground, and the ocean, everything disappeared. When the giant sword swept across the 10 epic siege weapons, 6 fell on the spot, while the remaining 4 suffered near catastrophic damage, their durability falling to the single digits. As for the players controlling the epic siege weapons, all of them, without exception, suffered soul annihilation. He erased half of the miniature world. Lunar River's pupils dilated as she stared at the unbelievable scene before her. Although the Primordial Ruin was only a miniature world, the stability of its space surpassed that of the Eternal Realm. Yet, Shi Feng's attack had fragmented over half of this miniature world. It had also destroyed 6 epic siege weapons, heavily damaged 4 epic siege weapons, and obliterated 80% of the Holy Race's 10 million strong army. Even the remaining 4 of the 5 absolute chosen ones were erased. Lunar River suspected that even if she were to tell others about this matter, nobody would believe her. The Holy Race's 10 royal powers were incredibly powerful. Even if the human and the Crystallian races joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for the 10 royal powers. Yet, these royal powers were nothing but a joke before Shi Feng. 2 attacks were enough to annihilate all their top and elite combatants. Is this the power of an advanced world? Shi Feng was also shocked by the destruction he had wreaked on the Primordial Ruin. None of the Tier 7 skills he had used in the past had been as strong as Eternal Sword, be it in destructive power or range. However, even if Eternal Sword was a Tier 7 Apex Legacy spell, it shouldn't be this powerful. After all, epic siege weapons were known to be able to fight primordial gods, albeit only ordinary primordial gods. Under normal circumstances, the Holy Race's epic siege weapons should have been able to put up a good fight against him. Yet, his Eternal Sword had destroyed 6 epic siege weapons and heavily damaged 4. Even if these epic siege weapons didn't have much durability remaining originally, they still shouldn't have fallen to just one attack. The only explanation he could come up with for this situation was his miniature abyssal world, an advanced world constructed using the 5-headed Chaos Dragon's world structure. It must have drastically enhanced the destructive power and range of his Eternal Sword. Retreat. Everyone, retreat. After the primordial ruin fell into a brief silence, someone among the surviving Holy Race experts called for a retreat. At these words, the remaining 1 million or so elite experts fled without hesitation, some running while others teleporting away. In less than a minute, the Holy Race army vanished. Following the withdrawal of the Holy Race army, the Zero Wing members in the Twilight Fortress cheered in celebration, all of them chanting the name of Black Flame. Shi Feng had single-handedly defeated the Holy Race's 10 royal powers, inflicting immense losses. Most importantly, he was a bona fide Tier 7 player. With such a person at the helm of Zero Wing, the guild's future was immeasurable. The Holy Race's royal powers have lost over 80% of their elite experts. After this battle, the Holy Race is unlikely to be a threat in the war anymore, Elder Marshal from the Seven Luminaries Alliance said after seeing the Holy Race army retreating. Then, he sighed, I never imagined I would see the human race prosper in the Eternal Realm in my lifetime. Every one of the Holy Race's royal powers was a tough opponent for the Seven Luminaries Alliance. They were so powerful that merely protecting the human race's current territory in the Eternal Realm was challenging. But now, the Holy Race had become the biggest loser out of the Eternal Realm's 3 races. Indeed, once the Crystallian race learns of this, I believe they too will make the right call, Verdant Rainbow said. Then she looked toward Shi Feng and smiled. Tier 7, this is truly the surprise of the century. The Nebula Consortium will be petrified once it learns of this. The average player might not understand the significance of Tier 7 players, but Verdant Rainbow knew it well. She knew how much influence even one Tier 7 player could have on a power and a race. Any power gaining a Tier 7 player would instantly be regarded as a top-tier royal power, while a weak race would instantly be regarded as a strong one should they come to have a Tier 7 player. If said power could produce a second Tier 7 player, it would become an imperial power. The first Tier 7 player was considered the most crucial milestone for all powers and races. After all, only Tier 7 players could travel to the deepest parts of the Void Sea and capture Chaos creatures. If Tier 6 players had easily accessible Chaos creatures to reference, they'd have a much higher chance of advancing to Tier 7. Furthermore, once a Greater Gods domain gained a Tier 7 player, other Greater Gods domains would actively seek to trade with it and pay astronomical prices for their geniuses to receive training there. The Greater Gods domain with the Tier 7 player would instantly become a trade hub for the dozens or hundreds of neighboring Greater Gods domains. Subsequently, everything played out as Verdant Rainbow had expected. Half a day after the Twilight Fortress came under Zero Wing's management, the Crystallian powers announced their withdrawal from the Eternal Realm. They also offered to pay astronomical prices to have their chosen ones develop in Zero Wing, which made the various human powers jealous of Zero Wing. Of course, despite their jealousy, the various human powers did not shy away from trying to partner with Zero Wing. This situation caused Zero Wing to replace Demon's Gate as the human race's #1 power. As for the Holy Race's various powers, they similarly withdrew from the Eternal Realm. They even offered to trade the 100 race battlefield's participation slots for the right to trade in the Eternal Realm. Glory Greater Gods Domain, a holy city existed in the inner area of the Void Sea of the Glory Greater Gods Domain. Groups of level 240 plus Tier 6 experts entered and exited the city at all times. If one observed these players, one would find that all these players were chosen ones who rivaled Garuda in strength. These players would be regarded as powerhouses in any realm. But in this holy city, these chosen ones behaved no differently from ordinary players. They even merrily discussed how they had a good harvest in the Void Sea and how many guild contribution points they earned today. A woman with dark green skin sat on the top floor of the holy city's central tower. After reading the message she just received, the woman tilted her head, the silver crown on her head shifting slightly. Fist Emperor? A Tier 7 expert killed that little fellow. Chapter 3954, Chapter 1028, Outside of God's Domain, Grand Finale. Chapter 1028. Outside of God's Domain, Grand Finale. At the crowned woman's words, the elven man on the screen before the woman halted his challenge of the World Tower's 7th floor. A Tier 7 expert killed that little guy? The elven man with a sapphire embedded in his forehead was surprised. Moon, are you sure you're not mistaken? Setting normal and elite members aside, Every executive of our three powers knows Fist Emperor is Remnant Flame's newest apprentice. Apart from that madwoman who's always busy pioneering, who would be so bored as to provoke that old man? Madwoman? The woman named Sorrowful Moon chuckled at the elven man's words. Laura is going to have a long chat with you once I tell her about this. Didn't those guys heavily injure her last time? Is she awake already? The elven man asked in astonishment. Do you think she would let herself enter a fully unconscious state? Right before she was heavily injured, she split her consciousness into multiple strands and scattered them. Now, one of those strands has finally returned. I'm sure it won't be more than a few days before she wakes up, Sorrowful Moon said nonchalantly. Since it's not Laura, which Tier 7 expert did it? The elven man asked. According to my apprentice, the person is called Black Flame, a newly promoted advanced sword god, Sorrowful Moon said, looking at the message in her hand. A newly promoted advanced sword god? What a brave greenhorn, the elven man laughed. But this also means we finally have a new Tier 7 player. Why hasn't the association notified us yet? That area is under Enos's jurisdiction. She was probably too caught up in her work to notice, Sorrowful Moon sighed. It seems I'll have to notify her. Since we have a newcomer, does that mean one of us will finally get to go pioneering? The elven man asked excitedly. That will depend on whether you can beat Old Man Flame, Sorrowful Moon said, smiling. Void Sea, Abyss Workshop, damn it, why am I the last to find out about this? I'm definitely getting an earful this time, Enos said, panickedly pulling out an ancient silver token after reading the message she had just received. Black Flame? Is it that little fellow from last time? Isn't he from the most recent world Laura pioneered? Its potential is unexpectedly high. After saying so, Enos disappeared from the Abyss Workshop. Eternal Realm, Primordial Civilization City, inside the spacious guild leader's office of Zero Wing's residence, Shi Feng sighed repeatedly as he read the reports of Zero Wing's progress reports for the past month. Since the battle at the Twilight Fortress, Zero Wing had expanded over 1,000 times in size in just 1 month. Its businesses now covered over half the Eternal Realm, nearly 2/3 of the Primordial Dragon Sanctuary, and several dozen other realms. Now, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Zero Wing was a behemoth. Additionally, Zero Wing had joined forces with the Seven Luminaries Alliance to bankrupt the mighty Nebula Consortium and acquire the technology to produce Stardew. Now, Zero Wing no longer lacked Stardew. Thanks to this virtually unlimited supply of Stardew, Zero Wing's core executives made rapid progress, increasing the number of 6th floor experts under the guild's command to 40. Gentle Snow and Orabeth, who later joined Zero Wing, even reached the 6th floor standard's 3rd stage. Once their concentration reached the pseudo-Tier 7 standard, he'd simply need to capture a chaos creature for them to study, and they'd have a chance to advance to Tier 7. This would have been an unimaginable situation for Zero Wing in his previous life. My equipment is still lacking. Otherwise, I could have captured a chaos creature this time, Shi Feng thought, recalling his recent expedition to the Void Sea's depths. In the past month, Shi Feng had undone another of the Shadow Incinerator's seals and evolved the Winter of Eternal Night into a top-tier divine artifact by merging it with Solomon's Sword, which he had reconstructed after gathering its fragments. However, as he lacked the Flame Dragon God's legacy, he could only utilize a portion of the Flame God set's potential. This prevented him from capturing a chaos creature from the Void Sea. After all, the chaos creatures roaming the Void Sea moved in groups of a dozen or more. My next priority should be to upgrade my equipment, either that or elevate my miniature abyssal world into a peak world. That way, I should be able to capture an ordinary chaos creature by myself. Capturing even the weaker powerful chaos creatures shouldn't be a problem. Shi Feng knew the potential of Zero Wing's current core executives. Apart from Gentle Snow and Orabeth, individuals like Hidden Soul, Fire Dance, Wordless Ember, Phoenix Rain, Fervent Samsara, and Red Frost also had a chance of advancing to Tier 7. They only needed sufficient equipment standards and chaos creatures to reference. While Shi Feng was in thought, the space within his office suddenly distorted. In the blink of an eye, a silver-haired female elf appeared before him, her presence stagnating the space and time in the primordial civilization city. Out of everyone in the city, only Shi Feng was barely unaffected by this female elf's presence. What a powerful world, Shi Feng inwardly exclaimed. He could barely extend his advanced world past his body in the presence of Enos's world. Enos's world was clearly of a much higher rank than his. Not bad for a newcomer. You've just been promoted to Tier 7, yet you've already grasped an advanced world. It even has such a high compatibility. Are you sure you're not some old fellow in disguise? Enos said, scrutinizing Shi Feng as if she was looking at a little monster. Lady Enos, may I know what brings you here? Shi Feng asked curiously. I have business with you, and very important at that, Enos said. But this isn't the place to talk. After saying so, Enos tapped the ancient silver token in her hand on the floor, causing space and time to distort once more. A minute later, a 3-meter-tall stone door popped into existence. Shi Feng could feel the stone door was astronomically heavy as he looked at it. It was so heavy that the entire Eternal Realm buckled under its weight. If you want to know what God's domain is, follow me, Enos said, pushing open the door. Then she entered the door and disappeared from the office without waiting for Shi Feng to reply. What is God's domain? Shi Feng wryly smiled as he followed Enos through the door. Many people had wondered what God's Domain was. Many also knew God's Domain wasn't just a simple virtual reality game. After all, the game had the incredible ability to continuously develop the brains of its players. If given the opportunity to learn about God's Domain, he doubted anybody would miss it. After Shi Feng crossed the stone door, his vision suddenly darkened, as if he had lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he was greeted by a scene that dumbfounded him. The place he was at was a small data center. Countless strings of data flowed around the data center at all times, and at the center of this data center was a holographic projection that displayed several lines of data. Ember 06749 successfully connected to Data Exchange Center 106. Remaining energy, 92% controllable engineering mechas, 12 damaged engineering mechas, 8 constructible biobodies, 31 qualified engineering mecha pilots. After reading the displayed data, Shi Feng quickly discovered that he wasn't a physical body but a holographic projection. What is this place? Shi Feng asked, staring at Enos, who stood beside him as another holographic projection. God's Domain, Enos answered. It is also where you and your friends have been living. Are you saying that we are all fake? Shi Feng asked, his expression contorting. Even the real world I've been living in is simulated? Hold it, none of you are artificial intelligence. You simply had your consciousness uploaded before the Great Destruction consumed our planet, Enos said, soothing Shi Feng's unstable emotions. However, while traveling to this new planet, the evacuation pods suffered damage and crashed all over the new planet. After crashing, some evacuation pods remained in hibernation, some became active, some were awakened by others, and some were destroyed. The consciousnesses transported by these evacuation pods also suffered memory loss of varying extents. To prevent further memory corruption, the evacuation pods have suppressed parts of your memories while you safely reside in God's Domain. However, as each evacuation pod has limited storage, consciousnesses without sufficiently strong mental strength will have their memories in God's Domain wiped periodically and given a fresh start. As these evacuation pods are meant to rebuild human civilization, they come with all the necessary equipment to do so, including machines to rebuild your physical bodies, Enos said. Then she pointed at the central display and continued. However, whether it is reconstructing a body or manipulating those mechas, you will need great mental strength and willpower. The minimum requirement is to reach Tier 7 in God's Domain. You are a lucky one. Your pod has only been active for a short time, so it still has plenty of energy. You have enough time to learn how to pilot these mechas. You can even reconstruct your body if you so desire. However, this planet isn't particularly safe. Before you are sufficiently strong, it's best not to waste your resources reconstructing a body. On that note, every evacuation pod has limited energy reserves. You must find an external energy source if you don't want your pod to return to hibernation. Fortunately, there are many wrecked migration spacecraft outside. New wreckages are also being added every day, so you shouldn't have difficulty finding more energy if you are careful. This evacuation pod is undoubtedly a lucky one, as it has you. According to the association's regulations, you will have full rights to this evacuation pod, as you are the first Tier 7 player to come from it. However, the association cannot help you much at the moment. If you want to live well on this planet, the association recommends that you train as many new Tier 7 players as possible, so that it will be safer to conduct activities outside. Additionally, everything I've just told you is restricted to Tier 7 players, so don't share it with anyone else. Now, good luck, and may the embers burn forever. After saying so, Enos disappeared from Ember 06749, leaving Shi Feng staring at the real world around him in a daze. Rebuilding civilization? When Shi Feng looked up at the starlit sky displayed on the evacuation pod ceiling, he saw sporadic glimmers of light streaking across the night sky. Upon closer inspection, he found that each of these glimmers was a gigantic spacecraft. However, for some reason, these spacecraft were falling out of the sky like meteors. Evidently, Enos wasn't lying to him when she mentioned new wreckages appearing from time to time. I'm going to have to sort out my plans in God's Domain. After staring at the night sky for some time, Shi Feng heaved a sigh and instructed the evacuation pod to return him to God's Domain, the ND.